I don't think you didn't get copied on the full one. I can show it to you, but we got it covered.
Lead the way. I just will.
Okay, sorry. I got like a 4-hour break at 12.
I hope I have a voice by the end of all this.
So Chad, where that chair is sitting right there, is that going to be a problem if I'm sitting there on the second rep?
I don't think so. Hey,
Sounds I don't toot.
Yeah. Just bodily noises may have to be to a minimum with your court microphone underneath. If you want to sit in the chair, and then he'll check the. No, it's just if she's gonna be in camera angle there, if she's sitting on that chair. What's that? Oh no, it's more. Is she in your shot of the kitchen? Yeah, I'm not worried about her making noise over the court mic.
Did you not see Pickleball memes last week? They put on the things pretty sure the ref just farted and they made it.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I mean,
that's probably the best spot.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, it's better than Ron standing there. So.
So did they run back to the challenges?
What's that? Yeah.
And then the refs come over here?
Yeah, that's what I got.
Sarah, will you do the coin toss?
Who's the coach of Arizona? Do they have one?
I don't know. Yeah, so I stuck my foot in my mouth a couple of times in Mesa because we can see the replays, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, that's definitely out. And they come over and turn it, and the referees overrule it. And I'm like, fuck, I'm not calling anything. I'm like not saying anything at all.
I don't know how I feel about the challenges. Like, I think they're good, but I think it's not good enough.
I think it's tough because it's balls here, then balls here. Right, it's not enough to go through.
How did they get in there?
You just walk around the bottom side there, and then come up.
I just want to say something here because we follow the lighting. But this is exciting because you're doing the first match for our guy Pesa. Are you guys announcing this?
Yes,
match?
yeah.
Because there's a guy making a document like. Okay, Pesa. This is an honor to have this dream team announcing the first ever MLP match that Pesa Teone would be playing in. So,
Let's go. We're
Let's
excited
go.
to see it. You better bring it.
life changer today, hopefully. Get to that waters level.
Yeah.
That's a high bar.
She'll be nice. She'll be nice. She won't.
Be nice to our guy.
Hey, we practice with him when we go out to Arizona, so we're cheering. We're cheering.
Thank you. All right. Well, no, there's the guys like this guy Noah Lerner's making a documentary. He's from New York. His dad won an Academy Award
Oh wow.
making documentaries. He can't be out here, but he did a bunch of stuff over at Brad's house and tracked out a bunch of Hall of Famers a couple weeks ago.
Cool.
So he's trying to do it more like he's not so much about like
Major League Pickleball stop number 2 for the 2023 season here at Pictona, Holly Hill. I'm Chad Edwards. Joining me in the booth this morning, pickleball superstar Lee Waters.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you.
Jumping in the commentary booth during the recovery. How's the knee going?
Yeah, so I'm having surgery April 5th, so I put it off as long as possible. And at least taking the month of April off, so it's a good time to go under the knife and have a solid month to recover.
There we go. Well,
Yeah.
Best of luck with that one.
Thank you.
So here on Grandstand Court, we have the Arizona Drive taking on the Dallas Pickleball Club. And there's been a few changes for both teams in this one. We'll start with the Arizona Drive.
Yeah.
Sarah Ansberry, Heather Nobler, a new pickup with the shuffle draft. Sarah Berg getting dropped and Heather picking up.
Yeah, and Heather's actually from our area. She lives, I think, in Boca Raton. So she's in our practice group a lot, and she's really made a lot of improvements. I think she's an ex-college tennis player coming from, I believe, Oklahoma.
I think you're
Yeah, I
correct
think
with
she
that
was
one.
a standout college tennis player, so obviously has a lot of talent and been working hard, for this upcoming MLP season.
And then for the men's side, Wesley Burrows back, and we're seeing a substitution here with this one with Pesa Tioni, Andre Silstrom out with a little bit of a back injury. So, we're definitely going to see with the Challenger Series here a lot of changes in that shuffle draft. Obviously, with the Premier Series, we're set for 3.
Right, exactly. It's a lot different here in the Challenger. And I'm excited to see Pesa because I'm pretty sure that Wes and Andreas went undefeated. So it'll be interesting to see if Pesa can, step up and hold those wins.
Pesa literally has some big shoes to fill with Andre Silstrom being up. I think he's like size 16 or something ridiculous like that. But on the Dallas Pickleball Club side, a couple of changes here as well. Most notably, Jillian Braverman joining the club with a trade with Megan Fudge going over to Columbus. Krista Gachiva is back.
Yep.
And then on the men's side, Brandon French is back. And then Daniel De La Rosa is a pickup for Chuck Taylor.
Wow. Daniel being #1 racquetball player. That guy's fast, athletic. He hits it hard. That was a good pickup for them, I think.
Yeah, and De La Rosa has experience with Major League Pickleball. So we're going to get started here with women's doubles. Just as a reminder, Major League Pickleball is rally scoring. Once a team gets to 20, it's a freeze. And then the other team will continue with rally scoring until they get to 18, and then we're a double freeze, and then it's regular side out scoring from then on.
It's pretty amazing how many matches end up in that double freeze, too.
I know.
That's what makes it so exciting in MLP.
The atmosphere is definitely hard to match here with MLP. So we've got head referee Ron Ponder. Just making sure everybody's set here.
This early morning court's going to be a little tricky with the shade. We got half the court in the shade, half the court in the sun.
So I'm going to put you on the spot here, Lee. Predictions for this one, or we'll start with Arizona. What do they have to do to put the pressure here? Because women's doubles point is so big in MLP.
Yeah, I think right now, Sarah brings a lot of experience to the court, a lot of consistency. Krista is a fairly new player, and Jill hasn't played professionally for a year.
She's making her comeback.
Yeah, I think if Sarah and Heather can put a lot of balls in the court, just put a lot of pressure from a consistency standpoint, I think they come away with this one.
All right, so getting set here. Heather Noble to serve. Just a little short, trying to still feel things out here early on.
So much pressure in MLP, you just feel it every point.
So that's going against everything of what you just said, right?
And I'm so surprised because I'm not used to Sarah
we don't see
speeding up
Sarah
the ball.
do that.
Yeah.
So quick pull of the trigger there from Heather Nobler, but not able to bring it down the back of the court.
Yeah, and Jill's definitely going to bring a lot of fire. There's going to be a lot of screaming.
Oh, what a point there from the Dallas Pickleball Club. Defense on show.
Yeah, I think Jill's going to thrive with this atmosphere. She just loves the fire, and she really can bring it. So they've gotten an early start here, and you can just see the emotion on this side of the court.
Yeah,
They're fired up.
Quick 5-0 run here for Dallas Pickleball Club. Oh. So even if it wasn't out, she was in the kitchen anyway. But Jill getting a little twisted up with the feet on that one. That puts Arizona on the board. Ansbury serving at 1-5.
I think this is where Sarah and Heather just need to settle in, like I said earlier, and just make a lot of balls. Be consistent.
Yeah, good ball there from Gachiva, getting it to the feet of Ansbury in the transition. So do you think MLP makes some players be a little bit more aggressive because every point?
See, when I think about rally scoring, and I'll wait till the end of this point, I think about people playing more defensively, right? But it seems like this atmosphere does make some people like thrive on the emotion and become more aggressive.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed as well. Oh.
Which I think is what everybody wants to see. You know, they want to see people ripping the ball, speeding up, getting in those hands battles.
Yeah, good counterattack there from Ansbury. Gachiva trying to slide it down the line. Yeah, I think it's hard not to feed off of the energy of MLP. And there we see Ansbury getting fired up.
I mean, I've never seen Sarah fired up like that. It's MLP, baby.
It's a different Sarah Ansbury than what we would see in a regular tournament, right?
She wants it.
Oh, couple of errors creeping in here. Arizona drive closing the distance, 5-7.
Oh, nice hands.
Braverman's going to give a little bit of come on back there as well, trying to fire herself back up.
So what do you think about the new, we haven't talked about it.
We haven't talked about a lot yet.
The new, it's just making me think about it because we're starting to see the emotion, we're starting to see the come-ons, the stare-downs, you know, the things that MLP is known for. Now we have a soccer-influenced card system. Uh-oh.
Whoa. All right, so now, now we've got, as we were actually talking about it.
Right.
Good job, Lee.
Yes, I knew that was going to happen.
So now what we've got in the middle of that point there, one thing with MLP, right, is a discussion of hindrance. Mm-hmm. Because everybody gets so fired up and you get noise coming from the crowd. So what Jill Braverman was calling right there is as Ansbury angled that ball out toward the fence, she yelled, "Come on." Braverman got it back, but then she called hindrance in the middle of the point.
Yes. Yeah. That could be a momentum swing, too, when something like that happens.
Nobler just trying to go a little too big with that one, missing in the top of the net. And a little love from the net and a big come on there from Sarah Ansbury.
I feel like there's something we don't know about, like in the background of this one.
We may have to talk about that one off air. Oh, the ball just deep. Excellent job there from Nobler.
Good.
Fighting off
Good
some
hands.
hard balls.
Yeah. And that's what I've seen a lot from Heather. You know, I don't know her game really well, but I think she's very consistent. She's really good at countering. She's going to make you work for the point. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's exactly what she did right there, you know. Just getting a lot of balls back and countering, placing the ball very well.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the strategy now as far as Nobler's the one that's being targeted a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That ball just out. So, yeah, Nobler's being targeted, and she's got to do what you were just talking about of making a lot of balls. But we're seeing Sarah Ansbury much more aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
She's putting pressure in the middle of the court. She's moving a lot more than what we've seen before.
Absolutely, absolutely. An interesting thing just happened there as well. Jill was questioning the ball. New rule, MLP, players can no longer ask the refs if the ball was in or out. So that's got to be weird on both ends.
They're just going to ask everybody in the stands.
It's like, who do you ask?
Did anybody see it? Was it out? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Smart. Very smart.
Good ball from Braverman. Recognizing that Nobler's stuck there at the baseline, just drops it in. So we're going to change ends here with Dallas Pickleball Club up 11-9.
Anything can happen at this point. Anything.
So continuation of what you were talking about as far as the soccer style new rule. Continue on with that one. I think we're like mid description right there.
Yeah, so you know, last MLP we saw probably more emotion than ever.
A lot.
And coming from the players saying maybe some things that they shouldn't, coaches, you know, I was fired
team
up.
Owners.
Team owners yelling out, you know, some interesting banter, questionable banter. And so MLP decided, like, hey, we want the fire. We want the friendly banter, you know, the finger wags, the chest pumping. But we don't want profanity.
Yes.
We don't want heckling coming from the owners.
We don't want comments directed solely at somebody.
Exactly, exactly. And so, yeah, so they came up with, I think there's a new, like, competition committee. So they came up with this soccer style blue card, orange card, I believe. Yep. And blue card being like the warning, and then orange card being, is it a point? Is it a, you're kicked out?
No, it's a point. So good shot there from Gachiva, getting that down the feet of Ansbury. Sorry if we're talking over points, but there's so much to discuss.
Oh, you just can't even imagine. Nice speed up from Heather, right down the middle, low at Krista's left foot there. Perfect placement.
Yeah, so we saw the adjustment. She sped up a couple and left them a little high. She flattened that one out a little bit more. That one's questionable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she was looking to surprise Krista there, but Krista was loaded up, ready to go.
Yeah, it looked like that ball just checked up a little bit and threw the timing off for Ansbury.
Good ball.
Gachiva not able to pick that one up. So AZ drive 11-13. Good spot there from Braverman.
I mean, really, for both teams, those middle balls have been so effective. I mean, you're playing with somebody you're not used to playing. The middle's always difficult in that sense, and both teams are doing a pretty good job of finding the middle.
And that ball's just wide. You know, one of the things that you just mentioned there. Sorry, Ansbury just giving a little chirp into the commentary booth right here. But one of the things that you just pointed out is, you know, especially with all the movement between stop 1 and stop 2.
Yes.
Yo, this is two teams that they have not had a whole lot of play together.
Never. No, I think, you know, they probably had the warm-up practice day yesterday. I know Sarah and Heather were out here most of the day trying to work out kinks. But, yeah, I mean, it's nothing like being in a true match.
Good Shiva catching the net cord, landing in.
Yeah, that's one I would have liked to have seen Heather go right back to that middle, that left side of Krista where she was so successful before instead of right to her forehand.
So it's been a couple of times that Braverman's got caught in that transition. You think she's just trying to put a little too much pressure on, move up to that kitchen too quickly?
Yeah, like I don't see any type of split step when the other player is getting ready to hit the ball. She's sort of just crashing, and then her timing's been off. I think that comes though from not playing a professional match for a year.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, your emotions are running high. You're trying to get to the net, and
I mean, I didn't hit a pickleball for a month, and I went and hit some balls with Simone the other day. I couldn't get a ball over the net. So being at this fast pace after a year off.
There she goes. She got a hold of that one.
So that's going to bring up the question with you, with all your time off. It's gonna take some while to get the the reactions back.
Well,
and
I was going to
everything.
say the main thing that I'm worried about is the hands.
The hands, yeah.
That's and I even thought when I turned 40, I was like, that's the thing I noticed the most.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
Yeah.
But we're both in our 40s.
Yeah.
The brain says yes. Mm-hmm. The body says I'm a little bit slower.
Yeah, exactly. And the game's just getting faster.
Yeah, yep.
So absolutely. But Jill's hand speed seems pretty good. Seems like she retained her hand speed. She's been winning a lot of these banging rallies.
Oh, nice wide ball there from Gachiva. Looked like just caught the line. Nobler not able to put that lob up and over.
One thing we didn't talk about is Krista also lives in Delray Beach. So I have a feeling these two probably practice together, or at least know each other's game pretty well, I would think.
Oh, the ball just slid through the court. Braverman, not sure how she didn't pick that one up. Nice deep overhead there from Ansbury, and a shout back at the direction of Jill Braverman. Very good speed up there from Nobler.
Yeah, that was great point construction overall. Coach of AZ Drive, Morgan Evans, over here cheering his team on.
He knows a thing or two about pickleball.
I think so. Going against fellow commentator, Dave Fleming over there, coach of Dallas Pickleball Club.
I like the step in there. Maybe rushed it just a little too much, but you know, they were back within 1. Dallas goes back up by 2, 19-17. But
yeah, I agree. That was the right shot. She just overplayed it a bit. Oh, bad luck.
Excellent ball there for Gechiva to speed up. Just a little unlucky catching the net cord and sailing deep. So that puts the AZ drive back within 1, 18-19.
Oh,
that ball.
beautiful. Beautiful. Man, she held that so well.
As Lee pointed out right there, Gechiva just holding the paddle, being able to find the hole. We're going to take a timeout here from AZ Drive. But yeah, Gechiva just holding that paddle out there. She had options, right? She's sitting and reading to see what Ansbury and Noble were going to do, and that hole opened up in the middle.
Yeah, and the middle was a perfect place to go, like we've talked about before, especially with new teams. Just shoot it right up the middle. So they're at 20?
We're at a freeze here. Dallas Pickleball Club's at 20, AZ Drive at 18. So side out scoring here for the remainder of this one.
That's what we talked about, how often we reach that double freeze scenario. Here we are in first match of MLP, and we're at the double freeze.
So one of the changes between MLP Mesa and here MLP Daytona is obviously the points totals. In Mesa, when a team got to 3-0, the match was stopped. They've now changed that. We had a couple of issues as far as overall games being one of the factors of moving teams through. And
yeah, if you don't finish out that match, somebody's losing out on a game.
good pressure there from Ansbury. Gechiva leaving that ball up just a little too high.
Sarah firing up the crowd. It's fun to see Sarah having so much fun out here. I mean, she's been around for a long time. She's seen this game change, and all these years later to be out here at MLP and enjoying herself so much, it's fun to watch.
So big pickup there. Ansbury was going to serve, and then they realized that they were frozen. Oh, the ball's just wide from Nobler. Good ball from Gechiva, getting that one down to Nobler's feet.
So another match point here?
Another game point here for Dallas Pickleball Club. Oh.
Little stare down, little stare down.
Braverman not even looking to see if that ball went out, just threw up the let's go. So Dallas Pickleball Club taking the women's doubles point, 21-18.
It's a great match, though.
Oh, it was a fantastic match, and kind of just culminates everything that we see with MLP. You talked about it early on, how many times we get to that 2018 freeze. Mm-hmm. But it's just, it's more so the energy. I mean, we talked about Ansbury coming out, and that's not her typical play style, right? Where she's coming out, she's the aggressor. Usually she's that solid defensive player that's going to stay in points a long time.
But that's like kind of what you were saying, how you find this atmosphere. People are playing more aggressively. And that was a perfect example. You couldn't have planned it any better.
And let's straight into it. I mean, let's just say most of what we've been saying has happened so far. So we're going to have the men's doubles matchup coming here next with Wes Burrows and Pictona for the AZ Drive, and Daniel De La Rosa and Brandon French for Dallas Pickleball Club. We are going to mute our mics here for just a little bit while these guys warm up, and we'll be right back.
Nobody likes playing with or against Joe.
Oh, please.
It's still
It's just, it's down to consistency.
I will not say that on here. Daniel and Pessa play together all the time in Arizona.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they both are in Phoenix. Don't hit it too hard, Daniel. What's up, Brandon? I am. For sure. What do you mean?
You muted us in the middle of that, right?
Yeah, you've been muted for some time.
Okay. Because I just realized I turned the dial the wrong way.
Oh, God.
No, so that's been on then. I thought you turned it on.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So when I'm
It's
muted,
alright.
it says next match.
Oh.
Sorry.
All right. Sorry, back here. Men's doubles. Just realized we didn't turn our mics off between matches there.
That was fun. All right, so again, we're in a situation where we have two new teams never having played together.
Good ball there from De La Rosa. Yeah, I think it's going to be the common trend that we're going to see with the Challenger Series. Ooh. And we discussed during the break there, Lee, with kind of all four of these guys, a little flashy, a little aggressive at times.
Brandon's just so tricky. You really don't know what's coming off his paddle. He's really tough to play. I've played rec games with him before, and I'm like just lost.
Yeah, good spot and good speed up there from Burrows. And we see the first finger wag coming from Tioni right there. Putting the AZ drive on the board.
Pessa and Daniel, both from Phoenix. Pretty sure they practice a lot together. I'm sure they both want to come away with the win here.
Tioni flatten out on that drop. Feet kind of moves through it.
They've got Brandon French, who's, like I said, super tricky. And then you've got Pessa, who's lefty. That always throws a little wrench in your game plan.
Dang lefties. I always wish I was a lefty growing up.
I still have to remind people, like, Annalie, you do realize your opponent's lefty.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
sometimes it's, of course, and
You
sometimes
just-
it's
you
like,
just forget.
oh.
You literally forget. And by the 10th time, you're like, oh, yeah, left-handed.
That's right, they're forehands in the middle, darn it.
Good ball there from French. Getting that one back behind Tioni.
Daniel playing with the black ace. He's already known for his power, and that's a pretty powerful paddle, so.
I think it's hard to say that there's no paddles on the market that don't have power and spin nowadays.
Yeah.
You know, you talk about a power paddle or a control paddle. Now it's kind of like the power is going to the extremes, and then it's how much spin is the paddle generating rather than a control side. Oh! French going with the big backhand tomahawk and just slapping De La Rosa's forehand out of the way.
Luckily, his paddle didn't fly into the kitchen.
Oh,
nice
it's
move.
such a good ball from Tioni there. Sells it with the body. And then an inside-out forehand, aggressive ball out wide.
Yeah, and Wes read that so well. He was over there for the Ernie. Perfect play by the Arizona drive.
Sorry. French is pushing. De La Rosa turns around and smiles at us as well because he's laughing at the same thing. De La Rosa's probably got one of the most powerful forehands in the game, and French is pushing him out of the way.
Which is hysterical because rarely do you see the right side player pushing the left sided player. You do see the other way around, but there he goes.
So the trickiness with French is how much wrist he uses, right? You see three different formations of that wrist power in that point.
That's what makes him so tricky.
Yeah, he sits with that wrist already cocked.
Yep.
So then it's like, are you going to roll it? Are you going to flatten it out? Or then he comes across with that backhand tomahawk there. So it's tough. It's tough because a lot of what you're doing, right, is you're trying to read the paddle. You're trying to read those tendencies. And
anticipation is so key. And when somebody's, like you just said, 3 different shots with 3 different paddle angles and different sides, it's really hard to do that.
So Dallas Pickleball Club jumping out to a 5-point lead here at the end change, up 11-6. So it's typically something that we don't see, right, with the referee asking a player if they're in the position that they want to be. Because obviously with MLP, you are stuck on one side, or you're on the side that you choose. But at end changes and timeouts, you can switch sides of the court.
Honestly, you don't see that many teams taking advantage of that. I think there should kind of be more of that. It'd make it more fun, too. I know our team, I'm coaching the 5s in the Premier League, and James Ignatowicz took the opportunity to switch sides a couple times.
A couple of times. De La Rosa floating that one out deep, just a little too aggressive on that speed up. Ooh.
Nice angle. Fence got in the way. I think West would have had that otherwise.
Perfect angle there from French. Big overhead from De La Rosa, but straight through the court. Tioni got it back. So if you actually take a look at how French holds the paddle, he's got the butt of the paddle in the middle of his palm. So that allows him to do so much with the wrist.
Yes, absolutely. It can get you in trouble, but that's pretty much his game, is his wrist.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's taking advantage of definitely the way that he holds the paddle. It's hard to read as well. Like, it's hard to read on his forehand if he's going to dink or speed that ball up.
Well, even his ready position, I'm watching him there at the kitchen line. You know, we typically, what we see with most players when we're instructing or whatever, it's like at least have, it doesn't matter height of the paddle as much, but at least have the paddle head above your wrist.
Yeah.
He's standing there with it basically pointing down to the ground.
Him and J.W. Johnson.
Yeah.
You know, if I were Arizona right now, I would be hitting more balls to Daniel. Not because Daniel's not a terrific player, he is, but you can, you at least understand what's going on a little bit better.
Well, there you have it. Teone goes at De La Rosa a couple of times right there. It's also, you know, French is he's on a roll right now. He's feeding into everything.
He's the perfect MLP player that we talked about that just feeds on this atmosphere.
Yep.
Plays aggressive, comes out shooting.
Brandon French very animated right there. Burrows missing that drive just a little deep. So the lead's out to 7 now for the Dallas Pickleball Club.
And that's good. They got him moving on that point. Brought him out wide, brought him back to the middle.
That's the key right there, right? Is moving players around. For a lot of the amateurs, they try to just hit through people or play catch with people.
Yeah, and there you go. I mean, Brandon's he's hot. He's on fire. He's feeding on this atmosphere. Let's put a few more balls in De La Rosa's court.
An excellent job by Teone there with the counterattacks.
Brandon reaching, continuing to push Daniel off the court.
Little ambitious there, but
timeout.
Well, Dallas Pickleball Club's going to take a timeout here at 17-13.
They're making a little run here.
AZ Drive getting a couple of points back, closing that gap to 4. But that ball that we just saw there from French, if you're a wristy player and you're somewhat of an aggressive player, those are the balls that you're going to push the envelope with, right? You're going to take those risks, and at times they're very good calculated risks, and sometimes they're ambitious. But the deception from French, I think, has been the difference in this one.
Absolutely, absolutely.
No, De La Rosa is playing consistent. He's playing steady. We have seen him get attacked a couple of times, or even when he started the firefight, trying to go too big, and he's made a couple of errors. But French has I think been the X factor so far for the Dallas Pickleball Club.
Yeah, I know. Whenever I play someone who's a little unorthodox or hard to read or very tricky, I find myself playing to the other player, even if the other player's maybe, considered the higher ranked player, just because I know more what's going to come off the paddle and what, how a point's going to be constructed. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play Brandon French. No.
Oh.
Great speed up by Wes.
Perfect spot there from Burrows, right into the chest of French. Wasn't able to flip that paddle over fast enough, and that's one of the downsides of his game style. Teone just a little delicate with that drop.
I feel like in rally scoring, the third is maybe like the most important shot. Like you just don't want to miss it, give away those free points.
Yeah, good counter attack there from Teone. Both feet off the ground, getting on top of that one. If he doesn't get up on top of that, that ball sails out deep. So excellent job there.
Nice deep serve.
AZ Drive sneaking back in within 2 now, 16-18.
I do feel like they've adjusted their strategy a little bit. Well, as I say that.
Oh,
what a read.
Get. And another. Oh, just wide.
Great defense.
Teone and Burrows all over the court on that one. as we see that ball from Burrows just going wide.
Great drive. That's kind of what Daniel's known for, those powerful low drives. Perfect example of it right there.
Ooh. So Dallas Pickleball Club closing it out 21-16 on a good finish there from De La Rosa.
I'm going to be interested in seeing Brandon French play mixed doubles.
So I got the chance to watch him in Mesa.
Okay.
In mixed. And
does he play the right?
He plays the left.
He does play the left. Okay.
He plays the left, so it kind of takes out that funkiness of the backhand a little bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these two mixed doubles matchups are going to go. I would probably say we'll see French and Gachiva.
Okay.
Because Braverman's a little bit more of an aggressive right side player. So then, when you've got French that's coming in hot right now, and he was all over the court, we may get some mix-ups in the middle. So I'll probably say De La Rosa and Braverman, French and Gachiva, but I could be wrong. I probably will be wrong.
I would like to see Brandon play the right almost in mixed, just because he's so good, as we just saw, of coming in the middle with that backhand and then really attacking the girl.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, I don't know. I'd like to see it. Instead of the traditional, put the guy on the left, I'd be interested to see Brandon on the right there. But it was one of the things, again, James Ignatowicz did when he was switching sides with the fives. He'd switch and mixed.
Yeah.
Get on the right and take his backhand in the middle, right to the girl.
I remember asking James at MLP Newport last year. I said, which is your better side, forehand or backhand? He's like, doesn't matter. I'm just as good on either one. So, that's James Ignatowicz for you. He's kind of like, I'm good either way.
With a big smile on his face.
Yeah.
You can't ever tell if that guy's being serious or not.
Oh, well, I was completely wrong. There we go. De La Rosa and Gachiva out on the court right now warming up. We've got Ansberry and Tioni for the AZ drive. We're going to make sure we turn our microphones off this time, and we're going to take a little break. All right, we're back here, MLP Daytona Beach, for our first mixed doubles matchup here between Dallas Pickleball Club and AZ Drive. Pacer Tioni to serve to the AZ Drive. Oh, De La Rosa wants that one back.
Kind of a fun setup with Pessa being lefty. We've got guy in front of guy and gal in front of gal. Pretty unusual in mixed doubles.
Good counterattack there from Gechiva off the Ansbury speed up. Setting up De La Rosa for the finish. Oh, that is a tough spot there for Tioni.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to see a lot of speed ups amongst the ladies here, being straight across from each other, looking to attack early. Usually the ladies are cross court, so it's harder to attack cross court, but when you're right ahead, that speed up's there. There was another speed up. So we've had Sarah speed up twice so far, but Krista's been on both of them.
Yeah, and the good thing from Gechiva there, she's taken that step to the right, clearing the backhand.
Little fade.
I think if she steps left on that one, Ansbury's got her. So good job from Gechiva. Good pressure there from De La Rosa.
So early run here. What's the score?
Dallas Pickleball Club up 5-2. So we actually do not have monitors in front of us. We do not have a view of the scoreboard. So if we have delays or questions like that from Lee, we've got to quickly check over behind us.
No, I knew they had gone on a run, but like you just said, I didn't know the exact score.
And typically we have our referees mic'd up as well, but we can't even hear referee Ron Ponder. Gechiva getting stuck on the back foot there a little bit. Wasn't quite able to get underneath that drive. So AZ Drive serving at 4-6. Just the power from De La Rosa with that backhand flick right there.
Yep. Yeah, those racquetball players have a wicked wrist. Daniel being the best at the moment.
Good spot there from Gechiva, recognizing that Ansbury looking for that Ernie attempt. Throws the lob up and over. Teoni not over to come over and cover. It's giving Dallas Pickleball Club an 8-4 lead.
Yeah, I just feel like they're anticipating so well. Like they're actually reading the other team before the team hits the ball, which in pickleball, if you can do that,
you're a step up.
you're a step up.
Yeah, better job there from Teoni, stepping over, being an aggressive.
Yeah, putting a little more pressure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I was going to say, De La Rosa's been putting the pressure on in the middle for DPC, so good for Teoni putting that pressure on. Big backhand there from Gechiva. Hard reach in there from De La Rosa off of that pop-up.
.610. Wow.
Come on, really?
Jeez. Yeah, that's not coming back.
So Dallas Pickleball Club up 11-6 here at the end change. I have to say, I've been pretty impressed with the partnership of De La Rosa and Getschiva. Similar to what you were talking about, they're meshing very well. They're understanding the movement. Getschiva's doing a good job of sliding to the right, not only giving De La Rosa the room, but when she is attacked, it allows her to counterattack. If we're talking about the AZ drive, what is something that they have to look at to try to change things up?
Yeah, it's tough. Like we were just saying, Dallas seems to have a lot of chemistry. They seem like they're a little bit uncomfortable, like very new partnership. They've had some middle balls where that they're both going for. But I think, like you said earlier, like Tioni needs to figure out how to put a little bit more pressure. I would even try maybe a speed up cross court at Krista. Just try to like make them uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know? He's got that forehand in the middle. I feel like maybe he could take one of those balls and try to do something with it.
Good balls there from Ansbury.
You know, I know it's wicked. One thing that Dallas is doing really well is both of them on their returns. They're hitting these slice returns.
They're staying really low.
Staying low and just not giving Arizona much to work with.
Getschiva a little unlucky there, catching that one off the net cord. Do you think with Ansbury and Tioni that, you know, there's kind of like a respect thing between Tioni as far as wanting to give Ansbury more room?
Potentially, absolutely. I know that happens with Annalise sometimes when she plays mixed with Unfamiliar. They respect her, and she's like, no, come take my balls.
Yeah.
Like, no, don't respect me. Take my balls. So there could be some of that going on for sure. He knows that Sarah's seasoned and a great player and giving her room, but now's the time he needs to really put pressure. When I play mixed doubles, if the guy's not moving, I love it because I just don't feel pressure. I feel like I can do whatever I want.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So even right there, I'd like Tioni to come over a little bit more. Ansbury was pulled all the way over, left foot kind of outside of the court. Pace is still left foot middle line.
Yeah, Sarah does like to, when she's playing the left, like hit that sort of inside-out forehand dink. So that would allow Pesa to really move over and get in the middle. And he's super quick, so if they go behind him, he can get there. All right, here we go. Let's see. Okay.
Better ball placement, better ball positioning there from Ansbury and Tioni with the finish.
12-13. Tightened it up. Gotta love rally scoring.
And there we've got it all squared now at 13s.
What a run.
Big run here for the AZ drive. Going to take a timeout from Dallas Pickleball Club.
There's not a lot of wind today, but I don't know if there's a visibility, like if there's a side difference, since we saw such a run in the beginning and now we're seeing a flip-flop. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just looking at that myself. We've got the sun starting to creep over behind the court. We're getting rid of those shadows.
You know, we do sort of have a sloped court here. One side's kind of hitting uphill.
Oh, is that what it is?
One side's hitting downhill. We noticed it during the PPA. That sort of, if you're hitting downhill, you do sort of have an advantage.
Yeah, you can see it a little bit. I don't know if it's an optical illusion or if it actually is.
No. In fact, a local during the PPA came up to me. She's like, I just want to give you a heads up. These courts are sloped. She's like, so you really got to be careful. And I was like, oh, you're right. And then Annalie and I warmed up on this very court for PPA, and it was true.
Yeah. So their grading is off just a little bit, is what you're saying.
Yes. And I don't know why that is.
I think the second to last ball there from Ansbury, she tried to be a little too aggressive with it rather than that reset, and it just put her in that awkward position.
Yeah, and they were hitting all the balls to like Daniel's backhand, which is so wicked.
Oh, good
That was a
step
great move.
over there
Yes,
from
that was a
Teone.
great move. That was what you were talking about, Sarah shifting off the court, Teone coming over and taking over that middle.
All tied up at 14s. And a free point there from the missed return by Gechiva. So tough to miss the returns in MLP with the rally scoring.
Yeah, and Arizona really needs this match to stay in it. They're down 2-0, so overall. So they really need both of these mixed matches to get to the Dream Breaker.
So Gechiva, certainly the target for the AZ drive right now. Taking De La Rosa out of the equation a little bit. As I say,
Wow.
that Teone
Gotta have a little luck.
gets love from the net cord.
I'm looking over to the crowd, and we have some Pesa large head cutouts.
Oh, I see him there too, yeah.
Oh, I think Sarah just lost that one.
So
All right. Good take.
ooh. I think that was almost questionable here as well.
About
Yeah,
if Sarah
with-
walked through the kitchen.
Yeah, but she was behind the kitchen there. Yeah, good moves there from Teone. So definitely
I think they listened to us.
AZ drive making that adjustment of Teone coming over, taking more middle, putting a lot of pressure on. Coach Morgan Evans over there with a big smile on his face. AZ drive up 18-16. So big ton of events.
Yeah, that loopy return, that loopy slicey return, it just doesn't. It gives you no pace. It bounces away from
And
you
it
when
just
it lands.
sits in front.
Yep, it's a great return.
French asking if they had 3 timeouts.
No, I would have stuck with Krista's maybe left foot there.
Yeah, and
Dink middle.
I think that's a ball too, where it got just a little too deep
Yep.
on Ansbury, and then trying to push that cross court. Nothing she could do but trying to lift it up.
It's just hard with De La Rosa's backhand being danger zone. Oh no. All right, where are we at? Where are we at?
So a little miscommunication there on that ball in the middle between Teone and Ansbury.
The De La Rosa drive.
Dallas Pickleball Club now back up 19-18.
Whew.
We got a timeout here by AZ drive.
Good timeout. for
De La
sure.
Rosa's kind of been able to insert himself back into the middle of the court these last couple of points.
Yeah. Yeah, because, you know, when he shifts over into the middle, man, it makes you want to hit to that backhand, but like,
his backhand's
if it's-
so strong.
If it's just a little high, you're dead in the water.
So strong.
He's almost like just baiting you.
Yeah.
Nice drive.
Oh, yeah, good spot there from Ansbury. So made the adjustment there on the previous Ernie where she kind of went across the court a little bit more, gave De La Rosa time. This one going straight at the feet. All square at 19s. Yeah, that's a very good shot there from Gachiva. Recognizing Teoni was going to come across. So it takes it back behind Ansbury.
Game point. Match clincher. What a drive.
Big
Holy
drive
cow.
from De La Rosa.
Ice in the veins.
So the AZ drive, we're able to put a little bit of pressure on here, getting ahead, but Dallas Pickleball Club proving just too strong. So obviously they've clinched this one at 3-0.
Yes.
The change from Mesa to here is in Mesa, it would have been done. Now we're with Daytona. We're still going to see our second mixed doubles matchup.
Yeah.
And
I
this
think that's
point,
a good change.
Yeah,
Good
and
change.
this point is just as important as the other ones. Because, you know, AZ Drive, maybe they're off just a little bit this morning. They make a run over the next 2 days.
Yeah. I believe they're playing 3 matches today, which is crazy.
Yes.
That's a lot.
Yes, it is. It is for the
last event
Challenger
it was
series.
2, right?
Yes.
They didn't play 3 in. I don't think they played three in one day.
I'm going to pull up our schedule right now.
So yeah, like you said, this point is big.
Yeah, so 3-3 today for each of our Challenger Series teams. Over on championship court right now, we've got Bay Area taking on Orlando.
I wonder what the score of that one is. Bay Area taking the title in Mesa in the Challenger League.
And then at 9 a.m., we just started with Chicago and Utah over on court 3 and DC and Miami on court 4. So, long day.
A lot of pickleball.
We'll wrap up probably around 6 p.m. tonight. So 10 hours worth of pickleball. And then obviously tomorrow a long day with the Premier Series starting.
Yep.
And the quarters and semis of the Challenger Series. So it's a kind of a 12-hour day tomorrow from 9 to 9.
It is so interesting to see, like you were saying, how like different players thrive in this atmosphere. Like, you know, maybe there's some players who you don't find overly threatening in regular tournament play, but you come to MLP and you're scared to death to play them. I mean, no, there's a handful of those players.
Every point counts.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, Anna Lee was talking, you know, we were like, oh, you know, MLP, it's so fun. And she was like, yeah, but I'm the most nervous in MLP than I am playing any tournament. And it's because, like you said, every point counts. You're playing for a team, not just yourself. You know, you've got 3 other players that, you know, is counting on you, team owners who have drafted you. It's just a whole different pressure level.
The pressure, the atmosphere, the team environment.
Heck, the prize pools, the money. Jeez.
All right, let's just say MLP is the most pressure pickleball that there is. So getting set here for our second mixed doubles matchup.
Yeah, I want to see Brandon play the left here in mixed doubles. I think that'll be interesting to see. Seems like Jill and Brandon have good chemistry already. They're joking and laughing. Oh, nice move. Nice
Braverman
coach.
coming over, hit Nobler in the right shoulder. I think we may be fighting for a lot of balls in the middle here between French and Braverman. Yeah, good ball there from French. Burrows just outstretched.
Yeah, I think they need to put a lot of balls on Jill's forehand, a lot of dinks to get Brandon to really move over there and then try to go behind him. They haven't really tested out Brandon's movement yet. I'd like to see it.
French and Braverman going back and forth. A little friendly banter saying that Braverman didn't miss the sweet spot. That was just all paddle.
We got a paddle change here. Another new rule this year is all the players had to test their paddles before play.
Every paddle in the bag had to be tested.
So, so they got a special little sticker stamp. Let the refs know that paddle has been tested.
Oh, the tomahawk reach in there. Good absorption. Good absorption there from Braverman to get Nobler running up.
French said, this is a new paddle. There's no way I was going to miss that one.
Yeah,
Just
good
wide.
eye from French. Burrows.
We're not going to be able to talk to you all because apparently we're talking to Brandon this entire match.
We just got to put the microphone on French. I think that's the next.
Well, first MLP we did that.
Yeah.
We were all mic'd up.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
And that makes it a little tougher. I would be terrible being mic'd up.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Well, I think that's what they found. I mean, you can't help but say things, you know, under your breath that now everyone's hearing that probably aren't the nicest things to be saying.
I am the worst positive talker to myself that there possibly can be.
Wildly entertaining, but oh.
French asking Burrows if that hit him.
Just missed, I think.
All squared at 5.
Oh, I like that from Wes. Just got a little out of control there.
Standing up just a little too much on that one.
Yeah.
Didn't quite use the legs, didn't get underneath it. And similar thing there from Braverman, just completely straight leg and trying to use all arms. Okay. French is like, don't bring that one.
Yeah. So that was like the converse of the last one. That one was just way too high.
Yeah.
Right into the wheelhouse of French.
Good spot there from Burrows. French getting a little too big with that backswing. He was able to do that on the high ball. You can't have that big backswing on a lower ball. And a good speed up there from Nobler. French getting caught, standing up tall.
Nice deep return.
Yeah.
Good movement by Wes Burrows there. That's the pressure he really needs to put on this team.
Very good step in there. So easy drive up 9-7. Oh, he was there.
Ooh.
Almost identical step in.
Yep.
Just caught that backhand a little late. Oh, yeah. Very good job there. Wesley Burrows with
Wanting so badly to call it out, but clean.
the ATP and then the big forehand put away. And that ball just popping up a little bit. He got caught still moving.
Oh.
Oh. So the AZ drive going into the end change up 11-9.
This point's really huge for them. They need some momentum going into their next match.
Carry in.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Trying to find some confidence, salvage what can be salvaged from this one.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a completely different chemistry for Dallas Pickleball Club with this partnership of Braverman and French.
Mm-hmm.
They get along well.
Mm-hmm.
They're smiling. They're talking. However,
Yeah.
it's just
You're right.
it just doesn't have that same flow that we saw from De La Rosa and Gachiva.
You know, Now would have been a good time to throw Brandon on the right. I
Yep.
honestly would have liked to have seen it. And I think Jill would actually prefer to play the left. I'm not sure about that. Maybe she wouldn't.
Excellent control and patience there from Nobler in that cross-court dinking rally. Oh,
Oh, God.
paddle in
Oh,
the
no.
kitchen.
Did he hit her?
I think he hit her in
Oh,
the
no.
head.
Oh, jeez.
Elbow to the head. So just turning around and looking at the monitor.
I'm going to hope it was the elbow and not the paddle, I think. I don't know.
Yeah,
It was the elbow?
It was the elbow in the head.
Okay. Yikes.
And take a little time out right here as Braverman tries to regain her composure. Tough situation there with a ball that high popping up. As kind of what we talked about before, you got two players that really want to take that ball. Braverman still a little shaken up. I can't even speak anymore. I just came back from Australia and I don't even know how I talk anymore.
You didn't get hit in the head, did you?
I've had brain damage since I was very, very young. dropped on my head way too many times as a
Oh,
child.
my goodness.
Referee Ron Pond is going to come over and have a little chat with us. Okay, so Ron Ponder just coming over and confirming that it was the elbow to the head. Braverman's going to take medical timeout here. Come out, probably try to hit a couple of balls and
Yeah, you see that like almost happen a lot, but I don't know that you actually see it happen. Like where somebody actually gets like hit
yeah.
going for middle balls.
Especially, I'm trying to.
She looks like she's laughing.
I'm trying to figure out. Well, it must have been when she hit and she ducked, because Jill's not a short lady.
No, not at all.
Oh, there we see it now. You've got your change. Braverman now
I'm here for it too.
going on the left side. French going on to the right.
I wanted to see this. I swear they're listening.
All right, AZ drive up 12-10. Going to resume here with Burrows serving. I'm going to question that all day long right there. for Heather Nobler. I think she's got to stay in front,
Yes,
not go
yes.
into that cross court there, especially with how dangerous French is with that reach-in wrist flick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially, you know, like we said, Jill hasn't been put in this position in like a year, you know. So let's make her hit a lot of balls. And just, yeah, keep the ball away from French over there. Nice hands.
Oh, almost got it back. Good pressure there from Burrows.
Yeah, I think West needs to have a talk with Heather and say, you know, let's keep that ball in front of you. Let's put a lot of pressure on Jill right now.
Oh,
what a
yeah.
ball! What a ball!
By all means, go cross court in that situation,
Yeah.
especially when French is coming in, trying to be aggressive in the middle there. Good topspin roll
Yeah.
from Heather Nobler.
I think he left just a smidgen early. Oh my gosh, that's just, yeah. I always find it hard too when you're playing somebody who just got injured. Like when they come back on the court, you like
feel bad by hitting,
by hitting the ball to
but
them.
in reality, you have to, but yeah, it's
kinda weird.
It's a very difficult mental situation within that one. Oh. Oh, no. Definitely hit an out ball in the middle of that one.
Yeah. And then honestly, I'm surprised Wes then continued to speed up with Brandon.
Yeah, take a timeout
Yeah,
here
regroup.
from AZ Drive. Still up 15-13.
Yeah, that was a good timeout.
But definitely needed with the side change for French and Braverman that you've wanted to see.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see, you know, Brandon take over the middle with that backhand. Which you see how dangerous it is. I mean, Heather's used to going cross court and mix. She has a tendency of going cross court, and he's just been danger zone on the forehand and the backhand over there.
And that
really changed the dynamic.
kind of tomahawk reverse backhand flick as well. It takes away that left foot even, which is a really good ball going in that forehand cross court. Just trying to listen here. Sarah Ansberry continuing to talk with Burrows and Nobler.
Are they switching sides? Oh, look at this. This is a rarity. This is something you don't see very often.
So a double reverse mixed doubles here.
I like it. We'll counter you. Let's see how it goes. Oh, Jill, goodness.
That ball.
No more injuries, Jill.
She's just lying. It was a graceful
Yeah.
tuck and roll there from Braverman. But good reach in there from Burrows. The ball just died once it got past French. Oh, I almost.
Oh, God.
I'm good.
Commentator down.
I'm good. Thought it was coming over the fence. Yeah, good backhand roll there from Nobler, pulling Braverman out wide. She wasn't able to bring that one back around for the ATP.
Yeah, ran into the fence. So 17-14. That was a really nice drop, and then West got in tight and put a lot of pressure on Jill. Yeah.
Fran-
Good talk. Good talk. Jill was very smart in that one. Got out of the way.
That one, she took one step to the middle and said, no, I'm not going to fight for this ball again. And good balls there from Burrows, making his presence known in the middle of the court. AZ back up 4. Yeah, very good move there from Burrows. So it brings up game point for the AZ drive. Frozen at 20. Oh.
I like the aggression, though. I like it. Especially on their match point there.
Kind of. The get from French off of the Burrows speed. I mean, that was a fantastic reach-in speed up from Burrows, but that flick from French, unbelievable.
Nice spot. Brandon was definitely hugging the middle on that one. Go behind him was smart. See if they can get it done here. 2017. Jill's still holding her head. Oh, double freeze. Here we are.
All frozen, both sides. Side out scoring from here on out.
Wow, that drive just
had a lot of shape on that drive there. Kind of got over the net and just died.
It just died. It really did.
Oh, just out.
Go leave.
Like the move, but French wasn't able to get enough roll on that one. Oh, that tough spot there. Very difficult ball to try to make down the line.
Yeah. Oh. That was a great shot.
Good roll there from Nobla. Braverman getting caught on the move.
Yeah, that's kind of what we talked about in the women's doubles.
Oh, Braverman giving one back. Still locked 19.
Oh, nice pickup.
So they gave me this one this morning, and then they said, oh, you need all access. Did they do all access or not? Yeah. Thank you.
I just have this.
Dawn, can you get 2? One for her. I know, you forget you got a microphone on your head and then you talk to somebody that's asking you a question.
If anybody's wondering, I do not have all access.
Oh, that ball's just wide from Burrows.
So where are we at now?
We're at 21-20 for Dallas Pickleball Club, and Braverman sneaks it down the line.
The paddle drop walk-off. Wow, what a comeback.
Wow. So big adjustment there for Dallas Pickleball Club, able to squeak out 4 points. AZ drive, we thought they were in control here of the 4th and final mixed doubles match.
That's the power of the freeze, though. It's the power of the freeze.
It is. You get on that run, and then you're halted.
Yep. It's hard to close out. And then you start to feel the pressure of the other team sneaking back in, and pressure.
Major League Pickleball, nothing else like it. We are going to take
a break here, and we'll be back with our, I'm just going to pull up our schedule. We've got Brooklyn and Texas here on Grandstand Court in about 18 minutes or so. So we'll be right back for our second match of the day here on Grandstand at Pictona and Holly Hill for MLP Daytona Beach. And we're back here at MLP Daytona Beach at Pictona and Holly Hill for our second match here on Grandstand Court between the Texas Rangers and the Brooklyn Aces. I'm Chad Edwards. Joining me in the booth, Lee Waters.
Hello, hello.
Predictions on this one, Lee. I'm putting you on the spot off the bat.
Gosh, well, it's a tough one because I've never seen Hurricane. Obviously, is brand new. She's from our area, but I've only seen her play singles, so never seen her play even just a point in doubles.
Oh!
What a first point!
Corinne Carr threading the needle through the middle.
Okay, so after that point, I pick Brooklyn.
If that is an example of what's to come.
Obviously, Lee Whitwell, staple to Major League Pickleball. But here again, Jeannie Erikina, is that how you
Yep.
pronounce her last name? I don't know much about her, so definitely will be interested in learning something about both these new players on the court.
Erikina getting a little jammed up there on the forehand.
I don't think Lee has Lee seen a ball?
Only on a big overhead. So Erikina definitely the target. Big forehand overhead there from Whitwell. Yeah, Erikina definitely the target for the Aces.
Yeah, I would think also Hurricane being the target.
Well, that ball was out, and she did a foot fault.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of the newness to pickleball showing right there as far as knowing where the court is, knowing where the kitchen is.
And if you haven't noticed, her partner, Corinne Carr, just told me that she is 33 weeks pregnant.
Yeah, you know, she's got a little bit of a issue as far as how much she can move nowadays.
Yeah.
That ball just out there from Hurricane. Yeah, I was talking to Corinne yesterday. She said she feels good. She's playing well. It's just her movement has been reduced a little bit.
Well, Hurricane's coming off being a professional tennis player, so I have a feeling her movement's probably pretty good. So.
And the fact that she's 22 years old.
Young legs.
That ball just deep from Erikina. Potentially a little too ambitious on that backhand speed up. Oh, just out. Nice touch there from Whitwell. Hurricane able to get to it, but not able to do anything with it.
Yeah, I think that's what I noticed when I watched her play Annalee in singles at a PPA. Actually, I was at the PPA here in Pictona a few weeks ago. Was she's super fast, but she hasn't quite figured out the movement on the pickleball court, being so much smaller than the tennis court. So I think once she figures that out, she's going to be lightning fast.
Yeah, good misdirect there from Erikina. Just holding it on the paddle, going down the line past Carr.
Yeah, I really think this match is going to be a big battle between Hurricane and Erikina. Corinne and Lee, I think, are not going to see very many balls.
No, and when they do, right, they're veterans. They're going to stay patient unless they get that opportunity to speed up.
Yeah, Corinne had that beautiful speed up the first point.
Just a little too big of a backswing on that one from Carr. Catching it late, flattening out on her. So Ranch is up 7-6.
Good eye, good leave.
That ball sailing deep.
Lee showing us she needed just a little bit more spin on that ball. Just out.
Just out. Good drive from Hurricane there, though, going right hip on Arikina. Good reach in there from Whitwell.
Yeah, I think Lee's really got to have to look for that, interject herself somehow, kind of move over. You know, if I were Lee, actually, I would just go ahead and shift a little bit over towards the middle, make them go behind me. If they're overly successful, then, you know, shift back. But let's try to put a little bit of pressure on them.
That's not a bad ball to speed up. It's just a little rushed,
Yeah.
a little flat, you know.
That comes with being new, you know. It's to be expected. It's interesting, one of her first pickleball tournaments is MLP, you know, the most pressure filled.
Yeah, exactly. What we were talking about, even the seasoned veterans feel the pressure. Then you
Just throw 'em
step
in.
in.
The fire. Throw them in the fire.
I got one tournament under my belt. Let's go to MLP.
Yeah, she's one of the new players on this team. Do you actually know who Corinne's partner was previously?
I'm trying to
Trying to
rack
remember.
my brains. So Texas up 11-9 at the end change. Yeah, I've been trying to go through. We've had so many changes between Mesa and here at Daytona Beach. In the Challenger Series, obviously the Premier Series, you kind of locked in for those three, but Challengers are able to shuffle, draft, and drop and add.
Yeah, I believe Premier League could only straight trade. There were no drops. You couldn't drop. And I don't even know if anybody actually ended up trading anybody. I know there was some stuff going on in the background, but I don't know if anything actually.
Nobody ended up trading, and there was
Okay.
also
Interesting.
you could drop and bring in a player that was not drafted at all.
Okay.
But with how many teams we have, that's a tough decision and tough task.
Oh.
So Arikina, I like the aggression there, but it got a little squirrely.
It seems like the swings were getting bigger
Yes.
instead of more compact. But I agree. I like the initial attack.
Oh, she almost touched it.
She did. She almost caught it.
Card trying to go back behind Arikina there, but missing wide. Good ball there from Carr. So that's what Whitwell has to be careful of, right? As that point was progressing, I knew she was going to get one ball, but when you're not getting a whole lot of balls and you get that one ball, you try to do too much
So
with.
true. So true. And even really, if she was going to speed that up, I'd rather see her speed it up at Hurricane than back at Corinne, who's such a good counterpuncher.
There you go. Right on cue. Look at you just calling it. But yeah, definitely a better spot there, even though it's going cross body. If she goes cross body, she can still slide back, and that ball's more likely to come back at her.
Oh.
Good spot there from Hurricane.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because we saw in the first matchup with Ansbury that typically she's more defensive. She's not as aggressive. She came out as the aggressor.
Yep.
Here we're telling Whitwell to be aggressive, and she's usually like the blocker and the
Yes.
counter puncher.
Yes. It's a good ball. Yeah, there we go. Good defense.
Oh, well-constructed point there from the Ranchers.
Absolutely. Yep, Lee getting aggressive right ahead of her at Hurricane, and then Erikina getting it right at Corinne's feet as she was moving in.
Good ball there from Hurricane. Ties the score back up at 14s. That ball just left a little too high. With any racket sport background, you're probably going to put a punishment on that ball that's up above the net.
Yeah. But it's interesting because I think, is she hitting all one-handed backhands or she hasn't been taking, has she been taking twos? Okay.
Well, I think Whitwell mouthed a few things there after that ball into the net. Just tried to drop it over.
Oh, really nice. Great placement.
I was almost going to question that speed up there from Erikina, but Hurricane didn't slide into the middle after pushing her out wide there, so
Yeah.
gave her that opening.
And it was kind of off-paced, so it kind of just dipped. Oh, oh.
Erikina almost catching that one off the net cord. Looks like a flick back. So Ace is now up 16-15. Oh, Whitwell trying to go for the angle out wide, which was the smart play, but catching the net cord. So a couple of errors creeping in here.
Oh.
Still got it.
So relaxed. There was like,
Still got it.
I think she planned it. I really do. I think that was planned.
Deeks are in. Deeks are in.
There was like no panic whatsoever. Oh, whiffed it. Ah, perfect dink. Perfect drop.
Yeah, she just said, I've been playing that all week. Now, I think different ball, different pressure and freak out, right? That ball was just high. Yeah, much better ball movement there from the Ranchers. You saw both Carr and Hurricane kind of off balance there. They took the ball away from the middle, went sideline to sideline.
Yeah.
So all square at 17s.
Yeah, even when you're. Ooh.
Oh, Whitwell doesn't need to come over for that one.
No, even if she makes that, she's so out of position. But yeah, even when you're targeting one player, you know, hitting most of the balls, you definitely need to swing that ball back over just to get some movement between the two players and open up some court. Oh, great shot.
So one thing I was watching right there was Hurricane's footwork, and you had mentioned it as far as transitioning over from tennis. The footwork's completely different.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying to do that cross step,
Yep.
but she's getting caught and not being able to come back to the middle.
Yep.
So excellent job from Erikina on that setup before. Whitwell being the aggressor on this one.
And, you know, when she's doing that crossover, gosh, every time she does it, I think, like, oh, gosh, is she foot faulting? Is she in the kitchen?
yeah.
Which she did get called for a foot fault earlier on. But it does. It looks a little unnatural, that crossover step. And
Yeah,
she'll
it's-
figure it out.
And those of you at home, don't get me wrong, we can cross over on the pickleball court, right? We need that crossover step, but it's when you get stuck hitting the ball in that crossover that kind of puts you off balance and doesn't get you into that position. So I think, yeah, that's potentially something that Hurricane's going to figure out as far as, yeah, I'll cross over real quick, but square those hips back up.
It's hard to try to figure that out during MLP, though, right?
I mean, come on. It's hard to even know where you are on the court and what we don't even know what the score is and where we're watching it. So, all right, Ranchers back up, 19-18. Back and forth battle here between the Ranchers and the Aces.
Oh, great. Counters. Resets.
Oh,
what a ball.
Good touch
Yeah.
and good placement there from Hurricane.
$19-19. Beautiful drop. I don't know. Corinne looked like she's moving pretty well there.
The straight ahead movement, I think she's pretty good on. The test is that lateral movement, but
Yeah.
excellent drop. And I kind of question Whitwell trying to come over on that one. And end up putting her in a tough position.
There's the crossover you were talking about. There we go. Oh, geez.
Oh, and the Aces seal it. 21-19.
Great match
Off the-
overall, though.
Yeah, off the paddle of Corinne Carr right there. So Ranchers got up early. Aces came back, went up. Ranchers brought it back. So definitely the back and forth battle that we were kind of anticipating. And like I put you on the spot early as far as predictions.
I guessed right.
It's it's tough, you know, especially in this Challenger series with all of the new players coming in and the movements between teams. We spoke about it in match number 1.
Yeah.
But as far as, you know, the consistency with a partner or just having that flow, and you're in rally scoring where everything's moving so much faster and the points, every point matters. Definitely a tough situation.
Yeah, no doubt. And we have another new team here with the men. Scott Dorner being picked up. Did he replace Steve Deacon?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And then Nunnery
and Dow remain the same.
remain the same.
Yep.
Okay.
So the Aces made a pretty good run of it in Mesa.
Okay.
Ended up coming down to a match between themselves and the Utah Black Diamonds. A little bit of controversy in that one. So
Ooh.
they are looking for some redemption here at Daytona Beach.
Okay.
So good start for them, going out 1-0.
Hey, and I mean, Rob Nunnery, he's an MLP winner, right?
He is. He is.
Season 1?
Season 1. Part of BLQK.
So I mean, you know, that's big for a team to have somebody who's been there, done that.
Yeah, this is his, what are we on, 6? Yeah, sixth time with MLP. So definitely some experience in this situation there for the Brooklyn Aces with Rob Nunnery.
Of course, Ben Johns, I believe, was his partner season 1.
You know, they had a pretty good team. You
They
know,
did,
it was Ben Johns, Rob Nunnery, Irina Tereshchenko, and Andrea Koop. So
For sure.
I think there's a little bit of veteran pickleball on that team. You know,
And that was, of course, also where Lee Whitwell kind of like
there's,
made a name for herself. She was Annalee's partner,
yeah.
and they made it to the finals against BLQK, and Lee was just on fire.
On fire,
that season.
ripping balls down the line
Earning
against
every ball.
against Deckel
Yep.
and the Dream Breaker.
Yep.
All of these memories for MLP. So if you're new to MLP, go back and watch some of the older ones.
Yeah.
Because they are just as exciting. Irina Tereshchenko, I just said this is the 6th one. She's won 5 out of the 6.
That's amazing, right? Golly. I guess you want to draft her, huh?
Yeah. Oh, 4. I'll say four out of the 5 previous.
She
Or
is.
maybe preempting.
She's one of those players that we were talking about that just thrives.
She
under
thrives in
MLP.
this situation.
It's like you don't want to play Irina in MLP, or you want to play with Irina. So it's one of the two.
One of the two. So Dow and Nunnery for Brooklyn Aces
Yeah, I'm excited
taking
to see
on
Dow play.
Donna and Smith.
I don't know much about Dow. I'm pretty sure he went to my alma mater, University of South Carolina. I think that's the only thing I know about him. So I'm excited to watch him play.
Oh, big guy, big body, has some good aggression, can reach in, speed those balls up. Pat Smith, Scott Dorner on the other side. Pat, somewhat of a streaky player.
Yeah, when he's hot, he's hot. He's got a great drive. Scott, who's seeing a lot of the balls right now, was a great college tennis player.
Yeah, good finish there from Smith. Well, this is quite literally however many balls Dorner just hit right there. That's how many balls I've seen him hit.
Yep.
So
Pretty sure he made it to like NCAA finals or something. Played like Isner in the finals or something like that.
Oh, Rob just getting a little too big there. I'm liking what I'm seeing already from Dorner, though. He's not afraid to get in those hands battles. Speed those balls up. Smith trying to reset that one. That's the Nunnery special right there.
Absolutely.
That backhand mixer flick.
Yeah.
And
I'd probably test Dow a little bit, especially right here in the beginning.
Yeah.
Try to get on top, make him hit a lot of balls. Like we said, Rob's been here. He's won MLP.
And that's so Nunnery takes this swing like it's going to be a ripped backhand, but it's medium paced, heavy spin,
Yep.
throws the timing off, expects you let a ball go thinking it's going to go out and it lands a foot in.
Yeah.
Oh my, what? Are you kidding me?
Replay.
Hold
replay,
on.
Replay. And put it in slow motion. No, I'm just kidding. That was amazing.
We're trying to get this replay queued up right here, but oh my gosh, ball pulls him out wide. I thought it was past and just crushed around the post 6 inches inside the sideline.
It didn't even look like he had the room.
No.
It didn't look like it was going.
I didn't think he was going to catch up to it.
Definitely highlight reel there. Yeah.
Little ahead of that one.
Yeah, but that's also, I can see what would make him so dangerous. He's meeting that so far out front. You're seeing that so quickly back at you.
Yeah, it jumps on you before you get to react. Oh, just wide. Good hands from Dorner there, but good speed up from Nunnery. So Ace is up 6-4. Yeah, good reach in from Dorner. He's recognizing that Dow's sliding to the right for that backhand counterpunch, and he's taking it more into that right hip.
Yep. Yeah, he really does slide, Dow. What a get. Oh, wow. Yeah, he let that go. He thought it was going long, and it just
Good.
dipped right in.
It lands in. I'm telling you, majority of the time, Nunnery hits that backhand roll. It lands in the court by at least a foot. It's so deceptive.
Oh, got him.
And again, a 1-2 of change of direction. Speeds up, attacks in front, then attacks cross, and goes at the body of both.
It's tough with rally scoring to give away the free points.
So timeout here from the Ranchers. Aces up 9-5.
Yeah, they're playing really solid, and like you said, Nunnery's really picking his spots well, attacking well, and it's tricky because he can take that backhand down the line, like you said, or we've seen him take it middle, and he holds it pretty much the same spot.
Holds it pretty much same spot, and you know it's similar to what we saw with French, right? We were talking about how he's so wristy and he's deceptive. He can change spots. Nunnery does the same thing on that backhand side where the paddle head just drops down, and it's either, like you said, down the line or that quick flick across. And right now for Smith and Dorna, it's coming down to that meshing issue as far as a partnership. And we're going to see a change, putting Smith on the left and Dorna on the right.
I think that's a good switch. Let's switch it up and see. Can always switch back at the cross. Or
Yeah,
another timeout.
you're 2 points away from an end change, really. So, you know, put it in here. You grab a couple of points, fantastic. You don't, then all right, didn't work.
Foul.
We'll switch back.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Good
ball.
eye. All right.
Ball just a little out. Nunnery not able to get on the top of that one, but
I feel like after the change, they already just look more confident.
yes, yeah, they already they're comfortable, they're confident. They were a little bit more aggressive on that one.
Just in. Nice point. Yeah, Nunnery also has that forehand speed up. It's a little bit easier to read. He kind of holds it at the bottom, but he still hits it well, so it can still get you, you know, sort of off balance.
Oh, reach in, foot fault there from Dorna. So the ace is going to go up 11-6 here at the end change. Good job from the aces. So far, it's kind of been all Nunnery. Dow's had that incredible around the post, and he's stayed consistent, but it's Nunnery.
That was the best shot I've seen all day. That was amazing.
Nunnery's creating the opportunities here with his speed ups.
I mean, easier said than done. I feel like Rob's seeing way too many balls right now.
100%.
We really haven't seen, like, Dow's made some good counters, but we really haven't seen him hurt them in any way other than the ATP.
Other than the ATP. Dorna got him a couple of times where he was Dow was sliding to the right, Dorna went in the right hip and jammed up Dow, but then they kind of went away from that.
Yeah, I think we need to see a little bit more to Dow and really try to make Rob kind of come over and overcommit, get him out of position,
and then
make
go
some
back.
bad choices,
go back behind him.
Exactly.
Force him to try to speed a ball up where he's a little bit more off balance.
Yes.
Also, I'd like to see Dorna and Smith potentially take some risks as far as speeding the ball up sooner. And that ball landed in as well. That's
Again.
that backhand roll, just heavy topspin.
You know, a lot of times when you see guys who have that flick or that backhand, it's not a very controlled shot, whereas Rob's he's very in control. He's not trying to do too much.
I think that's the key right there. He doesn't try to do too much
There
with
it is
it.
again. It's
Right,
almost off pace.
It's mid-pace.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not hard.
Yeah.
Because most times when it's a speed up or that ball taken out of there and flicked, it's like max power.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, it's a dangerous shot for sure. Which is why I'd quit giving it to him. But still, here we see, like, every ball's still going to Rob.
Nunnery's also taken the opportunity to speed the balls up first,
You're right.
right?
You're right.
So typically what I'd like to see is if somebody's speeding all those balls up, typically we see it with Julian Arnold, right? Very aggressive play, speeds a ton of balls up.
There we go.
Yeah, they initiated the firefight. So if you're getting beat by these players that are speeding all these balls up, you have to get into that firefight first. Typically, those that speed a lot of balls up don't like balls sped up at them.
Exactly.
Yeah, ball's just wide. So a couple of points scratched back here from the Ranchers.
Yeah, I like the game plan. A few more balls Dow's way and a little bit more aggression. You got nothing to lose at this point.
No.
Oh. The wind has picked up, I will say, since the first match. We're getting a little, and it's kind of swirly. It's not really one direction. It's like in my face and then going away from me. Couple loose errors from Nunnery.
Feeling the pressure just a little bit. A little bit of a momentum change here for the Ranchers.
Currently playing downhill.
That's what it is. It's all about the downhill. So if you weren't listening previously, Lee let us in on a little bit of information as far as apparently this court is sloped.
Yeah, Smith and Dorner are playing just slightly
wide.
downhill.
Slightly downhill with the wind behind you.
Yeah.
Good position right there. So still 4-point deficit for the Ranchers to make up.
Nice drop. Yeah, that's exactly what you said. First to speed up seems to be the victor here.
Well, and Dow did an excellent job there of pulling Smith to the line, then going out wide to Dorner, kind of creating that dead dink where he was off balance, just put it back into the kitchen. Dow had so much time to do something with. Good counter attack there from Dow. Tough spot there from Dorner to try to speed that one up, cross court off balance.
Yeah, no, that wasn't there. And Dow is such a big guy. I mean, he is intimidating, and he does stand there, like you were saying, like he's got his paddle out. It's up. It's pretty intimidating, actually, like almost daring you to hit it to him. Oh.
Good get there from Nunnery. Smith, I think, is kind of expecting to have that winner on the paddle.
That's the thing. He wasn't expecting it to come back.
Good reach in there from Smith.
Little German, I believe.
Trying to fire himself up. Ranchers finding themselves down 6 again. Oh, that ball was out, but Dow says, so what? I'm going to put it away anyway.
More fun, right?
Hey, he came to play. Oh, that's ambitious. Good ball from Nunnery. It kind of floated. Smith thought he had that
Just too
Ernie
far
opportunity.
away.
Yeah.
Just never Never moved enough.
So it brings up game point here for the Aces.
Nice drive.
I like it. Good drive there. Dow tried to really put the pressure on, but good hands from Smith. The Ranches aren't done yet. The Aces are frozen at 20. Oh, good spot from Nunnery.
So super low, right at Pat's feet as he was moving forward.
So game point here again for the Aces. Oh, good spot from Smith. Just held that forehand. Going right into the armpit of Nunnery, catching him on the elbow as he tried to get out of the way.
The Ranchers really have to make a
And
run
wide.
here. They
So,
gotta score some points here.
Part of MLP. The Aces are frozen, but the Ranchers will continue rally scoring till they get to 18 and freeze. So third game point here for the Aces.
Nice reach in. They
Good.
really moved the dink around
Yeah.
at that point. You know, it wasn't just like too Nunnery where he could just do whatever he wanted.
The
Really made him move.
dead dinks in this format especially really come back to hurt you.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's, see, when Rob can just stand there for multiple balls in a row, that's when it's trouble.
Oh,
right?
it gives him so much time to set himself up for whatever he wants to do.
Exactly. Whereas the point before, they really moved him middle, went behind him. Then they were able to work the point, but. Yeah. Ah, nice read.
Little scorpion action.
Got one of these.
Little scorpion action there from Donna, saying he didn't even know that he could do it. Ball kind of brought itself to him.
Okay, so was that a pancake or a scorpion?
You know what? That's what I was halfway between the both.
Okay.
But with it coming over a little bit more, it's
More
almost
scorpion.
little scorpion tail-like action.
Yeah.
The pancake is kind of like this one where it's just in front.
Yeah, more Riley Newman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, get, decal, scorpion,
Yeah.
Newman, pancake.
Yeah. That's just a great
So
flick.
good.
That's just really good.
And the spot is on point right there for Rob Nunnery. So the Aces taking this one and putting themselves up 2-0. Second match in a row out here where we've seen a team go up 2-0.
In the gender, yeah. We had plenty of matches, though, in Mesa where somebody wins both gender and then the other team wins both mixed.
Both mixed.
Yeah.
And then we end up in the Dream Breaker.
I want a
Everybody
Dream
wants
Breaker.
to see the
I
Dream
want it.
Breaker.
So at the break, when we finished our first match, I walked over to Stadium Court, and they were in a Dream Breaker.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know who came away the winner. I believe it was the Bay Area Breakers. They were up, but I was like, yep, MLP Dream Breaker. Let's start the day off right.
Dream Breaker all the way.
Yeah, the fans love the Dream Breaker. Talk
So-
about pressure. Holy cow.
But that's the beautiful thing about the Dream Breaker, right? It can be guy versus guy versus girl versus girl.
Half the team plays singles, half the team never plays singles.
And it's come down more so now because we're seeing so many Dream Breakers that when you go into this draft process,
Right?
you really need to think about those
I'm never
singles
playing MLP
plays.
again. My career's over. No singles, X.
X. Done.
No, it's funny just talking to so many pro players that don't play singles. They're like, yeah, but now I'm practicing.
We're practicing singles.
I've put that into my practice routine.
Yeah.
Which, non-singles players were not playing singles.
No,
it's during practice.
We're like, oh, I'm never gonna want to play singles again. And where, even Simone. So, singles was her favorite event. Big time, everything. Had some injuries, got a little bit older. And it's like, I don't enjoy singles anymore.
Yeah.
Now she's back and she trains more singles than she is doubles. But it's also a crossover as well because she's finding that the aggressive passing shots that she's using in singles is helping with doubles because she can be more aggressive with the inside outs.
Yep.
With the drops.
Yep. We've always said, like, a lot of the best doubles players are also the best singles players. So, yeah, totally. I think that's very true. I think some of Annalee's best double shots are from singles as well. So I think Simone's totally right about that.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here from our microphones. Cameras will still stay on, but we'll be back here with mixed doubles at stop number 2 for MLP 2023 here at Pictona in Holly Hill.
Sorry.
So our mixed doubles lineups are set. We've got Smith and Whitwell for the Ranchers taking on Carr and Nunnery for the Aces. Aces looking to close it out here, up 2-0. Ranchers needing this one and the next one to push it to that elusive dream breaker. Well, I guess not elusive anymore. Happens so often. Get fired up there, Lee Whitwell.
Fire it up, fire it up.
Good speed up from Nonnery, but good counterattack. And both Smith and Whitwell there.
Ooh.
Again. So Smith making a bit of adjustment after men's doubles.
Yeah.
Anticipating that Nunnery's going to speed up a lot of balls. Oh, too good, Lee Whitwell.
There's that singles passing shot. Pat's are really fun. I've played quite a few tournaments with Pat in mixed doubles, and it's easy to have good chemistry with him. And I think he and Lee will be a good pair.
Nunnery hits a little bit of an unorthodox forehand drive there. He goes heavy, heavy spin, but he's already got it hooked, and he kind of just got
Totally
a straight
agree.
roll.
He
It's
was
not
a tennis player,
Yeah,
right?
it's not a layback.
Yeah, I want to see his forehand in tennis. Like, I wonder if it was.
If it was that, or if it was a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. Because most tennis players just bring their forehand over
Yeah.
for the drive.
Yeah,
you
whether
know?
it's
pretty much the same. But yeah, if I were just to walk up and watch Rob play, I would say he wasn't a tennis player.
Yeah,
I
that
would.
is very that's very true. His strokes are more unorthodox as far as a tennis standpoint
Yeah.
with a crossover to pickleball.
What?
Oh,
I did not know Lee had
Lee.
that shot. Dirty. I've never seen her hit. Have you ever
Never
seen
seen her, and I've seen Lee play so many times. I have not seen the two-hand backhand roll from Lee
it?
Whitwell.
No, I'm impressed.
So the ranch is coming out, being aggressive. That you feel the energy change.
I was gonna say that.
Oh, he had it.
He was so perfect.
He had it. He set it. It was set up so well. Just runs off of his paddle a little too much. He goes for a little bit too wide,
Yeah,
almost.
wide of a cut. 6-4. Ranchers lead. Yeah, and Pat and Lee are showing a lot of energy, and when you're the team that's down and the other team is yeah, and Pat's yelling German, and like it starts to like get to you, you know. I think they need to keep the fire for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember saying to Pat, I don't know what you're saying, but I like it.
Yeah. Just yell German.
Just keep yelling German. It's amazing.
Yeah, good balls there from Smith.
So Pat has made a paddle change since, so he had just switched, I believe, in PPA Daytona to the Yola, but not that one. That is the Ben Johns.
That's the new. That's the new
it starts
prototype.
with a P, but I call it everything but what it actually is called. Do you know the name of it? It's like, I'm like Persimmon. No, that's
no,
wrong.
Perseus.
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 That's
There
it.
we go.
That's it.
I had to think myself.
Good hands. Wow.
Oh, good hands from Nunnery. I like the attack from Whitwell, but she just left it too high.
Yeah, right into Nunnery's wheelhouse there. But I like it too.
So 6-8 here with the aces serving. Yeah,
Nice
too
angle.
good.
I'm actually surprised. We were talking off air. I've played against multiple pregnant women, not Corinne, but in mixed doubles where my partner literally would like drop shot, and it's terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, but you're competing.
You, it's such a fine line. And it's such a hard thing.
yeah, but we haven't seen one like drop shot at Corinne Carr, not in the women's or in the mixed. Like, let's see if we can make her move, or let's make Rob come over and take that ball. We just haven't seen it. Maybe it's because she's moving so well that it's just not there.
She is still moving really well, but I do think that kind of the issues that the Aces are having right now, being down 4, is that Nunnery is trying to overcompensate with the movement and pulling himself too far out of position.
Which is what we were talking about in the men's that they should have been doing more of.
Yeah.
Well, the Ranchers need this point, so.
Ranchers up 11-6 here on the end change. It's been good intensity, good pressure from the Ranchers. And like we talked about, you felt the change going into mixed doubles. They were kind of flat in women's doubles. They were flat in men's doubles. Now with Whitwell and Smith on the court, we've kind of got the intensity has picked up, and now for the Aces, they're kind of a little bit flatter.
Yeah, let's see if they can respond. They've been in the driver's seat throughout this entire match so far. Now they find themselves behind. Let's see what they got.
Hey, when'd you add the two-hand backhand roll? When'd you add the backhand roll?
Yeah, Sandy, you never met. She told me I needed to add it.
So
Like it?
Yeah, we just said, I've seen you play 1,000 times and you never had that shot.
Lee Whitwell saying she pulled out the two-handed backhand roll just for us.
So Lee and I have a running joke that Lee telling us that she's just trying to keep us on our toes, but we've got a running joke that I have never met her partner. But at every tournament, every MLP. Good hands from Smith. We reintroduce ourselves. So the two-hand backhand roll came from her as far as telling Lee that she needed to add it to a game.
Well, that was a good call.
Ball just a little deep.
That's what you were talking about.
Trying to do too much there. Just have Corinne's
a great dinker. You couldn't
hit a
ask
couple
for,
of balls, set him up.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna get the ball if
Yeah.
he waits. He'll get it or something closer at least. Yeah, that's just.
Well, telling Smith to dive if that one happened to go over the net. So the Ranch is extending the lead to 8. Yeah, good spot from Carr.
I want a clothing company to come along, sponsor Pat, and make a one-sleeve shirt.
Yep.
I just think that'd be so cool.
So when I was playing baseball, I wanted a long sleeve on my throwing arm to keep it warm, but then I would cut the sleeve off on the other one because it was just too hot to have both sleeves on. So
You get him.
I get him. He likes the flow, the unrestrictedness of that. However, I feel like tucking it in would restrict me more. But
I know, that's what I'm saying. We need the one-armed shirt. Signature Pat Smith. Oh, Pat was there. He was getting ready to rip that middle ball.
Came across with the chicken wing.
Yep.
Yeah, you saw Smith take a full forehand swing behind Whitwell. Yeah, the ball's just a little too high from Smith.
Yeah. So
10-17. That return just a little too short there from Whitwell. Good deep serve from Carr, pushed it back.
Oh, good call. I was just going to say, you know, you have a big lead, but they've made a little run. Might be a good time for just a timeout.
Yeah, a little bit of a...
Great minds think alike.
You've been spot on all morning, Lee. We talk about something, the team does it.
Well, this is my first time on MLP, so I had to pay a few people to make things happen, let's face it.
Hey, I'm going to talk about this. Make me look good.
At approximately 11:02.
All right, so putting you on the spot.
Yep.
Again.
Yep.
Aces, they've crept back in a little bit here. It's now 6-point lead for the Ranchers. What do the Aces need to continue to do to get back into this
Well,
one?
I think one thing is, like you said, let Rob, I mean, you've got one of the best right-sided mixed players. She's so steady. She can dink forever. She can counter. You know, let her have a few more of those balls and work yourself in when it's a little bit more appropriate than giving away the free points, getting so out of position. But then conversely, I would try to do the same thing with Pat.
Yeah.
Get him to move over and then get behind him. Make the guy move and try to attack him during his movement.
Just wide.
It's hard to attack a big guy, big, powerful, great hands guy when he's stagnant, just standing still.
Yeah.
When you can get these guys moving and attack them during their movement, that's when you can get the errors.
Have to get them off balance if they're set. It allows them to stay balanced and reach in.
There it was.
Yeah.
Got her in trouble a little bit that time, but I still like it. Still like it.
Yeah, that's where I would have liked to see it too. Whitwell saying she should have gone into the chest there, giving Nunnery just a little too much room going on that forehand side. Good ball from Nunnery, and good job from Carr there.
I mean, it's
with a couple of
amazing.
backhands.
She's like, I just can't even imagine. I was definitely not that graceful when I was pregnant.
Good spot again from Carr.
$14-19.
14-19. Oh, stay in it longer, Lee.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, you've set yourself up for that. Go big inside out, pull Corinne back off.
Or this is terrible, but throw up a big lob over the head of Corinne.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you know, again, it's one of those things. It's like, do you play into that? But you are playing for a lot of money. So it's like.
Sometimes you
what
just
do you-
have to do it.
Yeah.
So Ranches are now frozen at 20, brings up game point. There it is. Good pressure there from Smith. Carr just missing that one into the net. So they take
That was
the
really
mix,
good.
the first mixed doubles point.
Really good rebound by them.
21-15. Certainly the point that they needed, being down 2-0.
And definitely getting that point. Now going into this next mixed doubles, they're really going to be feeling the energy, knowing that the Dream Breaker's right around the corner.
Yeah.
So that was a really key point for them.
I think for Donna and Erikina, they've got to feed off of the energy that Smith and Whitwell just created.
And try to bring their own.
Yeah.
Try to stay on top of Brooklyn here.
Well, for the Ranches, it will be Donna and Erikina taking on Hurricane Taylor Black and Greg Dow for the Aces. We're going to take a short break from the microphones here while these teams warm up, and we'll be right back at MLP Daytona Beach.
Okay.
Ooh, I like the speed up there from Erikina.
So here's my question. So
It's probably the same that I'm going to ask, but go ahead.
so is he is Greg a right side player only? Because he's so big, he could do so much on the left.
I've seen him play on the left. He's a good player on the left.
He's a better player on the right.
I don't know if it comes down to
It could be also that
Hurricane is more comfortable on the left.
Could be. Could be because she played the left in women's doubles as well.
And also too, the majority of speed ups that are going to be coming at her are going to be coming from Erikina, or it'll be Dorna reaching in middle and kind of attacking that forehand side.
Yeah. this is the, well, there he was looking. The first match for both of these teams, correct? Yes.
Yes. Oh, she's got it.
I've never seen Dorner play mixed doubles either, so
It's new all around.
it's new all around.
New partnerships, new views. We're all learning about each other right now.
Hey, that'll make this match interesting. We'll have a lot to talk about.
Good deep return there from Hurricane. Oh.
What hands?
Good move there from Dow, but Arikina just getting a paddle on it. That's one thing with that poach kind of do or die thing. If you don't finish the point,
You're in
it's
trouble. It's definitely trouble.
Oh,
Nice
around.
Oh,
Just
missed
short.
it.
And she ended up
into
in the water cooler
bleachers.
over the bench. Yeah, just short of coming back inside the court. So
5-4. I'm not sure what the.
it was just making sure that the call was correct.
Nice move from the newcomer. Oh, but wasn't ready for it to come back.
So that's something where the more you get used to that Ernie, because it was a great move, but then she's trying to get back into the court.
Yeah.
You know, once you've hit that, just stay there and try to get the next one, because you're not going to be able to get back in and stay out of the kitchen and run around.
Exactly.
Oh, Hurricane serving.
Prior to. Oh. And the rule is
So
if you make contact with the ball prior to the ref finishing saying the score, you lose the point. But you are allowed to start your motion.
yes.
But interestingly,
So-
if you serve before they even
This
start,
is what I was just about to say. She could have started before the referee even called the score, and then she would have got it back.
right, correct.
But because she had already started calling the score and made contact, then it was loss of point.
I don't really like that rule.
I'm just thinking, you wonder why amateur players have so many questions about the rules. And
mean-
there's so many different interpretations.
Well, just
for
in that
rules.
one rule, there's like 3 iterations. Like, no, just do it over. If she serves before the score,
Yeah.
just do it over.
Good spot there. Arikina not able to pick it up from her feet as she was moving forward. And the wind has certainly picked up a lot more now.
I actually, in the PPA here a few weeks ago, I noticed that Annalie, which she always would start her serve before, but she would time it.
But time it, yeah.
But I started seeing she was like hitching her serve because she has to wait for it to, and then I think she missed more serves than ever. And I was like, Annalie, you're not allowed to
wait
serve.
for it to
You
go.
have to bounce the
Yeah.
ball 3 times. You're not
Yeah.
allowed to start your serve.
Oh, we almost had it again. Dowgan pulled off the court wide by Arikina. He had the crazy around the post in men's doubles.
Oh, nice little cut volley there.
Yeah, a little bit of touch from Hurricane. (7-10) with Hurricane to serve.
I think that was going out.
I think it was going out too. And then Arikina took the big backswing, catching that ball back behind her.
Yeah. There's that crossover
Yeah.
that can really
She's
get you
so,
in trouble.
so close to stepping on that line.
Yeah.
So the Ranchers going into the end change up 11-8.
And if you didn't know it was the Ranchers, one look at owner, Tim Klitsch, you'd know,
Tim
right?
Klitsch, the quintessential cowboy.
Got his spurs on. What is it? What do they call it? A 10 gallon? Is it a 10-gallon hat? What do they call it?
Yeah, something like
Something like that.
That's a big hat. Let's put it that way.
I like it.
But yes, he
That was my, that's the team I was on for the first MLP with the Ranchers.
With the
Special
Ranchers?
place in my heart for you, Ranchers. We want to see a dream breaker, guys.
well, that's
We
you know,
want to see it. We want to see the passing shots, the college tennis brought back to life. Who did you play for again? Pepperdine. Oh, that's yeah. Are you coaching him now?
Scott Donna giving us some little nuggets of information.
I like it. Those were good pieces.
Yeah. So played college tennis at Pepperdine. And then
I wonder what his age is. Like
coached.
if he and Jill would have been there at the same time.
That's
or
what
not.
I was just thinking as well. But Coach Sam Query for a while.
Pretty sure he played #1 at Pepperdine. I think he was really a good player.
Yeah, it's probably the same time. So I know Simone when she was at Fresno, when we were at
Yeah.
Fresno State, coached against Jill.
Oh, really? Interesting. Good hands. Little air. Drop shot. Nope.
You
Nice
can't.
play.
You can't. That's because she's more delicate than you are. Don't want to turn around saying it takes a girl to do it. Sometimes it's not all about power. Sometimes it's about finesse. Oh, good hands.
Yeah, with those big guys, if you can get it down low, it's really tough for them, and that's exactly what they did. Finally got that ball down low.
$13-9 for the Ranchers.
Oh, just didn't get anything on that attack cross court. I would have liked to have seen her just hold it a little bit longer and take it right back at Hurricane, but it's kind of like off pace, maybe against the wind, right in Dow's wheelhouse.
That paper's gonna blow away.
Yeah, the wind's getting pretty swirly here.
Donna's feeding off the energy right now. Big fist pumps to Whitwell and Smith over on the sidelines.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the wind forecast for today, but yesterday afternoon,
Yesterday was crazy.
I mean, it was like 25 mile an hour.
Into the night. It
Yeah.
was. So it was surprising to wake up this morning and not be any wind.
Yeah. What a move.
Oh. Like the aggression, like the move.
He's really looking to be aggressive.
Oh.
He's good. That was planned.
So Donna's just switching paddles.
Did his paddle break when he fell?
I don't know if it when he fell or when he hit it.
Did your paddle break? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have much power on the overhead. It was yeah, okay. It was the change up. Gotcha.
Did you see the replay from the PPA where Riley literally hit a volley?
Snapped it.
And it just went right into the kitchen.
So, little referee discussion right now. Not too sure what that one was about.
Well, the other rule, new rule that they've made is that now the only person who can communicate with the referee on anything, any calls, challenges, whatever, is the team captain.
Yep.
So that's why you saw nunnery.
Who got done there? Donna got done, right foot with the step in. Let's take a look. No, we didn't see it in that replay. Mitch just screwing things up back here.
I think they called it on.
You take it too hard.
I think it was called on Arakina. But
Was it on Arakina?
Yeah, but they're confused as to when that happened. Scott can get some air, man. That was
That
out.
was wide. Yeah, I'm gonna say the Ranchers are gonna
Can't ask.
challenge.
You can't
The
ask.
Ranchers are gonna challenge this one, but it was wide.
Yeah, it definitely looked wide from our angle.
One thing I have learnt
I
is
think you can challenge on all courts.
you can
Yes?
yeah
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we have the cameras. All the cameras are set up for challenging.
Yeah.
I think that's also new. All 4 courts have the challenge system now.
I made comments in Mesa about what I thought, and then it got overturned by the referee. So I'm not even going to.
So you're not even going to go there?
Not even going to.
I don't.
We definitely saw it out, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I can't see the playback screen from here.
It'll come up on the playback soon. Mitch just trying to find.
It really did look wide from our angle, but of course we may not have had the best angle.
Let me take
so
a look
let's
at. It's got to go sideline there on that one. There we go.
Oh, geez.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh.
That's why I said I'm never calling balls again.
No player should, after seeing this, no player should ever make a call ever again. Oh my gosh.
Now we look at that, you can't even tell when the ball lands.
It kind of, well,
Anyway.
I'm not going to voice my opinion live on air. I don't think I should.
No. No. Stay impartial. I have absolutely no idea whether it is in or out after watching that replay.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that to the referee.
That's tough, man.
I don't get. Absolutely.
We want to bring the same kind of energy that we want to match your energy. You know? You got some air, man.
How old are you? Oh, you're still young.
It all goes downhill when you hit 40.
Once the 40 there, you're done.
It's so true. It's like, I felt so good. 40. Boom.
So the call was overturned? Call was overturned. Ranchers up 16-13. Oh, good ball from Arakina. Dow trying to come over and put the pressure on, but just leaving a little too much space. But again, we both thought that ball was out, and that's why I am done questioning any calls with that one being overturned.
But, you know, I hope at some point players just aren't making their own calls. Because you're trying to hit the ball. You don't have great angles.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's so hard.
It's tough.
I can't wait till they just take that away from all of us. Which easier said than done.
Oh, he's got it again.
He owns it. He owns it.
It's the fadeaway around the post.
So good.
Fully outstretched and just shapes it back in, gets outside that ball. Good balls from Donna. Hurricane trying to lift that one a little too much. Didn't get the forward push. Oh, he got himself crossed up a little bit. So 16-18.
This is the big point right
with the
here.
aces serving. Yeah, and good drop there. Arikina trying to take it out of the air, take away time.
His drops are deceptive because
they
they're
hang
so
there.
high, but they
they
just
hang.
hang, and it looks like you can attack them, but
Yeah.
they're really not attackable. What a get.
Oh, so excellent backhand from Hurricane, but again, on that forehand, she's just trying to lift it a little too much and
Yeah.
doesn't get
Not
that
hitting through
forward
it
move.
enough.
Yeah.
It's sort of just straight up and down. Yeah.
19-17 Ranchers, 2 points away from forcing this. Oh,
Oh, geez.
make that 1 point away from forcing this to our first Dream Breaker
I want to see it.
out here on Grandstand Court.
Good pressure from Hurricane.
But she didn't try to do too much with it, just taking the ball out of the air, adding some spin.
Keeping her back.
So both teams frozen now at 18-20.
What a move.
Good move. Arikina did not even give Dow a look on that one. She was locked in and trying to keep Hurricane back, and Dow just had the move.
We've seen so many guys now with Brandon and Dow, Brandon French, who look to poach from that right side with their backhands.
Good ball from Arikina.
All right, they need this point right here.
Oh, no. Nothing on that one from Arikina.
But we are in that double freeze, so we're still at 19 for the aces here. Just
That
wide.
ball's just wide. Got a timeout here from the Ranchers. Just trying to get themselves composed. They don't want to give the aces another opportunity to score, obviously. But they want to close this one out. Go to the Dream Breaker. And
I wonder if they're going to run a set play here. What do you think? Are they constructing a point, or are they just getting themselves hyped up?
I think Whitwell's just bringing them in, getting them hyped up, refocused after a couple of back and forths here.
Little banter from the crowd, a.k.a. Jeff Warnick.
Oh,
What a beautiful shot.
I like the step over from Donna. I don't like that speed up, though. It just left him too vulnerable. Hurricane not even having to do anything but put a paddle on it. Oh, what a get from Dow. That ball was behind him. Donna rolls that one back down the line. Dow literally hit it from behind his hip. So we're all squared at 20s. Yeah, good move there from Donna.
I really like how he's trying to take that ball off of his partner over and over again. It helps her, and it also puts a lot of pressure on the other team.
Well, it's giving her time to get up as well.
Yep, absolutely. Nice drop.
Yeah, it's too good. I know it's tempting to attack that ball, but Dow's just sitting on that backhand.
He's so far over. He's
sitting on that backhand.
Basically, he's almost fully in the box with Hurricane.
Yeah.
Because she's shifting, and he's just getting real big in the middle. I'm nervous.
I still don't know. I don't know how she doesn't step in the kitchen each time when she comes over that way. It's just.
But you know, when Dow comes way over, I was just thinking that when Erikina whipped him over, like he's baiting you to give him that ATP that he's so good at.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. Yeah, good move from Donna. I mean, Lee's here biting her nails on the edge of her seat, holding her breath.
I'm nervous and not even playing. And I got no skin in this game, and I'm nervous.
And you're nervous. But I mean, that brings up the question, right? So anytime that I was competing, doing anything else like that, I was never nervous.
Right.
Right, my mom would be in the stands, and she's like, I'm wetting my pants.
Freaking
I'm so
out.
nervous.
Yeah.
Simone would be in the stands, and she's like, I can't watch. Same for you when Annalee's playing?
It's way harder watching than playing.
Absolutely.
Way harder. I mean, of course, like when you're playing, you get those like initial nerves when the game's just starting.
Yeah.
But they just
But once
fade
you step
away.
on it, disappears.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas on the bench, you're just out of control.
Yeah.
You know? Everything's out of your hands, and it's like, it's the worst.
Erikina was looking down at her feet for so long right there.
I felt like everyone was. Like, the refs were like, of course, you know, if your momentum brings you in. She was like on a balance beam there for a second.
All right, so the Ranchers clinch it 22-20. It's going to take us to
our first
Dream Breaker out here. If you're new to Major League Pickleball, the Dream Breaker is going down to singles. Each player on each team will play 4 points, and it can be male versus male, female versus female, or male versus female.
And we don't know who won the toss, so somebody has to show their lineup, and then the other team is to respond.
So the away team will, actually the home team will show their lineup.
Who's showing the lineup first? Do you know? He's like, I'm a newbie.
No,
I
we can't even ask somebody that's in it whether that.
Corinne would know. Corinne's got to know.
Who's setting the lineup first? Are you guys or are they?
So you respond to their lineup?
So the ranchers are going to set their lineup first, and then the aces will have the opportunity.
Which sometimes it's like a double-edged sword.
It's tough.
Like you want.
It's tough.
You think that you want to be able to respond and match up how you want, and then sometimes it just doesn't go how you plan.
I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it a ton of times, right? Especially throwing out a female against like a really good male singles player.
Yeah.
You're like, you know, we're going to sacrifice these 4, and we're just going to scrape 1 or 2 points out of it, and then but we're going to be stronger down, and it just
doesn't work.
Doesn't go to plan.
I know.
And then we've seen it the other way too, where it's like, you know, we're going to throw out the sacrificial lamb, and then they come out and just rip off 3 points.
I know.
And go through. So
Well, that was us. Like, we got to the fives got to the dream breaker against the Hustlers in the quarters.
yeah,
We were responding. This is exactly where we wanted them, and we do exactly what we had planned, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
It totally didn't work out.
Yeah.
So it's like you said, like sometimes I would almost just rather like just give me the matchup and then let us just attack.
and then
You know what I
and
mean?
go with it.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's do you just go with a standard matchup? Do you try to play psychological games? Do you come
It's
in
just
and
so much. It's just
and go back and forth?
Another little nuance of MLP.
Yeah. So as we wait for these teams to set their lineups, again, each member of each team will go 1, 2, 3, 4 as far as the lineup goes. They'll play 4 points, continue with the rally scoring.
Yeah.
And this is kind of what Major League Pickleball is all about. Everybody waits for the Dream Breaker. Everybody looks forward to the Dream Breaker. The only people that don't look forward to the Dream Breaker
The players.
are the players.
Especially if you're not a single player. And then you're sort of like a fish out of water and very concerned for yourself.
Yeah, this.
Does Dow play singles?
No, he does.
No, he does.
But not a whole lot.
Okay.
It's we've talked about pressure pickleball for MLP, and there's pressure pickleball with double, but this is pressure pickleball with singles.
At its
It's
top, at its height. There's nothing more nerve-wracking in all of pickleball than a dream breaker. For anyone involved, like a coach, a player, an owner, the fans. That's why everybody loves it so much.
Yeah.
There's just so much emotion.
Yeah.
And it's funny because pickleball, obviously the emphasis is put more on doubles.
Yep.
It's more of a double sport. But then here we are where it's all put on singles.
It's all put on singles. Everything comes down to singles.
Oh, jeez. And poor Corinne. We didn't think about Corinne. Talked about the movement.
It's a tough one, and as we were looking into it, and the ranches are getting closer to the Dream Breaker, I'm like, what? I have to give the upper hand to the ranches.
I do too. Interestingly enough, here we go back season 1. We're playing, I forget who we're playing AJ Kohler's team, whatever team that was. Lindsay Newman's pregnant. She's on my team.
Yeah.
We get to the Dream Breaker. AJ lobbed Lindsay every point. And he was like, I felt bad lobbing the pregnant lady.
But you got to do it.
But you got to do it. They're in the Dream Breaker. So, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if Corinne even tries to come in.
She may. I think it's more so important with her as far as really getting that good deep ball to be able to give her a little bit of added time to come forward. I think she's going to play it smart as far as a baseline game.
Yeah.
And come forward if she needs to, but
yeah, like Lindsay kept coming in.
Yeah.
But she kept getting lobbed.
Yeah.
And I think that's the hardest thing to recover from if you're pregnant is going backwards.
And plus the thought of
here we go. Ooh.
Oh, Nunnery goes for the inside out there. So we've got Dorna for the Ranchers, Nunnery for the Aces.
Dorner does play singles in tournaments. I don't know about Rob.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
Well, he used to.
Okay.
So Nunnery had meniscus surgery last year, mid MLP.
Okay.
He's back to full strength and fitness now.
Wow.
Oh, he missed the sitter. He missed the sitter.
And that's the pressure that we're talking about.
You've got a completely open court. Good get by Nunnery, but hold on.
Oh, isn't it Rob?
It's Rob Surt. Hold on. Donna's like,
still thinking
I should have made that one. How did I not make that one? Oh, he rolled it in, but that's that forehand again. It's not.
I know.
We'll see it here on the replay. It's just a hold and brush up the back. He does lay it back a little bit, but not fully. It's a lay back and then just firm wrist roll. So Dow against Smith. Ace is up 3-1. Make that 4-1. Oh, painted the line.
That was sick because he was all the way in this corner. He was so out of position.
Just painted the line. Smith thought he was going to go inside out. He went inside in. Yeah, just wide.
Good on Pat to kind of recover from that last point.
2-5 here for the Ranchers. Oh, sorry. 2-5 with the Ranchers serving. Yeah, it's a better ball from Smith there. A lot of top spin, a lot of shape.
Yeah, his forehand's pretty.
Smooth.
All right, we got the ladies.
Trying to find the ball.
So we have a true gender on gender matchup here.
Yep. Straight up singles action right here.
Nice little dropper.
Oh,
great
good shot by Arakina there. Going out wide to Hurricane.
Free point on the return. Women's singles so different from men's singles.
All squared at fives now.
Nice.
Yeah, good ball from Hurricane.
Oh, some energy too. That's the first come on we've seen.
Isolated Arakina in the middle of the court. That ball's wide. So
Split points on that one?
split points from this point out. That's kind of all that the aces need.
Now this is where it'll be interesting.
Oh, that I think the wind had something to do with that one as well. It kind of pushed that ball down. Good serve from Carr. Yeah, I think that's what Carr's going to rely on. Corinne did used to play a lot of singles
Yeah, that's
back
right.
in the
She
day.
did. She definitely did. I kind of feel like this is a situation where it's in Lee's head that Corinne's pregnant. Like she's afraid to I don't know. There it is. There's the drop. Yeah, and I mean you hate
Smarter
to do
play
it,
there, but you've got to do it. You've got to do it. Yeah, I have seen Lee in quite a few dream breakers, and she is going to stay at the baseline there and kind of move it around and get that opportunity to come forward. But oh, she missed a sitter. So
I
that's
have to wonder, seeing so many missed sitters like that, if it is like a wind thing.
I
or
think
a
it's a
visibility thing?
wind thing potentially, where it's just pushing it down right before it gets to the paddle.
Yeah.
So the facial expression from Dorna is like,
funny.
I have no idea what that was, but I'll take it.
Yeah, you got to get a little lucky in these things.
So second time through the rotation now. Oh, good ball from Dorna.
Which that brings up another piece of strategy when you're doing your lineup is that #1 player is whoever you pick for #1 is going to probably play more points.
3 times or so. Yeah, they're usually going to get 12 chances at it.
You know, who do you want playing 12 singles points?
That ball's just out. So going in the end change here, ace is up 11-8.
Yeah, I think you and I both, you know, we're kind of giving the ranchers the up because we were thinking Corinne may not be winning any singles points, but she ended up taking 3 of the 4. And then you have a couple of those missed putaways right
You got
there.
the missed putaways from Whitwell and Dorna. Yeah, well, you were standing right there. I didn't want to say it, but you know.
Pat also had. I mean, I don't know that it was a putaway, but it was a high backhand that Pat missed.
Yeah.
Let's see if the side.
But they're
change
going
makes a
downhill
difference.
now.
That's what I'm saying. The side.
Oh, Nunnery just missing that one wide. So big adjustment there from Dorna, second rotation.
I'm just throwing it out there. It's hard to play singles uphill.
Gets 3 back. Ranch is back within 2. Right.
Is it because you're downhill? I'm serious, and you have to hit that up almost?
I don't know if it is, or if it is just that wind is pushing it and changing the contact point, right?
We need a post.
Oh! Pat Smith. Get out of town.
Highlight reel.
No look, backhand, drop cross court.
Oh my heavens.
Well, think about why you miss a lot of the balls in the net, right? It's because you catch it late and then you're jammed up, so you hit down on it.
Yep. Nice. Oh, did he miss it? Oh yeah, it was long serve.
Ball was just out. Oh, tried to do a little too much with that one for Smith.
Dow really likes those low forehands. He's able to really whip them, man. He drops his paddle.
A lot of the balls that he hits, that paddle head is just straight down, pointing to the ground.
Oh.
Breathe, Lee. Breathe.
It's funny. I'm like looking around. There's so many premier players like creeping over now because they want to see the Dream Breaker too. What a get. Into the sun. Into the sun? No, not into the sun.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Jeez. Oh gosh. She okay?
She bounced off the fence. I mean, Arakina was pushing the envelope there as far as depth.
Oh, that's
too good. That's your tennis volley right there.
That's your cut volley, perfectly placed, going off the court. No chance. Oh.
No, Arakina trying to lift that one, spraying on it. So they got back within 1, but the ace is now up 3, 15-12.
Really smart.
Good spot.
Really smart to go behind. Such a good play in singles to go behind the player. Oh my God.
Oh. No. Oh, Corinne Carr with the angle. My goodness. Nice shot there from Corinne. Throwing the hands up in the air.
I mean, she gets there and then hits the perfect let cord, like the most perfect one ever. Gives her time to get back in position.
Yeah, better ball there from Whitwell. Oh, too good. And the wind pushing it down. Excellent backhand roll there from Carr. We see her raising her hands in the air after each time she hits a passing shot. Oh, that one's just a little deep.
But still getting 2 of her 4 points.
She's
Those are
split
big
both
holds.
times.
Big holds, yeah. So this is the 3rd time around for this duo.
18-14 for the Aces. Oh, he missed it short. Good roll there from Nunnery to pull Dorner out wide off the court. It should be 19.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, we had it
never
wrong on
mind.
our side.
18-15. Our bug was wrong. Oh, too
Yeah.
good from Nunnery. It's almost like Dorner's got to put a little bit more pressure on him. He's not. It's going to be very difficult for him to beat Nunnery in that cat and mouse game with how good of wrist play Nunnery has.
Exactly. That's too
better.
good. That's too good.
Takes that one nice and early. Angles cross court. What the heck? No, Rob Nunnery
That was too good. Too good.
throwing in the mixer.
All right, so we're on the freeze, so Pat needs to,
Pat's got some work to do here.
he's got to hold and go on a run. That was a great shot.
Yeah. Good absorption there and good angle. Dow trying to come back middle of the court.
So we're at 17-20.
Oh, nice ball there. We talked about it before. Pat's just so smooth on that forehand. Doesn't rush it.
No, he's handling the pressure really well.
All right, double freeze now at 18-20. Side out scoring. And again. Yeah. Oh, he missed it deep.
You can challenge it.
All right, we got a challenge. I think the wind kind of pushed that one deep, but you know what? I was wrong on the one before.
Yeah, I'm not even going to venture a guess. Not even going to venture a guess.
So challenging that baseline call. Smith set it up perfectly, went behind Dow twice.
This is a big call right here.
Oh, it's massive call right here. Just depends on if Smith overcooked it and it just floated deep with the addition of downhill, downwind. Oh, I think that one's line.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said long. You said line.
I said line. It's a stupid accent.
I agree. I think that was a stupid accent. I don't know what you're saying, but I like it.
We think it was in.
We think it was in.
But we also thought the last one was out. Yes, Lee. I'm not commenting on.
It looked like it dropped right on the line from our vantage point, of the screen. But
yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And I'm sure from his angle it looked out. He's on the bad side. Yeah.
All right, 19-20.
I think that was the right call there. Pat's making a heck of a run here. He's playing so calm and collected. He's playing
So
really smart singles.
here's one thing for you as well, right? Because with the new rules, okay, so
Oh!
the aces are now out of challenges because when you get it, oh, big inside in for Pat Smith. We're all tied up at 20s.
Holy ice in the veins, Pat Smith.
So the aces and
MVP if
they
they come away with this.
aces are now out of challenges because when you get a call overturned, you lose a challenge.
That's right.
The aces, oh, this is interesting because now the aces can challenge if they're out of challenges. However, if they choose to challenge this one and they get it wrong, they lose a point.
They lose a point and they still gain the point.
Yes.
And so the match would be
over.
This is the scenario. This is the scenario they taught us in the rule book. It's here.
At 20-20,
This is it.
if they challenge this one and they get it right, then it's a side out.
Correct.
If they challenge this one and they get it wrong, game over.
No. No, I would never challenge. Why would you ever? If you're
That's what I'm
if you're
saying.
wrong, it's over. Do they realize if they're wrong, it's over?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Are they challenging this one?
Do they know that if they
If
get it
this is wrong,
it's
you guys
over?
win.
Because they lose a point and you get a point. So then you would win 21-19. If this is, yeah, I don't think you ever
Oh.
challenge here unless it's like a foot in, right? Why?
I don't want to look at the screen.
Did he already look at it? Has he? He hasn't looked at it yet.
I was looking at our screen.
How many people right now are sitting on the edge of their seat, palms sweating, butterflies in the belly?
Mom's spaghetti.
If I feel like they don't understand the rule. Wait, maybe they're not challenging it now.
Are they or are they not? Did they challenge? Did they not challenge?
But so it's over.
Did they challenge or not challenge? No. But new rule is that they lose a point.
Yeah, they lose a point. So it's over. Yeah, they
Yes.
lose a point. Yeah, they lose the point. What?
Oh, did they only use one challenge in singles?
So they only used. So they still had one challenge remaining.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought they used a challenge before. But within the Dream Breaker, it's not overall.
Okay.
Okay. Whew.
So you
we
get-
just went major scenario, but you know, it's
So-
just a
So you get 2 more challenges for the Dream Breaker.
each time, yeah.
Okay. All that excitement for nothing.
Big ball there from Hurricane. Pulling that ball out wide. Well, we're just setting the scenario for what could be amazing.
But why would you ever? I couldn't understand. I'm like, why would they do this?
Oh, good
Got it.
get.
Holy, oh my gosh.
Oh, Erikina. So sometimes the edge of the paddle works in your favor.
You have the whole thing for a reason.
I think if she hits that one
She gets a hold of it.
cleanly,
I'm with you.
that Hurricane maybe got that one back. So match point here. Oh, crossover foot fault on Erikina. Let's see which foot it was. Oh, it looked like it was right heel.
Right heel. Oh, when she was sideways.
As she stepped over, she went that
okay,
way.
Okay.
Oh, big serve from Carr. All squared, 21 apiece. Oh, Wow, that ball just dipping under the paddle of Whitwell.
I think this is mental for Lee. I really do. I think just playing Corinne knowing she's pregnant is just tough.
Wow. Corinne Carr.
What a dream breaker.
Taking it for the Aces. 23-21. Fantastic effort from the Ranchers. Coming back and forcing the dream breaker. But it's the Aces that were able to hold on.
Amazing.
Exciting stuff, right? That's Major League Pickleball.
That was fun. I had a good time.
Well, for myself, Chad Edwards, and Lee Waters, we are done here on Grandstand Court for a little bit. Lee, it was fantastic.
Yeah, it was fun.
Commentating with you.
Quick 4 hours.
It was. It went by super fast.
All right.
So we're
yeah, I'll be seeing Grandstand a little later today.
Lee will be back here in a couple of hours. And for right now, we're going to take a break as our next matchup starts to come in with Utah Black Diamonds out on court right now. We'll be back here with more action from MLP Daytona Beach.
Welcome back to MLP at Daytona Beach. We have got a tantalizing matchup up next. We're going to have the Utah Black Diamonds against Miami Pickleball Club here. I'm joined in the booth by former pro pickleball player, stud, podcaster, Mr. Adam Stone himself.
That's right. Brandon, that was a lovely introduction, but I actually prefer high-end content creator.
Very high-end content creator. Pleasure to have you in the booth, Adam. What are we looking forward to in this matchup here?
Oh, very exciting. And I wanted to mention first and foremost, very exciting to see Brendan Long out on the court. I believe he was one of the bigger snubs to not initially make it into the challenger bracket from the draft. So I'm very excited to see him play. Picked up from Miami Pickleball Club, who ended up dropping Matt Manassi. So that is my pick to click. We have a veteran matchup with the Utah Black Diamonds. Came in second at MLP Mesa. So I'm expecting just solid things from them. And I want to see my man Brendan Long, if he can step up with his quality left side play and wreak some havoc up there.
Yeah, Brendan Long, you mentioned it. He had a great last couple of months. I mean, recently in the PPA tournament last weekend, he ended up making it to the semifinals for the first time in a PPA. Then he goes and wins a gold before then in an APP tournament with Bobby Oshiro. So this guy's hot. I think he's confident as a player. I look for him to come out and play well and help try to carry this Miami Pickleball Club team to a win. On the other side, we talk about the Utah Black Diamonds. They ended up coming in second in the last event. Any changes you think they need to make as far as strategy-wise to come out successful in this event?
I don't think so. As I mentioned, all veterans of the game. I know Olivia McMillan had a slight knee injury that cost her about a year, 18 months, but all players have been playing for 4 or 5 years plus, so they know what they're doing. They're going to take care of themselves. They're going to play a nice, consistent game, and certainly if they see a couple spots to pick on, they will not hesitate. They have a great eye for the game, not only on the court, but teaching as well.
Yeah, and we are at beautiful venue here, Pictona at Holly Hill. It is nice conditions. It's sunny, bright out here. We've also got probably a slight bit of wind. I'm, curious the effect that'll have on these players in this outside matchup. They're not in the covered courts in this particular one. Right,
and a lot of not only the previous MLP Mesa, but some of the PPA events early in the year on the West Coast. So a little cooler temperatures, a little drier air over there on the west. So the conditions are very different, and I expect these players to make the proper adjustments.
Yeah, let's get started. So for the Utah Black Diamonds, we've got Olivia McMillan and Michelle Esquivel taking on Alex Trung and Regina Goldberg here in this first women's matchup. Referees getting set here. Teams getting fired up. The electric environment from the fans it's none other. If you haven't experienced MLP, you've got to make it to an event. It is the happening thing in pickleball.
Brandon, there's nothing else like it. There's nothing else like it. And it's a great slogan, and it's just so true. I was talking about that just a few minutes ago over on Championship Court. It's no different out here on Grandstand. These players are going to put on a show, and just in case you guys got a little mixed up with Regina Goldberg, that is her married name, Regina Franco. She's been around the game for a while, so you might recognize that name from previous tournaments.
Absolutely. The refs are still getting set here before we start. This is, I believe, the second game, actually the first game for Utah Black Diamonds, and this is the second game for Miami Pickleball Club. They did lose their first one to Dallas Pickleball Club earlier this morning in a close finish. We're ready to start. Let's have some great action here.
Yes, and I really think that these two teams have a clear-cut right side rock and a clear-cut left side more aggressive player. Michelle Esquivel known for her offense, and Alex Trung as a young buck. She's got some life in her paddle as well.
Yeah. Starting off here, you see it, as you mentioned, Michelle Esquivel working her way to the kitchen and looking to use that forehand and her power to dictate the point. Little wide on that ball by Esquivel.
Yeah, she's got a lot of options. I think that's probably one of the best parts of her game. She can attack out of the air, off the bounce, and she can really go to all spots of the court, overcooking that cross-court dink, but
great reset by Goldberg. Esquivel pulls the trigger and ends up finishing it with an overhead. You talk about that two-hand backhand. Her and Trung look to curl that backhand all the way cross court. Why is that so important?
It just puts your opponent to a decision point. They can't just hang out in the middle and be ready to counter those balls when they know that they have to worry about that ball coming out wide. Just put something else in their mind.
Some great play by McMillan on that one. Just overcooks that last one a little bit long there.
Yeah, no, and I'm okay with it. She had some nice offensive shots. Just Miami PC weathering the storm nicely. You got to give them some credit there.
Oh, great setup by Trung earlier in that point, and then Goldberg tags McMillan with the ball.
I think that McMillan thought Trung was going to attack that ball. She went soft. Nice setup for her partner.
There's that curl backhand by Esquivel, countered by Trung. Oh, what a ball by Esquivel down the middle.
All the spots. So Regina Franco Goldberg must hold line. So much pressure is put on Alex Trung to cover those cross-court dinks and the middle like we talked about a couple points ago. Great spot picking from Michelle Esquivel.
Yeah, and how do you combat that, right? When you've got to play both sides, line and down the middle, what should Trung be doing there?
1 second, Brandon. Yes, so having a little strategy. So knowing when she's attacking from certain spots, what her partner Regina Franco Goldberg's going to do. Is Regina going to slide? Is she going to help with the middle a little bit? So having kind of a setup game plan for where the ball goes and what they're going to do in their counterattack situations.
Oh, that's a great ball by Trung. Just caught Esquivel right in the middle as she tries to go with the scorpion approach.
Nice offensive barrage from Alex Trung. And let's be clear, Regina Franco Goldberg, a setup right side player, but with her racquetball background, when it goes up high, she can let it fly.
Not the right spot there for Trung as she hits the backhand directly to Esquivel's forehand as she's waiting on it.
That's right, and the thing is Olivia McMillan right in front of her was going for the Ernie, so I think Trung had a nice little sliver up the middle, just pulled it a little too much and caught that Esquivel forehand like you mentioned.
Great first drive by Esquivel, could not reset. We talk about the conditions, and that's where you can kind of see it there. It makes that third shot drop into the kitchen a little bit tougher.
Tough break, but I think that that's going to be something to monitor throughout this match is the right side rocks. How frequently are they going to look to go for offense?
Yeah, so true. As Goldberg goes down the middle and ends up creating an unforced error, you're right. The balance of when to attack and when to stay patient and rally scoring is so key and crucial. great ball by Esquivel. There was about 4 or 5 backhand cracks in that point right there. She finishes out with a cross-court one.
Oh, that was very high-quality point from all 4 ladies. Nice offense, nice neutralizing, and Trong kind of leaning to the middle. Don't blame her for that, but the ability of Michelle to whip that and get it to the left side of Trong, very impressive from Esquivel.
Wow. Utah Black Diamonds fought their way back into the point as they reset, just couldn't get established there towards the end. Great pressure by Pickleball Club.
No, the last 2 points have been very, very solid. Little mix of everything. Soft, power, all of it.
What a ball by McMillan as she has a 2-hand backhand of her own through the middle.
Yes, that was just too good. And I wanted to say, Regina Franco-Goldberg looks like she's in pretty good shape. I know she had a baby somewhat recently, but she looks like she's locked in with her fitness, and she's ready to play.
There are so many super women out here today.
Oh, yes, I tell you what.
It's intimidating.
No, absolutely true. And, yeah, that right side offense, like we talked about a few points ago, that was 2 points ago, Olivia McMillan on point with that backhand. Nice shot. And the thing is, everyone's expecting Trong and Esquivel to pull quite a few triggers. But when you can sneak one in as that right side player, you can really catch your opponents off guard. And you mentioned the frequencies. There's a threshold you don't want to try to do it too much. But when you sneak them in at the right times, they're so effective.
Oh, that ball's in. Goldberg retrieves it. Trong with the drive. Tries to finish. A little over leveraged on that one, right? She took a chance, saw an opportunity, just left the backside open.
Right, and I certainly don't hate it, but when you're in that situation, you're fully committed. So there's definitely some risk with that reward, even though I like the aggression from Trong.
That's a great ball by McMillan. She typically was dropping those thirds in earlier this game. Now she changes it up with a 2-hand backhand drive.
Right, so not only does she change it up, she catches Franco Goldberg on the right hip. So not only are her frequencies very nice, her spot of that particular drive was great as well.
Yeah, we are at an end change here, 11-10. Utah Black Diamonds are up here. Adam, what makes the combo of Michelle Esquivel and Olivia McMillan so tough with a right-hand player alongside a left-hand player?
Right, so I think, as I mentioned before, it's nice to have that clear-cut role with a solid right and a left side that is offensive, but also Michelle Esquivel really likes to step to her left and load with the forehand. So when she has a lefty player to help cover her in the middle, that allows her more free reign to load that forehand, which she really loves to do.
A little more margin for her. Utah Black Diamonds back here up 1 as they change sides.
And I just like this. Brandon, I'm a little person. So when we have these scrappy ladies out here, 3 of the 4, vertically challenged a little bit, just digging balls out, I love it.
Yeah, there's advantages both ways, huh?
Absolutely. So you have low center of gravity, easier to dig stuff on your shoe tops. Now, maybe not the length of arms to get that whip and that reach and that power, but there is absolutely advantages and disadvantages to both being tall and being short.
You see Esquivel with a put away there. And now a big drive down the middle. Adam, she's a player that really, once she gets fired up, she can go to another gear.
Definitely. So she, I would say that maybe she has some occasional dips, but she plays off the energy as well. It goes both ways for Michelle Esquivel.
And what better environment to showcase that than at MLP, where energy is so huge.
Of course, of course. Just another quality mid-court dig from Olivia McMillan, forcing Alex Trong into the air. Great mid-court play, very consistent from that spot of the court.
Oh, great ball by Trong. And that play, to me, was needed. At 15-10, you change over. You're only down 1. Now you're down 5. I think a timeout would have been necessary if they didn't get that one.
Right.
They're back in the mix. Oh, McMillan with a high-risk one-hand shot. She's able to make that one, just picking her spots, right? Maybe not the right one there.
Well, I didn't think she was going to do it, so she had a little deception on her side. But, yeah, I think that was probably one of the first unsuccessful speed-up attempts from McMillan. So, you know, you can't make them all, but I like it.
Yeah, and so often in normal scoring formats, we talk about what's in the budget, how much you're up by, you've got to get a side out. And rally scoring, not as much of a budget that you have for errors and mistakes.
Definitely true. Yeah, well, I think one of the kind of cool parts about kind of the infancy of this format is no one has it figured out yet. How offensive should you be? How careful should you be? No one knows. Maybe 5 years from now we have kind of a blueprint of how to do it, but right now we don't, Brandon, and I think it's a very cool aspect of coaches, GMs, and players kind of figuring it out on the fly.
Yeah, advantage goes to the team that can figure it out quickly. Yeah. And you talk about that low center of gravity, being able to see different balls, and Regina Franco-Goldberg shows you that there is that speed up cross court with the forehand.
That's right, and you want to be a little careful when you are attacking cross court, but when you have your nice balance and base underneath you with your legs and you reach into the kitchen to take some of their time away like Franco-Goldberg did right there, you can be very successful with those cross court attacks. Yeah,
I'm impressed how Miami Pickleball Club has handled themselves in this changeover. They started out down 1, then ended up being down 5. Now 16-15, they're only down 1 again. So great mental fortitude and fight to get back in this game.
Very true. Yes, some of the previous matches earlier this morning, the runs are crazy, and it's not. It doesn't take long. It's a minute or two, and you have a comfortable 6, 7, 8 point lead, and then boom, we're in a tight game.
That's a great attack there by Franco-Goldberg again. As you see it with all of these players. They make a shot, and then all of a sudden the confidence starts rising, and now they're taking a little more risk.
Yeah, it's a tough break there, but I always kind of associate it with the basketball player that's 0 for 6 from the field, makes 2 free throws, and then he gets it going. So just 1 or 2 good shots can really springboard your confidence and your shot-making ability.
Oh, great ball by Chung as she really just threw out the bait there on the sideline.
Yeah, whether she meant to or not, Brandon, that was the bait ball for sure.
A fish was caught, right?
Yes.
And we saw earlier that side is a little bit tougher to get the third shot drop into the kitchen. We saw Esquivel and McMillan nearly drive almost most of those balls.
Right. Kind of drive through the wind can definitely be a good option.
That's great play by Esquivel. I love her court positioning by standing a couple feet back behind the kitchen line when those firefights happen.
Yep. And also done a nice job of catching Alex Strong loading forehand and going to that left shoulder back behind her.
Great play, and they're getting fired up now. It's on the right side of 2 different firefights there.
Yeah. And I like the play from Alex Strong. I have no problem with it. They end up taking a timeout. Just hands too good from the Black Diamonds on that particular point.
Yeah, we've got similar styles here. We talked about it earlier with Michelle Esquivel's looking to speed up as many balls and get into firefights. You've got Trung on the other side looking to do the same. I think it comes down to McMillan and Franco Goldberg, who is going to be more aggressive in the right way.
In the right way, yes. And we saw Olivia with not necessarily poor decisions, just a little poor execution on those one-handed backhand attempts. I think Franco Goldberg has been doing a nice job with her frequencies and spots, as we saw her catch McMillan cross court and then also catch Michelle Esquivel on her right hip straight ahead. So nice job by both of the offside, right side players with their frequencies and their decision making.
It is game point here for Black Diamonds. Trung says they want another shot.
Yeah, Trung's motto is stay mean, Brandon. She likes to stay mean.
She looks so nice, though.
I know. She's going to need some anger right here.
Great dig. What a backhand curl by Alex Trung as she fought off the initial firefight and then takes a finesse backhand roll across court.
Oh, I thought Trung was done for. way to dig out of it. Nice job by her weathering the storm and then coming up with a little offense of her own.
We're at 19-20 here. Such great patience by Trung as the last 2 or 3 plays she has made on her paddle. We're knotted up here at 20. Now we're at win by 2. Great defense by Trung. Adam, Alex Trung is feeling it right now. She's on fire.
Let's see if she gets a heat check right here. But, I mean, defending the ATP, dropping it right on the sideline, getting the point back to neutral, and then winning it a few shots later. Just phenomenal play from Miami Pickleball Club.
She has game point on her paddle right now, 21-20, Miami Pickleball Club. Great defense by Esquivel. And that ball's out, and the Miami Pickleball Club do it in this first game. Their women come out successful. What a change of events.
Oh, my goodness. I thought she was in trouble after the great move in the poach, and then Michelle got it back. But a nice job to hit a couple consistent shots, and then Olivia McMillan selling the Ernie attempt long.
Yeah, I think Utah Black Diamonds let this one slip away for the most part. They had this game handled. But then they allowed Miami Pickleball Club to come back into this, and credit to them for coming out on top.
Are you watching what just happened,
I
Brandon?
think we saw a paddle throw.
I think that Jeff Warnick, known for a little bit of his talking during play, a little crap talk possibly, he is already in the head of Rob Cassidy. Rob Cassidy chunks Jeff's paddle to the side fence. Interesting development there, Brandon.
It is an interesting development, knowing that we now have cards that can be given out by referees.
Yes, true. That's also true. Yeah, I don't think the ref saw that. And Warnick, I was talking to him yesterday, Brandon. He is pretty convinced that his game is not where it needs to be, and that he is going to use some mental warfare to possibly get himself in some better situations. So expect some chirping from the big man, Jeff Warnick, throughout this match.
Leveraging all the talents that he has, and partnering with another fiery player in Brendan Long, who does it a little bit differently, but still has a passion and a fire that you can hear on the court.
Yes, we'll call Brendan Long's more normal energy as opposed to Jeff Warnick, and there is nothing normal about him, his off-court demeanor or his technique on court, Brandon. The original windshield wiper of Jeff Warnick.
Well, we're going to give them some time to warm up. We will be back here shortly for the men's matchup as the women for Miami Pickleball Club take a 1-0 lead in this match. See you soon. We are back here, MLP Daytona Beach. We're at Pictona at Holly Hill. We just had a great, really a tantalizing matchup there by the women. We had Regina Franco-Goldberg and also Alex Schrung that did take down Michelle Esquivel and Olivia McMillan in a tough 22-20 game. Now we've got the men. Let's talk about who we've got on Miami Pickleball side. We've got Jeff Warnick, who, if you did not see earlier, did have his paddle thrown by an unnamed player on the other side. We've got Brendan Long as well.
Hey, I'll say it, Rob Cassidy. How about that?
There you go.
But I am very, very familiar with Jeff Warnick. I had, in the beginning of my career, had some of my first real results with him like 5.5 years ago. So I love the guy. I expect him to be very aggressive with third shot drives, aggressive from the kitchen line. He's not much of a dinker, and he is not terribly comfortable in those grindy rallies. So I expect a lot of fireworks and speed ups from Miami Pickleball Club.
Let's get started here. Rob Cassidy and Spencer Smith on the other side for Utah Black Diamonds. Smith starts out with the drive. The speed up there by Brendan Long. You can hear Jeff Warnick say no as that ball probably would have gone out, but a little wind helps it stay in.
And I think a slight miss hit too. So I think leaving that ball was reasonable. Didn't work out that time though.
Yeah, on the other side, we've got with Cassidy and Spencer Smith. Spencer Smith, one of the most steady pro pickleball players I've ever seen.
He's the definition of a solid veteran. He really is. He makes good decisions. He's a consistent player. A very, very solid game. And he is a big fan of the cross-court dink, so I would like to see how often he's going to get in that battle with Brendan Long, or how he might switch it up and take some of those dinks up the line at Jeff Warnick.
You can already see a lot of spin coming off that paddle from Smith, and Brendan Long takes that as a nice forehand drive. There's that cross-court action you mentioned. Warnick gets tired of it, feels like he's seen this movie before, and tries to get in and make something happen. A little low there, huh?
Right, absolutely. And I tell you what, I think the Black Diamonds, I would expect them to return every ball to Jeff and dink every ball to Jeff, and they have not done that at all to start off this match.
Yeah, I think the question with Warnick, we'll talk about, dive in more later, is there still juice left in the tank, right?
That's a great question, Brandon. I'm not quite sure I have the answer.
We'll find out. That's a drive he's definitely capable of making, right?
Oh,
One
yeah.
of his favorites.
No, he has a quality drive, and he's actually one of the better players at the solo shake and bake, where he'll just drive and come in hot, use that whole 6'5" frame to put a lot of pressure on his opponents. But unfortunately for Jeffrey, he will occasionally make a loose error, and we saw it right there.
Yeah, and for the Black Diamonds, if you've got Warnick quiet, you've got him in a good position, right? If he's chirping, he's probably feeling pretty confident. I like the speed up there by Smith. Problem was Brendan Long saw it as well and was able to counter effectively and let that next one go.
That's right. I don't even care if it's a half step. If you give these quality of players any head start and they anticipate what's going to happen, you're going to be in trouble.
That ball probably going into championship court, but Cassidy wants to make sure.
He's padding the stats. He's padding. He wants the winner. He doesn't want the unforced error for his opponents.
Right.
And a cool dynamic. You mentioned the run of Brendan Long in the PPA recently. That was with Rob Cassidy as his partner. So interesting dynamic as they are opponents now.
Oh, great ball there.
Yeah, Rob Cassidy, I think, when he stays patient and trusts his hands for counterattacks, he is an amazing player. When he gets a little itchy and goes for speed ups, that's when he gets in trouble. We'll see if Rob can stay patient.
Oh, the Ernie there by Long. Great counter by Warnick, and the finger wag is out now.
Yes, that is not the spot. If you go with the belly button or the chest of Jeff Warnick, you're probably going to pay the price, and Spencer Smith did right there.
Big serve by Brendan Long, aided by a nice gust of wind, and Smith cannot get that one over. We are at a 6-7 deficit here. Wow, the speed up by Warnick. Cassidy, as so often, ends up on the floor there, and Warnick puts it away.
That's my favorite thing to talk about. Great point from all four players. Nice little firefight in the middle, reset, and then a great speed up. I don't even know how Spencer Smith got the initial counter, but just too much Warnick on the next ball.
Oh, great ATP and the defense by Cassidy. Big overhead by Long to finish that one off.
Yeah, the overhead was great, but I'm more excited about the three-shot get-in from Jeff Warnick. 3 nice, feathery, soft drops, got himself forward, and they got the point.
Yeah, and you see it again as he is able to finish off of Long's drive and being almost, what, 6'6", 6'7". How important is it for him to get closer to the net?
Oh, absolutely. That's his biggest tool at his disposal, and he has got to get in. If he gets stuck in the back or the midcourt, big trouble for Miami PC.
9-7, Miami PC is up. Short return there.
Throughout the woo-saw, one of the Rob Cassidy specials. He got that from Ultimate Frisbee, his other favorite sport. I don't know how it relates, but, you know, Cassidy's a special guy.
That ball called out by Warnick. Cassidy thinking that ball was in. Long confirms that it was in.
And you saw, let's just let him talk for a second.
So no challenge there by Miami Pickleball Club. That call's going to stand as in.
Right, and you heard Rob Cassidy look right at Brendan Long and go, long. Like, not that the ball was long, like, hey, come on, give me that call. I think it was good. We got it situated.
That's a great point all around as Black Diamonds come out on top. You talk about Rob Cassidy and his hands. As long as he stays efficient there, he normally can have the upper hand there.
Oh, his hand speed's electric. There's no question about it. He occasionally gets stuck with the soft stuff and the decision making. When it's just flat out hand speed, if there's a neutral firefight, Rob Cassidy is coming out on top quite a few of those.
10-10, pivotal point here is each team looking to have the changeover while being up 1.
Yeah, reasonable look from Long. I think he might have had an opportunity on the previous ball. Didn't quite get to the kitchen line, and that's how it goes sometimes. But Utah Black Diamonds on the change of end with a 1-point lead.
Yeah, 1-point lead here. Long, Warnick. Warnick is prancing around, feeling pretty good. When we talk about a matchup like this, obviously from a skill perspective, the margins are super thin. What is it on the mental side that really separates these teams?
Well, it's a great question because earlier in my career, there was just big talent gaps. So often in some of these matchups, the little intangibles were less of a big deal because one team was just way better than the other one. These days, not the case, Brandon. So it's having that base game plan that you can fall back on. It's the rapport with your partner. It's how you guys fit together. Those little things can get you 1, 2, maybe 3 points in a match, and that is the difference in these matches. There's not a lot of 21-10s out here, Brandon. There's a lot of tight stuff going on. So if you are not on the same page with your partner, you're at a big disadvantage. And I just love to see the parity and just the talent being so tight at the top.
Absolutely, and with the influx of GMs now here at MLP, it is, I'm standing beside one myself. It's crucial to have them for team strategy,
yes,
camaraderie, chemistry.
Yes.
We're back. 11, actually it's 10-11.
I like it. I think Brendan Long has had a couple chances where he couldn't take it out of the air, but the ball bounced up just enough. So I like him, not an obvious offensive opportunity, but I like him taking it.
That ball just long. And
Yeah.
it looks like Brendan Long has found the spot that he likes, which is kind of that cross-court speed up to Spencer Smith's backhand and then anticipating the counter to come back to his forehand.
Correct. Yeah, and I wanted to mention also, so Brendan Long is not going to attack Spencer Smith with his backhand, but when he does from his forehand from the middle, it's almost as if it was coming from straight ahead, which is definitely the best option. If you get too cross-court, these players are just too fast, and it gives them too much time.
Yeah, absolutely. Long unable to reset that ball there.
Yeah, great topspin backhand from Spencer Smith, kind of catching Brendan Long on his left foot.
Oh, what a ball by Warnick as he fakes out Spencer Smith and then yells good night to him.
Oh my goodness, I was just watching. It was this is great. I love it.
Yeah, big drive by Warnick, and you mentioned it earlier, having Cassidy at the net, being able to use his hand speed, generally comes out on top.
Yes, nice step to the middle for Rob Cassidy. And I don't hate the drive from Jeff. I'm okay with it. Just kudos to Rob for weathering the storm.
Brendan Long moving over more on that ball, and then Cassidy with a put away that just skirts past him a little bit.
It's almost as if he started his grunt too early, Brandon. So maybe that threw off his rhythm, but he sure set it up nicely, didn't he?
He was thinking about the celebration.
Oh my gosh, Jeff getting exactly what he wants, forcing Spencer Smith into kind of half committal attack, and unfortunately, Jeff puts it in the net.
Great step through there by Cassidy. Having a lefty on that right side, being able to anticipate that ball is so key in this element.
Yeah, a little greedy there with the momentum definitely going backward for Jeff Warnick. And I've played several tournaments with Rob Cassidy, and we've had some good success with me driving and Rob being an animal up there at the kitchen line.
Yeah, he's really active now. As he takes the middle again, we check here on the replay. The drive by Smith. Cassidy comes in and puts it away. That forces a timeout by Miami Pickleball Club. One point that I wanted to bring up, this is one of the few times that I've seen we've got 4 different grips out here on the court right now, right?
True. So you have the finger up on the paddle from Rob Cassidy. You have the windshield wiper kind of semi-Western Warnick grip, who doesn't even really have a forehand or a backhand when you attack his body. You have traditional Spencer Smith. And who am I missing? Brendan Long.
Yep.
Then you got Brendan Long. So, yeah, really good stuff. And I really like this combination right now with Spencer Smith, quality singles player, really good drive. And as I mentioned, Rob Cassidy being an animal up there at the kitchen line.
Hey, we need to go right now. No, hey, 1 minute. Let's go.
Yeah, they're going to need Cassidy to stay fired up. I think that setup of them seeing if they can end the point early with the shake and bake, the drive, and the intercept by Cassidy. And then if not, get to the kitchen, let's reset, let's play our slow game and see if we can get counters into Cassidy's forehand.
Yeah, if it doesn't work out early on, you don't have to keep going. Yeah, I think that's a great point. So sometimes you get in that shake and bake mode, and sometimes it leaks to the kitchen when it doesn't work out early in the point. So to refocus, reset, and be okay with some of that soft stuff.
Oh, great ATP, and the defense by Cassidy. Couldn't get himself up and together after that. He really sold out for that defense there.
Well, Brandon, his elbow and his knee are bleeding currently. Shocking, I know.
You think he practices that way? Maybe. Oh, the benefit of the net there. Hey, that's a lot of topspin he's able to put on that ball to carry it over.
There you go.
Right?
Hey,
Some of that matters.
You do it enough, it becomes a skill. That's all I'm going to say.
We're at 19-16 for the Black Diamonds here. Long probably saved an out ball, but at least put the next one down, and Smith seemingly took a risky opportunity to speed that last one up.
Yeah, he was coming in hot, but Brendan Long had a nice ball down at his feet.
Interesting there, Warnick not electing to go with the drive for the shake and bake. Maybe because they've seen it be ineffective the last few points.
Right, yeah, so maybe, and he's actually been dropping okay. So maybe that had something to do with it as well.
Great finish by Black Diamonds. I like the poise that they showed. They stuck with their strategy. Cassidy really got fired up and was able to, in my opinion, take this game over.
Yeah, and often that's what you have to do when you're playing Jeff Warnick. You weather a handful of his quality balls. You kind of bring his energy down, and that's what they did. Nice job from the Utah Black Diamonds.
Next up, we've got a mixed double matchup coming up. That is a 1-1 match setup now that we have. Women for the Miami Pickleball Club took the win. We've got the men for Utah Black Diamonds taking the win. We're 1-1. We'll be back in a little bit after these players warm up. See you soon. Okay, we are back for a mixed doubles matchup here at MLP Daytona here at Pictona, Holly Hill. We've got for Utah Black Diamonds, Spencer Smith and Michelle Esquivel. And then for Miami Pickleball Club, we've got Regina Franco-Goldberg and Brendan Long. Anything stick out to you in this matchup here, Adam?
Well, I just wanted to mention that two members of the Black Diamonds are special friends, Michelle and Rob Cassidy, and I think it's probably a quality decision by them to partner with the opposing or with the other partner on the team, as pairing up with your significant other can be difficult. I know that firsthand, so I think this is probably a good decision for them, and we'll see exactly what happens in terms of which side. Spencer Smith loves that left side. Obviously, in mixed, you would expect him to be there, but Michelle loves it too. It looks like she's going to line up on the right, which is not surprising, but I do believe that Michelle has the versatility in mixed to play either side.
And I think this one's interesting when you look at the fact that Brendan Long likes to create a lot of offense, likes to speed up balls. You look at the other side for the male and Spencer Smith, where he typically doesn't do that. He's more of the steady, consistent player. And so Brendan Long versus his offense versus Michelle Esquivel's offense on the other side.
Exactly.
It's kind of an interesting dichotomy to look at.
Right, and I think probably the most important factor would be Michelle Esquivel and her spot picking. How willing is she to grind cross court with Regina Franco-Goldberg, who has a very quality soft game, and knowing that the heavy hands of Brendan Long are right in front of her, not the easiest to just frivolously pull triggers when you got heavy hands in front of you like Brendan.
Let's get started here. Wow, and first point.
1 for 1 for Esquivel, going right at Brendan Long after some nice soft midcourt play from Goldberg.
Yeah, impressive. And a subtle thing, I saw Spencer Smith came out attacking early. Again, it's a great poach there as he puts that forehand down the line.
I mean, let's be clear. He's a solid veteran, but he can step it up when he needs to. He's been around the block a lot.
Yeah, we throw the word consistent around Spencer Smith's name so much. I think versatile is probably a better one because he can mold his game into any style he needs. It's a great drive by Brendan Long. And I don't feel Michelle Esquivel may not have success if she's standing 2 feet behind the kitchen line with Brendan Long at the line. It's a great forehand roll right there.
Yeah, no doubt. Really catching Franco-Goldberg right at her shoe tops. Happens sometimes.
Yeah, very good point construction there by Long as he probes on the backside of Spencer Smith and then puts it away towards the left.
Exactly right. I think Spencer Smith was leaning towards Long attacking middle. He goes at that back shoulder, just as you mentioned, and he's rewarded.
Great aggressive play by Smith. So I think Franco-Goldberg probably should let Long take that with a forehand towards the end. It's a tough decision there, huh?
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing is when these ladies are attacked, they both have really quality two-handed backhand counters, but the thing about mixed is those counters are often going straight at the guy on the next ball. We'll see if those patterns continue.
Wow. Great defense by Franco-Goldberg to get up to the line. I think Long probably saw an opportunity where he wanted to come in and poach that ball, and Michelle Esquivel saw something open.
So I think the court positioning from Brendan Long was very reasonable, and the shot was just too good for Michelle.
Great defense by the Black Diamonds. Ooh, and Spencer Smith takes the opportunity with the
Yes.
backhand. I thought that ball was in.
Yeah, it was with a little breeze helping him out, transitioning that defense to offense. I thought he dropped it in there, but just missed.
Just missed it. And we see a huge gust come through. Long was trying to line it up. Probably better to drive in that scenario.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he was maybe thinking of doing that and then switch, but either way, the wind playing some tricks with that ball threw off Brendan's rhythm.
Oh, it's a great spot by Franco Goldberg as she held that forehand and then just right in the middle.
Right, and she caught Spencer kind of loading on his backhand side, which he likes to do, but she got it just enough on his right hip to throw off and create that error.
Goes up the lob. Yeah, and that's one. Long, probably better letting Franco Goldberg get them back into the play there.
Yeah, no question. It's tough, because she's off the court and he knows that she's back, so he's stepping over. But Regina Goldberg, very quality with those shots from the back of the court. Definitely would have let her take that one.
Yeah, and we see so often in mixed doubles play on the pro scene that the guy tends to come over and play more of the court. And that balance of figuring out how much you do it and how much you don't, so tough, huh, Adam?
Nice ball from Brendan Long. Such a delicate balance. It will never be perfect. It's impossible for it to be perfect, actually. So, if you're not stepping over at all, you're not doing too much. If you don't overextend occasionally, you're probably not taking enough court. So it's not going to work out perfect every time. Just get as close as you can to being perfect.
So true. Being okay with it being uncomfortable is probably the best strategy there. We've got a 9-7 lead here by the Black Diamonds.
Who hit that?
Esquivel hit that ball.
The last one. I know she hit the last one.
I don't know on the other side on Pickleball Club. I don't think anyone wants to claim that ball.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Smith thought he sized it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if it was exactly there. Either way, it was going to be a tough shot. But I'll tell you right now, Michelle Esquivel, the soft stuff behind Brendan and when she's choosing to attack, I think has been pretty on point so far.
Yeah, she's playing a stellar game. Oh, great aggression there by Long. Smith thought he had the counter cross court. Didn't get enough on it.
Yeah, good pressure from Brendan Long in the middle of the court initially and then over on Goldberg's side to finish the shot and the point.
Franco Goldberg not able to get that one back into the kitchen. We've got a 9-10. Actually, now it's a 10-10 tie game here.
Yeah, tight little window, high part of the net. Probably one of the first poor decisions from Michelle Esquivel in this match, but that's okay. Can't be perfect. And Miami Pickleball Club with a very slim 1-point lead on the change of ends.
Yeah, I like the way they fought to keep themselves in this matchup here. Interesting to note, too, in rally scoring, typically we're not seeing a ton of teams stacking, which would have both players kind of on one side as they're serving and to kind of stimulate that setup to where a guy is taking over more of the court.
Sure.
You think we'll maybe see any of those changes here?
Yeah, possibly so. I love that aspect of it because I have trouble making it to the other side of the court, Brandon. I'm not going to be perfectly honest with you when I'm unwinding the stack. So being on your side, definitely a possibility for a switch, but I don't think we'll see one in this tight of a match. But yeah, we'll just have to see what they come up with. We got baby Mia Goldberg over here. Nice fan. cheering on her mom. You love to see that, the whole family out there.
Yeah, family support. It's a family environment out here, right?
It is. You got the DeHarts with the kids rolling around on scooters. There's a lot going on, you know, at MLP Daytona, and I love to see all of it.
We're definitely grooming the MLP 2035 class here. So if you have anybody, any entrants, I've got one at home.
Yes, that's right. Hey, we'll talk about that. Yeah, what do you have, a boy or a girl?
I have a boy and a girl coming as well.
So we got men's doubles and mixed doubles between us. Let's go. Let's go.
That is exactly it.
They're all set up.
Man, that was a big serve and big drive by Goldberg and Long, but Michelle Esquivel.
It's tough. Do you target the female or the male that's transitioning forward? I'm not exactly sure what is the best one, but either way, great shot from Michelle Esquivel. Yeah, I think Spencer knew right when he hit it that one was in trouble. He tried to give it the little body language English to get it over, couldn't do it.
That ball just a little wide there by Esquivel. And you talk about that missed third by Smith. You almost have to give yourself extra margin in these type of formats.
Yeah, tough decision there. Certainly wouldn't attack that one every time. Don't think it was necessarily a poor decision, but definitely one of that kind of the gray area, whether to pull the trigger or not.
Great defense by Franco Goldberg. And they finish the point. Wow, that is, I mean, that's picture perfect from baseline all the way back up to the kitchen.
Exactly right, and as you mentioned, great defense from Goldberg, who was putting those balls just in a good enough spot to where Spencer Smith couldn't use the angle to push her off the court, and that allowed her to get forward several shots later.
Yeah, I think the confidence from the last few points, Goldberg takes a chance.
Yeah, right, and it's just too much time for Michelle. So I talked about it earlier with Brendan Long attacking from the middle. Regina Franco Goldberg was attacking from well outside that middle portion, giving Michelle Esquivel plenty of time to counter.
Michelle just a little bit off on that one right there. When you talk about these ladies that have a two-hand backhand where they can move behind their body, that just gives them an extra half second potentially to get that ball.
Yeah, perfect spot from Brendan Long. Don't blame Spencer at all for leaning to the middle, just too good from Brendan. And you're exactly right. You'll see the males really generate more pop from the chest area. I know you have a deadly backhand punch when you attack your chest, and the ladies really come around the ball and stroke it with two hands. Not a whole lot of punching from that chest kind of stomach area. So just, you know, different anatomy, different style from the guys and the ladies, and I think both have their place and both can be very effective.
Absolutely, and one thing I'm noticing also is I'm really impressed with the pace that Brendan Long is playing with. You saw that last winner that he hit towards the backside of Spencer Smith. Not with a ton of force, probably at 60%, the right angle, and also ready if the rebuttal came as well.
Yes, so you want to have, you want to be balanced in that regard. Sure, you want to let it fly sometimes, but putting a wrinkle in the shot, changing the eye level, changing the spin can almost be more effective than pace because these players are so talented at defense. Give them a different look, give them a different way to be offensive, and that can work just as good as smacking that ball as hard as you can.
We're back here with the 17-12 lead for Miami Pickleball Club.
I think she for half a second thought about pulling the trigger. I don't know exactly where she was going to go. It might have caused the error on the dink. We have not seen many of those from Franco Goldberg this match.
Having flashbacks of that two-hand backhand from Esquivel.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great play by Esquivel, as Long went for the Ernie, and Esquivel sped it up behind him.
Yes, very nice. I believe it was a 3, maybe 4-shot combination from Esquivel, and great angle to finish off the point.
Yeah, there's that drop that Spencer Smith missed earlier. He dialed it in.
He's 1 for 2 with the hop. He tried to hop it over, and it worked that time.
Yeah, and that's why that margin's so crucial, because when that ball does come back, he's got good enough hands to handle whatever happens.
And I ask my students that sometime. It's like, they ask me, how high should I be hitting my third? And I was like, how comfortable are you in the midcourt? So I think that's a big factor. If you are comfortable, you have great digs, and you're confident in your ability from the midcourt, give yourself as much margin as possible.
Uncharacteristic miss there down the line by Esquivel. I think she probably thought about speeding one up, didn't see an opportunity. And when you let that ball hang too long,
sure,
you're running out of options.
It's the cardinal sin of pickleball, the mind change. It almost never works out in your favor.
What a get by Spencer Smith, but Brendan Long comes all the way to the other side of the court with an ATP. I mean, that was beautiful.
Yeah,
take a look at this on the replay.
Like, everyone knew he's going to do the ATP. Everyone's just waiting. Like, is it there? Is it there? It was.
He certainly hyped himself up afterwards. I love that setup by Esquivel.
It was a slippery misdirect. A great job of really leading with her palm. She had taken that at Regina or to the middle several other times, so I totally agree. Nice shot from Michelle.
Great defense by Goldberg. Sensational point right there. It had it all. It had resets, it had blocks, speed ups. Great point construction all around. Black Diamonds come out on top, though.
I just like the points that have everything. You know, that was incredible. Creating the patterns, the offense, the resets, like you mentioned, Brandon. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, there's that two-hand backhand from Esquivel, a little bit too far back in the midcourt.
That's the difference. That's the difference. Brendan Long right on the line, Michelle Esquivel in the midcourt. That's the difference between that one and those previous couple. Court positioning, so important.
This is now game point for Miami PC. And Goldberg had it on her paddle.
And she had a good angle getting that ball down. So obviously clipping the tape, but I think that would have been a lot of trouble had it gone over.
We're now frozen here at 18-20. Must win points on your serve. That ball floats away from Esquivel. She was ready to crack a two-hand backhand down the line, it looked like.
Yeah, definitely true. The initial attack, a little far back again from Michelle.
Another chance to seal the deal here for Miami PC. What a setup ball by Brendan Long as he goes behind Spencer Smith, gets him out of position, and Goldberg with the Ernie. We've got some controversy here. Did Goldberg hit the net on that Ernie attempt? So Utah Black Diamonds are challenging that it was a foot fault by Regina Franco Goldberg.
I don't see any reason why they wouldn't challenge. They have free challenges just in case. I'm not sure what the initial reaction was, that maybe they thought she clipped the net with her paddle. I have no idea, but we'll check the replay right now for the feet.
Yeah, we've got some new updated challenge rules for MLP, especially for this tournament. So each team is going to have 2 free challenges. If they lose the call on that challenge, they're going to obviously lose the challenge. But once they run out of challenges, they still have an opportunity to challenge a call, which is super cool. But they will lose a point if they're wrong.
So big, big risk for making that challenge. So, you know, with these new rules, I'm already always interested to see how they implement them. The teams, let's look.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, we've got a left foot fault, right?
Yeah. Hey, Spencer, she's in. She's in the kitchen. Yeah, I'm almost certain she's in from that replay.
Yeah, let's take a look here again.
Yeah, always possible we see something different, but
steps, hits the ball, that left foot on the line. It's a pretty keen eye by Spencer Smith to see that. I wonder, did the corner call it out? Did Smith see that?
Right, but like you said when you were describing the challenge rules, there's no reason not to. It's free. It's free. I saw it a couple times on championship court earlier where, yeah, I know this is the absolute end of the match, so it's kind of a special situation, but why not?
Emotions are high here. We're at 18-20. That was a huge point by Black Diamonds, as we almost saw this same movie a little while ago where Esquivel goes behind Long and then sets up the counter.
Right, and you gotta feel for Miami PC with all that emotion of winning, and now they're right back on the court.
19-20. What a ball by Smith as he wheeled that one over with crazy amount of backspin.
Oh, so good. As soon as Brendan Long hesitates and doesn't take that out of the air, I knew he was going to be in a little bit of trouble because there was a ton of junk on that shot from Spencer Smith.
All right, so I think we've got some more controversy here.
Oh, so they're talking about a dink earlier in the point. The wide shot from Michelle Esquivel 3 or 4 shots before. I don't know if that's challengeable. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing happened. Okay, gotcha. Just making sure.
Yeah, so I believe you have to play the ball and then make the call right after.
Correct.
But since shots happen after that, it's all no.
Just missed. I'm fine with that aggression. Nice job from Regina Franco Goldberg of weathering that offensive barrage from Michelle Esquivel.
Look, Black Diamonds did what they needed to do so far. They're back at 20-20. That's great play by Franco Goldberg. I think Smith, he threw out the bait there and was able to counter, but the last one was a little too high.
And she got it down. That was the difference. Nice job. Couple soft blocks with the backhand, then a big counter.
Game point again here for Miami PC. And Esquivel with a risky speed up cross court. I think even Goldberg was shocked that ball was coming through.
Definitely.
And we've seen it all game. There's that great misdirect by Long.
Yeah, and once again, I'm not so sure that Spencer was in an okay position. Shot just too good from Brendan.
Yeah, it's a good hold and wind up by Esquivel to kind of get Goldberg leaning towards the middle, and then hits that dink a little bit on the outside corner. Yeah, we talk about the pace from Brendan Long, and you see it right there with that backhand flick at about 40%.
Yeah, he's got a great backhand flick. A little harder to get to those sometimes and mix when you're leaking to the middle so hard, but very quality. Oh, goodness. Tough error at a tough time for Brendan.
Those are so magnified here in rally scoring. Back over to Black Diamonds as they're down 1. Oh, Goldberg tries to go with the in and out, similar to what Long was doing.
Exactly. The difference between that one is that Long has topspin, she had side spin. Tough break there, as there was a slight window.
Great pickup by Esquivel. Yeah, just a little too far back from the kitchen line. And I think she, with the pressure that she's feeling from Long on that side, wanted to drop that ball short.
Yeah, she wanted to for sure make sure it bounced, and that could have been why she left it short, like you mentioned.
Big serve by Long. The drive by Goldberg, and Esquivel
looked out from here. But I have a bad view, so but looked out at first glance.
21-21, that would make it 22-21 for Miami PC. Let's see if, the Black Diamonds are going to challenge it. You know, I think I saw what you saw there, Adam. Probably a little wide, maybe a quick challenge, but hey, if you've got 2 free ones, why not?
Yes, definitely.
Crucial time here in this game, but also in this matchup. It is 1-1. Each team looking to take a 2-1 lead here and really looking to not go to a dream breaker.
Certainly.
Which would be so fun for the fans. So I think everyone else around here wants it to go to that point.
Yep, I think you're exactly right. More pickleball, everyone likes that.
Let's take a look here.
Ooh, baby, that's close.
Oh.
My goodness, Brandon.
Let's see.
I think it might catch the outside.
First of all, I'll say I'm happy to be a commentator and not a ref.
Yeah, seriously.
But I may call that ball in.
Let's see. Oh, my God, it's close. Oh, my goodness. I'm usually pretty confident in my calls. I'm just not so sure about this one. I have no idea.
Give me a percentage in.
I would say 60-40 in.
Okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, interesting they said call stands, right?
Well, that's a big factor. I know it is in, you know, the NFL and stuff like that. They got to see real evidence to overturn it.
Some great refereeing. Oh, and Esquivel overcooks it there. That was a great low speed up by Goldberg, and Miami PC takes the win. They take a 2-1 lead in this matchup. looking to close it out, hopefully in this next mixed doubles team. We're going to take a quick break. We'll let these players warm up, and we will be back with more action here at MLP Daytona. See you soon. Okay, we are back with the fourth matchup in this game here. We've got Jeff Warnick and Alex Trung are going to be facing off against Rob Cassidy and Olivia McMillan. Adam, you mentioned Cassidy, Esquivel not playing together. Got some special sauce there. What do you foresee in this matchup?
Well, this matchup here, my X factor is definitely Jeff Warnick. He's got a lot of funk, a lot of offense. Some players handle it better than others, so I'm looking to see how the two lefties of the Black Diamonds kind of weather the storm of Jeff Warnick. You know he's going to give you a couple freebies, but he's also going to hit some big shots. Hopefully, for his sake, he hits more big shots than errors.
Cassidy all the way over. Does not finish the play. I think he was shocked he didn't finish it there. He thought it was over.
Yeah, Olivia with some offense early in that point. Pretty quality first point for this matchup. Let's go.
I think it's imperative for Warnick and Trung to get off to a fast start.
Good eye. Way to get the braid out of the way, too. Sometimes when you duck down like that, I played with Callie Smith a couple times, and she got her braid hit, and we lost a few points that way. So nice agility from Alex Trung.
Great play there. Fast start here by Miami PC, 2-0. Listen, they also know what's at hand. If they win this game here, they can close out this matchup at 3-1.
Absolutely. Nice moving of the dinks around. I think it's important, especially having Rob Cassidy in front of Jeff Warnick. I would not try to force the ball necessarily to Alex Trong. I would be completely okay with dinking to Jeff Warnick.
Yeah, and Warnick earlier in that point is one area where you can get in trouble is speeding up directly to Cassidy's backhand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hard to attack both of their bodies, actually, Warnick and Cassidy.
Yeah, and it almost looks like they're just going to slug it out here.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to go at you, you're going to go at me, and we'll see who can win this one.
Yeah, and we'll see Olivia McMillan's court positioning, too. A couple times she's been caught off the line. She needed to give herself time with some of the offense from Warnick, but you don't want to get too far back there.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that there, she slides a little bit more so to the right side and leaves the backside open, which is actually tough to do with that being her forehand side there. I think the grunt ended up being a little louder than how hard it was hit. It surprised Warnick, but great down ball there by Cassidy.
But it was well balanced. He grunted early on that Ernie attempt earlier, so the balance of his grunt was much better and well timed there from Rob Cassidy.
It's an art. Cassidy got exactly what he wanted.
Yep. So it was in a slightly awkward spot as Cassidy was kind of moving back to his side. But, hey, a high forehand's a high forehand, Brandon. We got to come up with that one.
I'm impressed with the movement early, laterally from Jeff Warnick here, especially on the backhand side, dinking.
Oh, he had him with the slippery inside-out backhand. But, man, feathery, soft mid-court and drop play from Jeff Warnick. If he can keep this up, watch out.
He is playing extremely well right now.
Once again, Olivia McMillan pretty far off the kitchen line. I know that is a solid strategy because she's good in the midcourt and it allows Rob Cassidy to step in front, but I'd like to see her just a step or half step more forward.
Yeah, and I think what we saw on the previous point there with Trung being a little bit more aggressive, I'd like to see that more straight up there with McMillan.
Yeah, and that big old righty forehand to Jeff Warnick that could help her clean up after she hits a speed up.
Yeah, don't look now. They're on a run here. It is 9-4 Miami PC.
Yeah, just got to put it in play, especially with your opponents transitioning forward. Got to make them hit a ball, especially with big man Jeff Warnick stepping over to the middle. She'll clean it up.
Big serve by McMillan. And also a big drive with a lot of topspin that stays in.
Yeah, I mean, that's head high for Alex Trong. I don't hate the decision to let that ball go out, but sure enough, plops right down inside the baseline.
Warnick with the Ernie. And Cassidy there, but too much pace on that ball to keep it in.
Cassidy cannot resist the up-the-line attack. It's his favorite thing to do no matter who's in front of him, and Warnick with a nice anticipation to counterattack that one.
Big overhead by McMillan as she lets out a yell as well.
It's a mini stare down, you know. I don't hate to see it.
Hey, both these teams do well while they're fired up, right? It'd be interesting to see who channels it correctly. It's a beautiful setup there as Cassidy slid in, looked for that cross-court backhand, and put it in the correct spot.
Right, and I don't mind Trung going behind Cassidy soft, but a very nice one-handed backhand roll from his ping pong days. One of the better shots for Rob Cassidy.
Yep, there is an advantage to that grip. I thought the first two were great digs and resets by McMillan. She maybe got a little trigger happy as she got closer to the net.
Yeah, it happens. And, you know, turning defense to offense can be a really quality way to earn a point out here, but a little ambitious on that particular forehand attempt.
Miami PC 11-9 as we enter the changeover here. If we do get to a dream breaker in this matchup, which side do you think is going to have the advantage?
Let me take a little quick gander here. So I would give I would favor the Black Diamonds. I know Rob Cassidy is a little less experienced on the singles court, not that tennis background, but also Regina Franco Goldberg, I wouldn't say is the strongest singles player as well. So, you know, all these teams have some of their stronger singles and maybe not necessarily a whole, but someone who isn't as quite as solid on the singles court. So I would expect it to be pretty close, but I'll give the edge to the Black Diamonds.
Not too familiar with Jeff Warnick's singles game?
He played quite a bit early on, like I'm talking very early on. So I haven't seen him out there in a while, but he's got a wingspan and he can actually drive on both sides, forehand and backhand. So I think for a tournament, probably not the guy that you would expect to win, but 4 points at a time, I think he can play just fine with these guys.
I thoroughly hope we get to see that. Another, that's you know, two straight maybe balls that for McMillan that she'd want to have back, right? The one before the changeover, and now this one.
Too juicy. Happens to the best of us. Sometimes you just strike it a little off, and that's what's happened. She'll clean it up, I have no doubt.
Big drive by Warnick, and Trung with the two-hand backhand poach.
Where did she come from? My goodness.
That was beautiful right there. All the way from the left side. That was, I'll say it, Annalie-esque coming all the way over.
What's going on here? Okay, I'm sorry. Just Alex was talking to the referee. I wasn't quite sure why, but here we go.
Oh, big serve by Warnick. Trung picks the wrong spot on that drive. It's a little high.
No, definitely. It was a great protection from Rob Cassidy. Makes it much easier when you have that lefty forehand in the middle as, yeah, very deep serve. So tough break as Trung missed her spot, and a nice job by Cassidy with a great forehand volley.
Very good awareness by Cassidy. That serve just in. McMillan and Cassidy, just a little miscommunication there.
Yeah, it's tough on the pump fake. She's a little off the line, which I think she needs to be right there. But when she sees in her peripheral Cassidy coming in hot, it puts her in a really tough situation when Rob can't quite get to that ball.
Good recovery by McMillan. And Warnick takes the chance to go behind Cassidy. Cassidy didn't move. He kind of called his bluff on that one.
Absolutely correct. I think just a definite majority of the time you have to continue to try to keep Olivia McMillan back. He went for the high-risk, high-reward shot, and unfortunately for him, he was not rewarded.
And looks like that shot is spilling over into the next one.
Yeah.
Warnick's got to let it go. Right?
That's right. Play loose, let it fly. Don't pull that hand back. Just go for it, especially with a little lead.
Great softball by Trung.
Yeah, perfectly placed at that. Often when people are moving forward, the non-dominant foot is a great spot to go. She caught Rob Cassidy at the right foot. Great placement. He was making those early on. A little bit of tightness, as you mentioned, these last handful of points.
Yeah, I think that speed up that he missed on Cassidy is still lingering.
Mm-hmm.
Those will help whenever you can put a ball away for free. 16-13, Miami PC. Still a slight cushion.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Brandon. I don't like what I'm seeing right now from Jeff Warnick. He should just, I think he should just drive. Just drive, not even have to worry about that soft stuff, even though beginning of the match he was hitting him pretty consistently.
Yeah, it's great play there by Warnick, but to your point, this is the time for Black Diamonds to kind of see that, smell the blood in the water, and hopefully take over. But for Miami PC, they're still up 3, 17-14 here. Oh, and Warnick dialed in the third and the fifth. Trung with the Scorpion. He just couldn't finish it on his side.
He did look better on the third and fifth and had that high forehand, but unfortunately with the windshield wiper grip sometimes is a detriment.
Yeah, great play by Warnick there. As I love how solid Alex Trung is playing at this moment. She is not trying to do too much. She's hitting balls in the proper spot and kind of waiting for those opportunities.
Yep, playing her role nicely.
Cassidy everywhere here. Yeah, listen, I think that's one the Black Diamonds needed to come out on top of.
Definitely. And Alex Trung had a lot of spots to go there, and she unfortunately chose the Cassidy backhand, the worst of her 2, 3, or 4 options. So nice job by Cassidy being everywhere and nowhere.
Oh, great angle by Warnick. McMillan can't curve it in for the ATP. And, you know, typically when you have somebody like Cassidy with fast hands, when they stay at the net, they don't tend to overreact to shots. They tend to stay in one spot because they're so comfortable with those hands.
That's a good point, Brandon. You see a lot of people loading up these days, either side. Usually the quicker hands guys don't have to cheat as much. They can stay more neutral and react to what's happening and trust that hand speed.
Uh-oh. A missed serve there by McMillan at a crucial moment. We're now at 20-17. Game point and match point for Miami PC here. And Warnick finishes it as they come out on top. Miami PC 3-1 winning this matchup in impressive fashion. Held it together. They put their A team out, then they put their B team out. Both of them come out and win this game. It's an exciting matchup here.
And it's great bookend play from Jeff Warnick, who played very solid at the beginning and the end of the match. He had that little lapse in the middle, but he dug himself out of it. And congratulations to Miami PC with a big win over our second place finishers from MLP Mesa, the Utah Black Diamonds.
We talked about what does Jeff Warnick have left in the tank. Is there any juice? I think we found the answer to that.
A little juice.
A little juice in there
Little juice left. Well, hey, I really enjoyed our first time on the mic together, Brandon, and I think we're going to get together tomorrow as well. So very exciting stuff, and best of luck over here the rest of the day. I think that's it for me today.
That's it for you. Appreciate you joining us, folks. Thanks for watching. We've got another exciting matchup coming our way. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are here at MLP Daytona Beach for the second event. We're actually at Pictona at Holly Hill. This is an awesome venue, awesome environment. If you haven't been to MLP, definitely need to make your way out here. The energy is crazy. I am joined in the booth for our next matchup with none other than Lee Waters.
Woo woo.
Thanks for being here
Thanks
right
for
now.
having me. I'm so excited.
Listen, sometimes you have to be your own hype person, so it's perfectly fine
Right?
to do
I'm
the
used
whoop
to
whoop.
it. That's why I did it, because I'm clearly used to it.
And I'm sure everyone knows, but mother to the #1 player in the world.
Yes.
Also a coach here for
The Fives.
MLP, for the Fives, a
Yeah.
GM.
So I'm starting coaching tomorrow. Our first match is at 9, so I'm excited.
Awesome stuff. So we're going to get some good strategy from you here for this matchup. We've got the Orlando Squeeze taking on Arizona Drive. First, we'll start with the Orlando Squeeze. We've got Callan Dawson, Todd Fott, Bobby Oshiro, and Rachel Recker. Anything stand out to you about the Orlando Squeeze?
I mean, I said it when I first sat down. This is a solid team. I mean, you don't really have a weak link. Everyone on this team, I would say the two ladies especially in this past year have made huge strides with their games. I think they're going to be a really hard women's team to beat. I don't know that much about Todd, but I know he's got quick hands. I've played him in mixed, and of course Callan, the lob doctor, right?
The lob doctor
He's
out
so
here
tricky,
again.
so tricky.
He is a veteran in this game. You're right. I think they've got a greatly constructed team. We've got a different story on the other side in terms of newcomers into the sport. So on the men's side, we've got Pesa Teoni, who is actually filling in for Andres Seelstrom, who is out with an injury for this particular event.
Yeah, the big man has a back injury, so we're told.
Oh, he has a back injury.
Yeah.
You know what? There's sometimes a detriment to being that tall.
Especially in pickleball because you're bending all the time, so I can see how that might have happened. Unfortunate for him. We'll miss him. But yes, Pesa's in.
Pace is in. We'll talk about him a little bit more later on. We're going to get going here. We've got Sarah Ansberry, who is a veteran and a legend in this game.
Absolutely.
Partnering with Heather Nobler, who this is her first MLP event.
Yes.
I'm excited to see how she plays here.
Yeah, me too. She's also from our area around Delray Beach, Boca Raton. College tennis player, played at Oklahoma, has a lot of skills. She's super consistent. I watched her play her first match, so I'm eager to see how, later in the day, how she's playing, get some of those nerves out.
Yeah, let's get things started.
Sarah was bringing a lot of fire. It was fun this morning. Like, I'm not used to seeing Sarah Ansberry be so come on, let's go. She might have even done a finger wag or something after the match. I was like, Sarah. She's like, this is MLP, baby.
That MLP energy bug permeates through all these players.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a great ball there by Oshiro. You talked about earlier, Bobby Oshiro has one of the most solid games on the female side. And right there, she kind of baited that ball to the middle and finished.
Yeah, Bobby's also from our area, so I have a feeling Heather and Bobby probably know each other's games pretty well. And they're straight across from each other, so we'll see. We'll see if we have any speed ups or hands battles between the two of them.
Certainly a happening area on the pickleball scene.
Yeah.
Wherever the waters are at. I'm not talking about the beach either.
I think Bobby's always been super steady, but I think she's gotten a little bit more aggressive also this year, which I think has helped to elevate her game.
Yeah, interesting balance of aggression versus patience in this format here. As you see the missed dink there, Heather Nobler with a nice cross-court wide one. Recker just let that ball get away from her.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier, there is some wind, so the ball moving at just, the last second. Nice drive.
Yeah, and right on cue, you can see it there as our papers fly, but also as Nobler hits a nice medium-speed drive.
Yep.
And it kind of moves a little bit in the wind away from Recker's paddle. Yeah, and that's an interesting point where you talk about tennis players coming into the sport where they look to take some of those low balls a little bit early.
Yeah, there's definitely more balls, you know, coming Heather's way. And I think it's like you said, like Sarah is such a veteran out there. She's going to be super steady. They're probably a little afraid of Sarah's speed up too. She's been speeding it up a lot more recently.
Oh,
What a pretty shot.
great ball by Oshiro. As that ball lands in, just enough topspin on it. Takes a lot of confidence to hit that type of shot directly at your opponent, knowing that it could come back at you pretty quick.
She really hit a nice spot though. It was sort of like inside out little spinner.
Yeah, and there, to your point earlier, they are targeting Nobler here to start.
Yeah.
They want to see if she's kind of built for this environment right here. Can't blame them.
Yeah, I mean, MLP, I think, is, I don't know, maybe the most intense event in pickleball. I think you feel the most nerves. And so somebody new to the game, I mean, I can only imagine the pressure that they're probably feeling right now.
Yeah, I can imagine it. You're right? Typically in a tournament, you've got yourself, your partner, and then your corner that's out there and the fans. But this one, you've also got your team.
And your owner that drafted you.
And your GM.
And you're playing for a lot of money. So, yeah, there's a lot going on. That's what makes MLP so fun, though.
Yeah, it's a little overcooked there by Wrecker. She tries to get the ball down, probably because of the pressure of Ansbury. She's typically returning everything so far. That ball just a little bit wide there. As we've got, as you can see here on the replay, just cooked it a little left. 7-7 game here.
Rare miss from Bobby.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't see that often.
No.
I may go grab a lottery ticket today if that's the case. Now,
Tight match, though, 8-7.
Yeah.
It's kind of the second time we've seen Heather take that low ball and speed up. First one she missed. That one she had to bring it a little bit high. So, yeah, maybe try to reset those lower balls as she's moving forward. Oh.
And Wrecker saw blood in the water and ends up spraying that overhead a little bit long. We can, Sarah Ansbury's asking if they want to challenge that call.
Oh,
hey, they're free. The banter is hilarious here.
Yes.
Great recovery there.
Best point of the match so far.
Wow.
Oh, what a point.
What a point. I love the speed ups all around and the control and pace at which they were hit with. Nobler comes out on top.
Yeah, I would like to see, because, you know, they're really targeting Rachel and Bobby's not seeing that many balls. So I'd really like to see Bobby take some of those dinks off Wrecker's left foot there. Just interject herself a little bit more. Try to put some pressure and get herself into this match a little bit more.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Having her slide over to the right to take some and be a little bit more aggressive here in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. They clearly don't want her to be involved, so she's got to figure out a way to interject herself. Like, that was a good step in right there.
That ball's good. Oh, and Oshiro.
She set it up so well, too.
I mean, it was such a great point all around. To your point, Oshiro was taking more balls on that right side.
making things happen, setting things up. I hope she keeps doing that, once they switch sides.
Yeah, I want to kind of talk about something here. We've got Sarah Ansbury on the other side, who is a legend in the game, has been playing at the pro level for many years. Lee Waters, you yourself have been playing pickleball at a high level for many years as well. Talk to us about what it takes to stay relevant for that long in this type of game.
It's hard, man, especially when you're getting older and everybody else seems to be getting younger. I know for me what made the difference was I actually started playing a little bit less, and I started getting in the gym a little bit more, because as we get older, our hand speed goes down. Our endurance isn't so great. So I really started working on strength and conditioning. I know for Sarah, she told me she started teaching it a little bit less and started focusing more on the training aspect, both on and off the court. It used to be like, you could just play a little and still be relevant, and but now the talent is just so great, and there's new, more athletic people coming in every day. So you really got to take it serious.
Wise words from another legend herself.
Yep, that's what I was talking about right there.
That's a great ball.
Oh, got her.
And Ansbury just put that ball in the right position, caught her leaning forehand.
So the flip side is when Bobby does come over to take that ball, she has to do something with it. Doesn't mean she's got to hit a winner, but she kind of hit like a dead dink, and it set up Sarah to attack her.
Oshiro getting very active here.
And that's exactly what needs to happen. So somebody got in her ear. I don't know who it was, or maybe she figured it out herself. But that's a good correction by that team.
Yeah, great adjustment. Big ball there by Nobler. I think she likes seeing that one be that high.
Yeah, nice attack. Right into the body, cross court.
Great defense by the drive. Oh, and right now they are really putting a lot of pressure on Wrecker. I think the flip side of it, too, you talk about Oshiro taking a lot of balls. That does kind of isolate your partner, right? And gets them a little bit cold.
True.
Great pressure.
So we're 14-11, Arizona.
Oh, good serve by Oshiro. And Wrecker tries to squeeze the drive down the line, and it just does not work out for them there.
Yeah, that was just a little too high risk there.
Yeah, I think this is danger zone here for the squeeze. It's 15-11 Arizona drive. They desperately need things like that to go their way. They don't want this to be a 5-6 point lead.
Yeah, you don't need to give away too many free points, especially on the third. Let's not give away thirds. We've had 2 in a row there.
That one just gets over.
Oh, tough luck. I like the move. I like the look. Great hands by Sarah.
Yeah, you've got to go out and take these matchups, right? You got to be aggressive, and I think Oshiro's trying to do that here. We'll see if Wrecker can dial it in and pick up the intensity as well.
Right on the back of the line.
Nobler's struggling a little bit on those resets there.
She is.
That was a great slice return.
Yeah, I was going to say back-on-back points, the deep returns have really set up the win for the point.
Yeah, and in this format, I mean, to your point on thirds and fifths, getting them over is better than making sure they're good.
Yeah, no, it's so true. When every point counts. All right, we have a first timeout here.
Yeah, I think this is a timely one here for Orlando Squeezes. They're down 5. It's 18-13. I want to go back to a previous point you mentioned about longevity and staying in the gym and making sure that you're always getting better at your game. Yeah, what we've seen is that if you take days off, I mean, when you talk to any pro player around now, if you take days off, you feel like you're taking 2 steps back, right? With the way the game is evolving,
No,
the
it's-
shots.
It's true, but at the same time, I mean, the schedule is so intense. If you don't take some time off, you know, you see some players I think are struggling a little with burnout right now. Of course, I'm not going to name names, but I think there are some players
Do we wanna
struggling with
do that
burnout.
off air,
We'll
or-
do that off air when really we're on air. And then, no, you also risk injury. And just sometimes you need your brain to just decompress. And so we're actually, Annalie's going to take the month of April off to do just that.
Do you think we're moving to a point where we need an off season in pickleball dedicated?
I think if they don't give us an off season, everybody needs to create their own.
All right, we're back. 18-13 Arizona Drive, looking to close this out. Great defense by Wrecker.
It was.
I have to say, I'm impressed with how Nobler is playing overall. I mean, there's some, I would say, some strategy errors from tennis that she's bringing over, but she's really like playing a clean game outside of that.
And I'll say from their first match this morning, I can tell that Sarah and Heather have a lot more chemistry than they did. They seem to be working, better together, more comfortable with each other, which in pickleball, chemistry is like so important with your partner. Can like make or break a team.
That is so true. We've got our first side change there from Orlando Squeeze. They have flipped it with Oshiro on the right side and Wrecker on the left. I think they're trying to get Wrecker fired up. They're trying to figure out what they can do to get her active. Game point here for Arizona Drive.
It was just too good.
Yeah.
Too good.
You know, sometimes you hate to see it, but those are those games where for Wrecker, I think she's just happy to get out of that.
Yeah.
Right? Let's move on to the next one.
Forget it. Let's move on to mix.
Right.
Yeah.
We are down 1. So what we'll do is we'll let these players warm up. We will be back in a few minutes with our men's matchup. We've got Wes Burrows, Pesa Teoni against Callan Dawson, the Lob Doctor, and Todd Fott. We'll see you soon. All right, we are back with the men's matchup. We've got Callan Dawson, Todd Fott against Wes Burrows and Pesa Teoni.
Oh.
Pesa with the quick speed up there. And
Callan was like, no.
yeah,
Take
Callan,
that somewhere else.
yeah. Callan, think he has seen that before. He peeks over at Lee Waters as if to affirm.
I said a nice thing, though.
And 2 early speed ups there by Arizona Drive, as if their game plan is to come in swinging. Might be tough against this type of team.
Yeah. Yeah, as we mentioned before, Pesa stepping in for Andreas. But he does bring that lefty paddle with him, so that always makes the strategy a little difficult for the other side.
Burrows with the attempt down the line, and by my count, that's 3 speed ups now that they have not been able to execute.
Yeah.
Risky to start this game.
It really is. Yeah, let's see if they can build on that.
2-3, they're still within striking distance. It's early.
Yeah, Wes is an aggressive player by nature, so you look for him to be aggressive, but Callan doesn't give you much. I mean, he keeps his dink so low.
Yeah, you can see it here.
I mean, you can't really speed up off of these dinks, which is right. Well, okay.
Oh, we gotta.
Okay. Oh, it was in.
That ball just in as Burrows goes with. Is that what that's what it's called? The pretzel?
Yeah, that's the pretzel.
I like the term.
Yeah.
He hits the pretzel on Todd Fott, and it works out in his favor.
You don't see many people do a pretzel. It's not easy.
There's the shallow dinks you mentioned.
Yeah, it's not there. It's
Yeah,
not there.
and Burrows has to be careful there, right? He's got to be able to commit to going all day on that one because they're too shallow to speed up.
Yeah, and even if he gets it over, it's going to be high right into the wheelhouse of Fott. I wouldn't mind him actually taking a couple of those dinks just down the line just to see what Fott does. Right now, the dink game is making the drive very uncomfortable.
Yeah, they've got to squeeze, got to have a quick 6-3 lead. And there's Dawson with his second failed Ernie attempt there. I think he's making the right decision initially, just has to bail out of it when it's not there, which is tough to do, right?
Yeah, when you're in motion like that.
Great setup ball by Dawson, and Fott does the rest.
Good hands.
What a reset by Teoni.
Ooh.
And then an uncharacteristic miss.
That might give him some momentum. That was a good point. They got out of it.
A battle of offense against defense here right now. Yeah, I think Burrows is, he's not trying to hide the fact that he wants to attack these balls.
No, at least that one he kept it low and he got Fott. Pretty good spot.
Is that kind of like a rhyme now?
Fott, pretty good spot. Yeah. I'm thinking if I rhyme, it makes it more fun for those listening.
But I want to see how long you can go now. I'm kind of curious. Just over.
That was pretty.
Wow, what a ball by Todd Fott as he held the down the line.
He held it so hard, and that was the thing. Wes had no idea where he was going with that ball.
And
I didn't know either.
Well, and even harder is he's got a left-hand guy with his forehand in the middle.
Yep. Ooh.
Yeah, and I think Teone on that ball, he's a little disappointed that that got through, being that that is his forehand side, and now he's trying to overcompensate on this
Agreed.
one. Got to settle it in this environment here.
Agreed.
I like the backhand flicks there by Teone to put pressure, but
I do, but I feel like both guys are like speeding up when they get panicked, which is the absolute kind of worst time to speed up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And what it's telling me right now, you talked about chemistry. This is their second time playing together. I think they're trying to figure out what is their overall strategy.
Totally. Great drive. Ah.
I mean, at this high of a level, the last thing you want to do is go out and just try to see whatever works, right?
Yeah. Give away a bunch of free points, especially in
Right.
rally scoring. It can get away from you.
It can get away from you. Not only do you have to have a plan of attack against your opponent, but you have to have a plan with your actual partner on what makes sense, what balls you want to speed up, those type of things, so that your partner can anticipate what's happening.
Yeah, and they definitely have the disadvantage being a new team, and Dawson and Fott having played an entire MLP together, you know, previously in Mesa. So,
look, they've got a great coach over there in Morgan Evans, who is no stranger to strategy.
No.
If you've taken one of his lessons or watched his course. So hopefully he'll get them on board and kind of talk about what makes sense for them to get back in this game.
I really feel like if they just settle in and make just, at this point, let's just try to make a lot of balls. Let's just maybe not so many speed ups. I mean, I know I'm one to talk, you know. I don't want to sit there and dink either, but put a little pressure on the other team. There just isn't much pressure right now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Sometimes you don't want to just stand in there and dink 40, 50 times over and over, but in this case, you may have to until you get your rhythm, until you get settled.
And at least if you move the ball around, make some dinks, it sets up that speed up instead of just, you know, pulling the speed up out of nowhere.
Let's see if they made some changes. It is 11-8 Orlando Squeeze. That ball just wide there. It's calculated speed up by Dawson.
Yeah, Callan stays right on that kitchen line. He's not moving, so that was really good. He reached in and took that early.
Oh, there's the lob.
I was just going to say.
And Pesa gets it. Wow.
I was just going to say, I can't believe we haven't seen a lob, and there it was.
I mean, that lob barely got over Teone, who is an incredible athlete in his own right.
Oh, yeah.
They get back into the point, but not able to convert.
Callan's funny. He's like a ninja out there with all of his moves. Like, look at him. Right there.
Right on cue, he gave you a ninja move.
This happened to me earlier today. I think the players know what I'm saying.
Yeah, they all have earpieces in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say dangerous spot there for Arizona Drive as they're down a few points. But I also think for Orlando Squeeze, play the game you've been playing before. That one by Todd Fott may be a little ill-advised.
Ooh, I like it, though. Pesa was being pretty steady. Right, I felt like Wes read the speed up, but got him in a good spot, kind of high.
Kind of high. That ball possibly out? What do you think?
Possibly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tough.
Kind of against the wind-ish, I think. I don't know. What a pickup.
Great defense. And those are the ones that are just a little bit tough. Burrows calls a timeout as he tries to get some more confidence for his partner here to come back. They're down 15-9. The good side of things is the women won their matchup, right? So the Arizona Drive are up 1-0. This is, while you do want to win this game, maybe not considered a must-win at this point.
Correct. It's not a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like if they would make some of their shot selection, maybe just choose some higher percentage options.
Maybe
Lower risk balls.
Yeah, maybe take a quick 30-second timeout for yourself and go give them some strategy from a premier level fives
I have
coach.
a feeling, hey, they've got two great coaches here, and Mr. Morgan Evans and Sarah Ansberry over here. So I'm sure they're getting good coaching. It's just a matter of, putting it all together when they come back on the court.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, it's easy to look at things from our side,
So
right, as a
easy.
commentator.
It's the easiest.
When you're in the game, when you're playing, it's different, right? And
so different. You don't see it as well. You don't see the strategy as well, and you've got the emotions, the pressure. That's just so good.
Wow.
That's
What a
just so
lob
good.
and what a get again by Teoni. I mean, I think most people would stop lobbing Pesa after some of the gets he's gotten, but Callan Dawson is ready for the rebuttal.
He really is. That's a great ball by Burrows.
Great ball. As you had Dawson leaning in here.
All right, this is where the drive really needs to make their move. 10-17. I like it.
Yeah, and that's almost that's early on in the point, but it's to your earlier point before of like if they just wait for the appropriate balls and then use their speed ups, they're going to be in a good spot.
Pretty 1-2.
That was a great
See,
ball.
so on that speed up, he really took some of the pace off the ball and kept it low. So he was really able to get in that left hip. Todd fought, set up that put away. I really like that speed up a lot.
Yeah, nice 3-point stretch here as it is now 13-17.
Way to get in. Ah! That's the one he's done it twice. He's trying to hit this tiny little corner where the net's high. Just take that back in the middle.
That one is tough. And
that's a
there's,
tough one.
there's really no threat from a backhand
No.
roll from
Yeah.
Dawson.
Yeah.
So if it is a little bit high, you're okay, right?
Yeah.
They've got to settle it in quickly here as it's 18-13,
It's getting
19-13.
away. Getting away. That was a smart speed up. Fought's been really successful going across West Burrow's body, and that's exactly what West did back to him. It's really hard to counter when it's coming across your body like that.
Yeah, missed block there by Dawson. That ball might have been flying long.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. No need to think about it.
Oh, nice.
Great ball.
Yeah.
There's that speed up there. And
Yeah. It was just a bad spot. He just picked the wheelhouse of Todd Fought.
yeah,
right
not
there.
a lot of open spots to go to there, but I do like Burrows speeding up from his side and then playing the counter into Teoni's hands. What a get! Oh, the first one was crazy.
Game
Second
point
one was
saved.
asking for a lot.
16-20. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say this
Tried
is
the pretzel again.
yeah. Dawson was willing to stay there all night. If he had to be there till 9 p.m. doing those same backhand dinks, he's fine.
That's the thing. I'd rather see Wes move the dink around between Callan's forehand and backhand than go to the same spot. Because Callan can, let's face it, he can dink all day long if he wants to. But if we can start moving him, maybe he'll get a higher dink that he could attack, rather than going for a low percentage pretzel.
Yep, absolutely. Moot point now as this one is over. Arizona drive fall to Orlando squeeze here. As you see on the replay, that ball just out, 21-16. So we are tied up now.
Squeeze just played so solid.
They did.
They took advantage that they're, team that's played together. And now we have the mixed doubles.
I mean, hey, we're not shocked. We've got mix coming up. Rachel Recker is getting warm. We'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes with this next matchup. Talk to you soon. All right, we're back. MLP Daytona Beach here at Pictona at Holly Hill. We have a mixed doubles matchup happening now. This is between Arizona Drive and Orlando Squeeze, who are right now knotted up 1-1. Again, I've got Lee Waters in the booth with me. We've got Callan Dawson, Bobby Oshiro taking on Pesa Teoni and the legend, Sarah Ansbury. What do you expect from this?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough match. I mean, mainly because here we go again with Sarah and Pesa not having much experience playing together. Callan Callan and Bobby probably played a lot in the last MLP, and they're both just so steady. Yeah, I think we're really going to need Pesa to really shift over into that middle. Try to get himself involved and put some pressure on Bobby. We'll see if he can make that happen.
Maybe just cause some chaos, huh?
Just, yeah, honestly. Get some energy flowing. Yeah, I mean, even if Pesa did something like that and missed the ball, it's putting pressure on them, and they know he's capable of making that ball at a later point.
Yeah, he's an extreme athlete.
Yeah, he's fast.
If you've ever seen any social media content on what he's able to do, so you're right. Yeah, he's got to put him, Arizona Drive have to put him in a position where he's able to utilize those strengths, be everywhere.
Uh-huh. Take advantage of that forehand being in the middle.
Yeah, and I was going to say for Orlando Squeeze, I think that is where the opening's going to be, anywhere on that backside of Teoni, as he is going to be leaning over to his left.
Ooh.
A high one, that one stays in.
Oh.
Teoni went over to help out Sarah, or to maybe tell her it was high, just to let her, hey, just letting you know this ball's high.
See a little bit of confusion in the middle there. New partnership. Sarah does like to, on the left, kind of step over and hit a lot of forehand, so that would allow Pesa to come over. Yeah, just like that. I wouldn't mind her even stepping over and hitting more forehands.
Great point here. That ball's in. Yeah, I think for the drive, they've got to figure out who's going to take more balls, right? Who's going to be the aggressor? Are we both going to do it? Is one going to do it? Got to figure it out quick here.
Callan, so tricky. And I think for them, they're playing super smart. They're speeding up the ball first. They're getting in the hands battles. They're putting all the pressure. And I think they've won every point they've sped up the ball so far.
Great ball.
Yeah.
Dawson almost does it again.
I love Sarah coming over and getting in that Ernie position because it just really opens the court for Pesa. Plus, it puts a little bit of confusion in the minds of Oshiro and Dawson. Oh, I like it.
Yeah, that's a
was
ball
there.
that he wants again.
Yeah.
I think he was a little shocked that it was as high as it was.
Yeah.
7-3 lead here. Wow, I like that.
If I'm the
speed
drive, I take a timeout here.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is get into the changeover at 11-3 or 11-4.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little. Oh, no,
she almost did. Yeah, I thought she did.
Timeout here, but she didn't.
Teoni getting a little more aggressive there. So not calling the timeout worked for one moment. But we'll see if they change any of their strategy. Oh, great reset.
Yeah.
You mentioned it.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying you mentioned it. You mentioned it how, the squeeze, they're going to speed up the ball, and they're comfortable doing it first because they like their hands.
Yeah, for sure. And that was the situation where if Sarah was looking to take more forehands, that would have been a forehand high rather than the one-handed backhand, and she might have been able to do a little bit more with it. So I'd like to see her slide even just a little bit more.
You're right. She's got the opportunity to do it with the left-hand player on her other side. Oh, that ball just gets over.
Like that, I want to be a forehand. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. Make it simple. Let's just do all forehands from this side, and then let's just play all forehands.
It's
You,
a much,
Teoni,
it's
and me
honestly,
as well.
it's a much easier dink.
Add some deception in there as well, right?
Exactly.
There's the lob, and
It's so good.
yeah, it's just so.
There's a reason he has the
timely.
name, right? So
I mean,
smart.
that ball's going to be in. It's going to be deep. The Squeeze are playing very well right now, especially after their men's win that they just had. It looks like they threw out their A team as far as mixed, right?
Yeah.
They got Dawson, they got
Super,
Oshiro.
super solid.
They want to make sure they get this one and take a 2-1 lead here. Be interesting to see what changes they make. I think you mentioned it. We'd like to see Teoni with the forehand lean as much as he can to his left side and really utilize that forehand. Then also, you mentioned you want to see Ansbury take those dinks with a small real estate on that right side with her, or on the left side with her forehand as well.
Yeah, and you know she went to the Ernie position one time and they won the point. Let's do that a few more times. You know, let's get, even if you don't hit the Ernie, let's get in that position, open up the court. I mean, like you said, let's cause some chaos. Because especially right now they need something. They're down 11-5. Let's create some chaos. It might not work, but what do you have to lose? You know?
Yeah, and I mean, listen, when you're talking strategy, a question I have is when you do change your strategy, at what point do you know if it's not working? Is it a couple rallies?
So
is
when
it
you
two?
yeah, exactly. So when you change a strategy, you can't just give it 1 point and be like, that didn't work. Let's go back. Because the other way you played it for how many? 16 points. So
Absolutely.
you got to give it more than 1 or 2 points.
And Lee, look now, we've got a switch. We've got Teoni on the left side and Ansbury on the right side here.
Interesting. Backhands in the middle. I like it. It's a new look. They can always switch back. Let's give them this look.
Yeah, and to your point, each way, don't overreact. That was a great point. You ended up getting the win.
Yep.
Let's not overreact here. Let's see what happens on this one.
Oh, nice grab.
Great defense.
Yeah, just a little too much.
Yeah, and I was going to mention the edges now for Teoni are probably places you don't want to go. That's his forehand. Then they put the last one in the middle. It's his backhand. So kind of a role reversal here.
I like the fake. So what I don't like about the switch is I think it's going to be harder for Pesa to interject himself with that backhand. I don't think he's going to be as comfortable coming over there and being aggressive. I would have rather seen the change be, like we talked about, Sarah hitting some more forehands, getting in that Ernie position, Pesa causing some chaos in the middle. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
They are winning some points this way, so.
They are. You don't want to be in a position where things are just happening to you, right? You're happening to lose a point. You're happening to win a point. You want to be one where you're creating things.
Correct.
And even though you see that ball fly there from Ansbury, I like the fact that she's trying to create something and make things happen. We know in the pro pickleball scene, the moment you let the other team get on top, you're in trouble. It's a great play. I think Callan Dawson stepped on this court here today and said, I'm the best player and I'm going to play like it.
And I'm going to prove it. Absolutely. All right, here's the switch. Oh, jeez.
Oh, and they switched back. Teoni with the speed there.
I'd probably call a timeout and just go back to the switch just because on timeouts, the rules of MLP is you can switch sides. So instead of unwinding, I'd rather see him just call the timeout and make the switch.
Yeah, and there's got to be something to be said about, when your opponent sees you mixing up your strategy 3 and 4 times as you're losing, they're starting to feel more confident, right?
I'm correct that they haven't called a timeout yet, right?
They haven't. They've just had the side change,
Yeah.
so they are Hopefully they're not trying to take them
There we
back
go.
home.
There we go.
There's a timeout. All right, they can. We'll have to turn your mic down a little bit. So I think they heard you there, but it makes sense to do one. Look, it's 17-8. You're down a lot. You've switched strategies. I think for Callan and Bobby, they're looking over like, man, I don't know if they know what they're doing on that side, right? And so how do you, what do you say in the huddle right now to regroup and try to come back here?
Yeah, I think, first of all, what I always say to Annalie is, okay, now's when we breathe and we smile and we remember to have fun. Because when you get down in that deep, dark hole and you feel like you can't get out of it, as we've seen the multiple strategy changes, you kind of feel like this total panic overcome you. Breathe, smile, we're playing pickleball, let's have some fun. Now let's get back to basics. Let's get back on our sides, let's get back to our strategy, let's make a lot of balls, and let's not give this away. So it's amazing if you can just laugh.
Advice.
If you can just laugh on a timeout, even when you're losing, it's amazing what that does for the brain, and it's a proven fact. Smile, breathe.
Yeah. I mean, that's such good advice. We tend to, especially being in down environments, to make it seem worse than it actually is, right?
I mean, nobody wants to lose.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
we're
it's
playing
only,
pickleball.
You know, it's 17-8. It's rally scoring. You
It's
could
not
always come
over.
back.
I mean, heck, with the freeze, nothing is ever set in stone in MLP.
You come out of the timeout. You got a side out. You got a point. 9-17. Let's see if they can rally here.
I want to see a comeback.
Yeah, those are always fun, right? That ball
Yeah, I think it was just wide. Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was just wide.
They do have 2 challenges, right, I believe?
2 free challenges. We've got 4 total here right now in this
Chose
game,
not
not
to use
used.
it. I do believe that ball was wide. Yep. Yep, they're getting some free points.
Yeah, and I think O'Shero thinking about that last one and now wanting to make something happen. She's been steady all game, has to stay that way.
Absolutely. 9-17. Still a lot of work to be done here.
2 points fresh out of the timeout. 3 points, apologize. 11-18 here.
Oh, that's too
That's
good.
a great ball right there.
It's too good. Great ball from Sarah.
Yeah, if you go to sarahAnsbury.com and you type in lessons, you're going to see that right there on the bottom.
That was really
a great
smart.
play.
Callan left super early. She saw it, went right behind him. But I like it from Callan. He's putting a lot of pressure on them.
Great defense by Callan. That's such a high-level ball right there. The one-hand backhand roll, which a lot of ladies are starting to work on nowadays.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I think all these new paddles are really helping with that. You know, providing a lot of spin with little effort. Yeah, because not many ladies have one-hander flicks, but
it's a different game than it was 3-4 years ago.
for sure,
Even
no
1
doubt.
year ago.
No doubt. Good speed up.
Yeah, if we talk paddles, all these players here are using a paddle that has come out in the last, 6-8 months, aside from O'Shero, which hers came out about maybe a year ago.
Yep.
Speaks to the changes in technology.
Absolutely. I like Sarah doing that. Yes. Yeah, see, that
that's
just
the
opened
play.
up the court. Now they look to go to Pesa. So that was really smart by Sarah.
So true. That is the play you were talking about, and they executed well. Let's see if they have enough time to come back here. 14-20. That ball just in.
Just.
O'Shero looking kind of to the sideline, was hoping nobody was going to raise the finger. The index finger, that is.
Yeah, right? Good take. I like how Pesa stepped over and took that ball off of Sarah. That was very smart. I want to see him do more of that.
Yeah, it seemed that one play that he had a couple points ago is now raising his confidence to come over and take more balls. You can see it there as he takes that third.
Oh, got
And
it.
that ball's in, and he lets out a yell.
Yeah, I like the fire.
They're not done yet.
No. How many times do we see this, though, when a team reaches the freeze and the other team creeps back in?
16-20. Oh, that serve just in. And that one's in as well. Don't look now, but the Arizona Drive are on their way.
I mean,
17-20.
yeah, if I'm the squeeze, I take a timeout. I mean, they still have a nice 4-point lead, or 3-point lead. It's only a 3-point lead. Yeah, they should have taken a timeout.
I wouldn't want to see them get to 18 before I take a timeout, and that's happened now. Both frozen.
And they're still not taking a timeout. Huh.
Yeah, that's one that got to have over.
He wants that back. He's going to want that back. All right.
Got a chance to make amends here. 2018.
Yep.
Oh, and Oshiro saw the finish line.
Yeah. But there, Sarah took the step over. Pesa gets big in the middle.
Yeah, and there's a reason why that ball was shallow and hit the net. She wanted to have it small. Didn't want it too high with that forehand looming.
Nice.
That ball just over.
Oh, what a
Wow. Hands everywhere on that point.
Great
point all around it.
Yeah.
You talked about it, though. That's where you got Ansbury using her backhand on that left side.
Yep.
You'd rather see the forehand.
Yep.
And Oshiro with a miss here. Side out scoring, that doesn't hurt you as much. And rally scoring, it matters here. 18-20.
Shows you the pressures, though. Great drop.
Great defense. And that ball just long. And we've got
the
a
lob doctor.
We've got a 1-point game here. 19-20. Arizona Drive.
Yeah, all the momentum now.
Can they steal this game?
It happens in MLP.
Yeah, I think Callan said that's enough going to Teone back there. I think I'm done with that.
Yeah, Callan did a good job of keeping all those deep and right at Sarah's feet.
It feels like they have to do it here, Lee. 2019.
I'm so nervous.
And Oshiro with the Ernie to end it. What a way in style.
That was so smart.
Such a great play. I like the fight by Arizona Drive there to come back in that game. I think it's going to bode well for this next mixed matchup that they have. But to Orlando Squeeze, to stay focused and mental fortitude there, it's awesome. And
I think, too, it'll give, with Pesa and Sarah being a new team, it's going to give them confidence going into their next match of, you know, okay, we got this. We came back and almost beat a super solid team of Oshiro and Dawson, and I think that'll be good for them. It's really tough coming in this environment having never played a match together before. So.
Absolutely. We've got another mixed matchup. Todd fought Rachel Recker against Wes Burrows and Heather Nobler. We will be back in a few minutes after these players warm up. See you soon.
And we're back now with our second mixed. We got Wes Burrows and Heather Nobler taking on Todd Fott and Rachel Recker. Ooh, we know the drive needs this point. They got to get to that dream breaker.
Yeah, they need it. They didn't fare well in their last matchup. They're down 2-1. You don't want to go 3-1 because that means you're done in this
That means
matchup.
you're done. This is a case where I think Wes being super aggressive will pay off, especially being head-on with Recker. If I'm him, I look to attack her as much as possible.
Yeah, that's great play there by Fott, but you're right. I think both these ladies here are going to have to deal with the pressure coming from each of the men who love to speed it up.
Yes.
But I think Burrows probably has the advantage of what's in his arsenal and the amount of attacks he can have. And when you couple that with how Recker left that women's game, not really feeling as confident
Not
as she
very
should.
confident. And it doesn't feel good when you're not confident and you're being attacked.
In life or in pickleball? Because that's
And
both.
just everything.
That's both.
Good hands.
Yeah, one
Super
thing.
steady.
Yeah, it is steady. I'm seeing, with Recker maybe a foot or two off of the kitchen line. Burrows has to take that opportunity to speed up and see what he can get there.
Yes. Especially like an off speed where it's like kind of dipping. He doesn't really have to crush the speed up.
Yeah, I'm sure you know the bait balls all too well from you and Anna Lee playing side by side, throwing them out there and then reeling the fish in.
Yeah, and I think actually that's one thing Annalee's really good at is her speed ups are a lot of times off speed, whereas, you know, I was kind of always like, let's crush it. Nice move.
Beautiful Ernie there by
Yeah.
Todd Fott.
Yeah.
Got to add that to his highlight reel. Throw it on social media. It's what we're here for. Great ball.
All right, 6-3. Drive needs to put a stop to it here. Nice little roller. And that's like you said, she was back 2 feet off the kitchen line. Heather dipped it at her feet.
Yeah, sometimes you see lack of confidence as players just missing balls, but a lot of times it depends on their positioning as well. She's standing back because she's not as confident being directly in front of Burrows. There you go. That's the benefit of standing your ground there.
Yeah, just some loose errors right now from Heather. See if she can settle in.
Yeah, I like that drop by Fott. That's maybe the second dink there from Recker, not able to convert.
Oh.
Yeah, neither team's really grabbed hold of this game yet. The problem is Orlando Squeeze are up 4.
I know.
They can afford that.
It's been just, honestly, the difference has been just unforced errors on the drive. That's what Wes needs to do.
Great play right there to finish that.
Really, really, unlike in the men's game where I was like, he's pulling the trigger too early. He needs to look to attack Rachel as soon as possible. Like that. That's beautiful.
Yeah, you called it and right on cue. And one thing I'd like to see is in this environment, I'd like to see the benches get more involved vocally right now.
Right?
Little quiet.
Even the players are pretty quiet overall.
Yeah, I'd like to see them get, I think each team's kind of filling it out, you know, trying to make sure they're playing as good as possible.
Maybe they don't want a soccer card.
Maybe they don't want a soccer card. You're right. They don't want to get an orange card.
Blue card's okay.
Which is a technical foul. and loss of a point. What a get by Wrecker.
That really was. Yeah, great get.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought we might have heard a yell if she got the next one back.
Blue card's just a warning, right?
Blue card is a warning.
Okay.
hmm
Haven't seen a card yet. Have you seen a card yet?
I haven't seen a card at all.
But seriously, maybe that's why some of the energy is a little bit. I mean, especially from like the owners and the captains. Like
Interesting point.
last MLP, they were so electric on the bench, and now maybe they're a little afraid.
Yeah, now
honestly. Like I know I'm going to be a little afraid. Oh, I have to tell you something funny after this point's over.
Great speed up by Burrows. Nobler hit a ball that was probably going out, but I think she wanted to send a message there to
She's
the
like, oh,
squeeze.
it's okay. I'll just put it away. I got a little lucky.
Oh, and they're back. It's 11-10. Arizona Drive going into the changeover.
Okay, so here's my funny story.
I'm ready to laugh.
Okay, so one of the new rules, as we just talked about, are these cards and how like the coach. So now there's only one coach or one owner that can be on the court. They can't. Last time it was two. Now it's one. The next rule is that coaches now have this invisible line at the kitchen area that you're not allowed to cross. So there's like a coach's box now. So you're not allowed to be past the kitchen line. You're also not allowed to go on the court in between points any longer. So I think it was NML. It was one of them. It's a picture of me on the court, like going like this, and they're talking about the new rules, and all the comments are like, this is no doubt called the Lee Waters rule. No doubt this is the Lee Waters rule. Because let's face it, like, I just felt like if it's part of the rules, by me going out in between and pumping up my team, I had nothing to lose, right?
Nothing. Why
and
not,
making the
right?
other team think a little bit more, right? And it was all part of it. But now that they've taken it away from me, so I saw Brooks yesterday, and I'm like, I was just too much for you, Brooks. You had to go change all the rules.
Overcooked a little bit, so now every coach and GM has to be in the Waters box.
I know. I kind of feel bad. I don't know. I don't think it was just me, honestly. I think there was a lot going on at the last MLP.
Yeah, overall, I think guardrails in place are awesome. I think they'll probably reevaluate to see if it took away some of the energy and momentum, which makes MLP what it is.
Exactly. Yeah.
12-11, Arizona Drive are up, and remember, they need this game to continue this match. Burrows knows that, and he's trying to put his stamp on this.
I think if Wes can figure out this controlled aggression, where he's able to find Rachel in the majority of these points, they can come out winning this game.
Yeah,
did you see the stare down? She was like,
the
yeah.
stare down from Wrecker.
She was like, yeah.
I think the other point to mention, too, is we really haven't seen any of these teams get on a run, a 2, 3, 4-point run to kind of build up that energy and momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had. I think she was thinking about what her tagline was going to be after she crushed the overhead.
Oh,
ends up missing that one. Listen, they're going to need that. 14-12.
They've tightened it up a little bit. Oh, got lucky again.
I'd like to see a timeout here that's 2 high balls not put away by Wrecker. She knows it.
I'm so with you. A little reset timeout. I don't know why teams aren't using their timeouts very well, or at all.
Yeah, and it doesn't help when it actually works in your favor to not call one. Then the next time you're thinking it's okay.
Yeah, right. And it's amazing timeouts really work. They really cut momentum.
Well, I think people feel that timeout is only for you. A timeout is for you and your team. It's also for the other team to stop momentum. Sometimes it's not about you. It's about what they're doing.
Exactly.
Easier said than done.
I know. It's a good thing about commentating. No pressure. See everything so clearly.
Yeah, it's easy, right? All you need to do is this, and you can be #1 in the world. Then they watch us play. Wait, okay, we're pretty good. Let's just call it. Yeah, great play there.
Yeah, Todd's doing a really good job of cutting off a lot of those balls headed to Rachel.
I think we will see some energy down the stretch of this game. I mean, this is so crucial. It's 15-16. The Squeeze are down 1. Great ball by Recker. Good pressure by Burrows, and he finishes it.
Smart play by Wes.
He always finishes it and then looks up in the sky. I don't know if there's like
I think they're looking at the scoreboard.
It's the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
That makes sense, Lee. That's why you're here. Thank you. Oh, great defense. That ball just out.
All right, where are we at? 17-15, 17-16, Arizona Drive.
So many pivotal points in this game, and here's another one.
And this point means so much to both teams.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think that Rachel's pulled the trigger down the line behind Wes yet.
I don't think she has.
So I want to see Wes like so far over.
Great return and a great third by Fott. Nobler kind of heard you. She said, I'll try down the line. That one maybe not the best choice there.
Yeah.
And it's now Squeeze are up 1.
That's it, Wes. Yeah, good timeout. Good
great timeout there by the Drive. And you mentioned you want to see Burrows come all the way over. I think for both sides, the men here, one of the things in mixed doubles that makes it so complex is when you get the guy to go all the way to the right side, now you're forcing that person to at least look down the line.
Yeah.
And so that's where the chess match begins, right? If they're not able to do that, all of a sudden every person on the court is just comfortable going cross court.
And I know a lot of people don't like it. If you go on the forums, people don't like pro mixed doubles. They don't like the guy coming over and taking balls off the girl. But I promise you, having played pro mixed doubles for many years, you want the guy over there. You're seeing all the balls. You feel all the pressure. And the only way to create some kind of dynamic and some kind of opening for the guy is really for him to be moving. If he's not moving, it's too easy to just hit everything to the girl.
Yeah.
It's too easy to just isolate the girl. You've got to have the guy moving.
Oh, I like the first backhand flick by Todd Fott. I think he got a little greedy on the second one.
Agreed. But when you look at the best mixed doubles players in the game, they're all movers. And that's because it's easier to create when you're moving.
Everyone pauses to take a look at the train here, even the referee.
We're all like, train.
Yeah, well, it's my first time seeing a train too, so that's now a little loud to hear the score, but we're gonna commence here.
I like it. Yep. And that was great. That's exactly what Wes needs to do. That was it. Perfect execution.
Playing it to the tee.
Yep.
It's not just taking balls just because you want to. It's forcing your opponents to think. It's creating things off the movement that you mentioned.
Yep. Oh, I think that.
Fott takes his chances.
Do you think it was going out the first one, or do you think it was going to dip in?
I think it would have been a choice, but it happened so fast.
Yeah, reaction.
Todd Fott saw what Burrows was doing previously and decides to come over himself. We're playing full-on mixed doubles here.
It came to play.
Game point and match point for Orlando Squeeze right here. And they do as Burrows misses forehand dink there.
Match, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great match overall. I think Orlando squeezed the experience. You talked about them being a solid team.
Yep.
It was just too much and kind of overbearing for Arizona Drive.
Yes, I think so too. I think experience had a lot to do with that match overall. They're going to be a tough team to beat down the road, the Squeeze. They're solid.
They're solid, and the margins are slim. Mentally, they've been great. Look, it's been a pleasure having mom, wife, coach, GM, comedian in the booth with me here, Lee Waters.
I'm so glad to have finally met you. Everybody's like, oh, he's so nice, he's so great, he's so funny. And I was like, and I haven't met him, and I can't pronounce his last name.
On air, we got to have you say it. Say
Insect Pong.
Insect Pong.
But now I got to put it together so there's no pause
yeah,
in the middle.
there you go. We'll just cut the stream so that way he'll be good.
No, that was a lot of fun.
But it was a pleasure. I'll be seeing you soon. You'll be commentating on Championship Court some, I think maybe today or tomorrow, but we will be back in the booth. So thanks everyone for joining us here at MLP Daytona. Look forward to talking with you all soon.
Bye-bye.
All right, thanks for tuning in here for Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. This is Daytona. Cameron Irwin alongside Dominic Catalano. We just sprinted over from championship court, and we're so glad to be joining you here for the Atlanta Bouncers versus the Brooklyn Aces. Hurricane Tyra Black coming in big right now. One of the new additions to this team.
Putting that ball away with a forehand right there, and you're watching her, and I've seen her from her first tournament that she ever played to now. She is just starting to up her game. That's all she needed. She needed reps, she needed game play, she needed tournament play, and now she's starting to step up a little bit.
Well, right now they have a solid advantage at 15-8 in this women's doubles matchup. This is just the first in a match between the Atlanta Bouncers and Brooklyn Aces in terms of games played. Up next will be men's doubles. Then we will move on to mixed doubles. We'll have 2 rounds of that, and as this is still group play, we'll play all 4 of these games through match play. It's Buckner and Trifunovic versus Black and Carr. Corinne Carr, she's playing with 2 people right now.
Well, it's 3-on-1 right now.
3-on-1.
It's not fair.
A huge congratulations to both Corinne Carr and Adam Stone, who will be soon to be welcoming their first child. They had a fantastic baby shower just, I think, like a week ago. And everyone had to act like they were pregnant. Adam Stone pregnant is a funny sight, I will tell you that much.
And he was playing pickleball like that.
It was great.
Nice reach in there from Balck as she uses that backhand to punch that ball down.
Corinne Carr, known to be a fantastic defensive player, but finding also the offense in her game as she continues through pro pickleball. Hurricane Tyra Black just swatting that ball away.
Big put away right there again, getting it to her forehand so she can slap that down. Beautifully done.
Brooke Buckner will receive. Brooke out of Concord, North Carolina, originally from Cleveland, Ohio. Also grew up in Delray Beach, Florida, played Division I tennis at the University of Michigan.
Go blue.
Everyone catch their breath. The extended dink rally goes the direction of the Brooklyn Aces.
Good point right there by all 4 of these ladies out there. Good patience. What a spot right there from Trifunovic, going right at the right shoulder of Corinne Carr.
Trifunovic will now serve. Christine out of Chino, California. And again, it's the forehand of Hurricane Tyra Black.
Big put away there. Great setup from Corinne Carr as she wins the hand battle against Buckner and then sets up her partner perfectly.
Hurricane Tyra Black, also a professional tennis player. Won singles and doubles tournaments on the ITF tour. and the peppering just continues for the Brooklyn Aces.
I mean, and I don't care, you know, that Corinne Carr is 7 months pregnant. Corinne Carr is, her hands are not going away. I don't care what's going on right now. She is playing extremely well, and I spoke with her yesterday, and I was asking her, what's going to be your strategy going in? She goes, I'm playing the right. I'm going to play my 20%. She goes, and I'm going to let my partners take over. And she's doing a great job of that right now.
Oh, and Corinne Carr, the first to speed up off the bounce on the backhand side. Can't close on the combo.
Yeah, she just misses that right there. Good setup by both her and Balck. What I like too, and I've seen Hurricane Balck, she's changed paddles since I've seen her last. She was using a Selkirk Power Air. She wasn't getting a lot of control out of that. She switched to a Warrior now, and I like her control.
And there's the game. So 21-11, the women's doubles game go in the direction of the Brooklyn Aces with a bit of separation as well. Fantastic job by Balck and Carr.
Yep, great job again. Control, seeing a different Tyra Balck here as she has changed her game and kind of upped that. You knew it was going to come from her. You could see it. It was just more and more reps that she needed. She's got that and looking really good right now.
Well, coming up next, it's going to be men's doubles as Rob Nunnery takes the court alongside Greg Dow. They'll face off against Hunter Johnson and Bennett Newell. So 1 point on the board for the Brooklyn Aces.
Welcome back here to Grandstand Court. It is the Atlanta Bouncers taking on the Brooklyn Aces. The Brooklyn Aces taking game number 1 women's doubles. And it'll be up to the men on the Atlanta Bouncers side to even this up at 1 game apiece. A good ball there from Ben Newell, pressuring Rob Nunnery, as we're all tied here early at 1. Nice shake and bake there from Ben Newell, and again, Johnson and Newell wind at their back, so these drives have a little more on them. And a nice punch down the middle from Rob Nunnery. As we're all tied at 2. Nice pull there from Hunter Johnson as he goes right at the body of Rob Nunnery.
And a little help for Rob Nunnery out of Ponte Verde Beach, Florida, originally out of Georgia. And it is a little bit windier out here on the grandstand, so it definitely has a little different effect than being on championship court.
Yeah, absolutely. A breeze behind the backs of Johnson and Newell right now. Oh, beautiful backhand flip right there from Ben Newell as he finds the forehand side of Greg Dow.
Ben Newell out of Kansas City, Missouri. Comes from a long tennis background. And some quick hands from Rob Nunnery, but that ball out of bounds. Make it inbounds for the Brooklyn Aces.
Ball did catch that back baseline. We're kind of hidden behind it, so. Nothing Dow could do. He tried to swing at it 3 times, but couldn't do anything with it. As Johnson clips the tape, goes up and over.
And a nice reach in from the length of Greg Dow.
Yeah, using his length and his reach to his advantage right there. Punching that ball in the middle. Doesn't need to be too hard, but just needs to find a good spot.
Dow out of Charleston, South Carolina. And again, using his length to his advantage. He's originally from North Carolina, graduated from Lake Norman High School back in 2015, then went on to USC, the other USC, University of South Carolina. They let it go, and it lands. The leave and land. You got to watch out for that one.
Yeah, and especially they have their wind at their back to Newell and Johnson, and I think Dow and Nunnery thought that ball was going to sail long. It doesn't.
Seven now. Miss serve. And right in the belly button for Hunter Johnson.
That's such a good pull right there at the body. He flexes his chest out a little bit right there.
That's an aggressive take right there. Rob Nunnery off the bounce, speed up and flick. And somehow that's down by his shoelaces. Still gets it done. (9-7) now for the Brooklyn Aces. And again, Rob Nunnery the first to take a shot. Make that 10-7. That's 3 straight for Rob Nunnery right there. Good location on those speed ups off the bounce.
Yeah, great pull right at the body. And Cam, talk a little bit about what's at stake here in this pool as Columbus is out to a 2-0 lead in this pool. They're playing Texas right now. If they win, they're set 3-0, and that's it. But here's the situation. If Atlanta wins this, they still have a fighting chance at 1-2, because if they go 1-2, that would make Brooklyn 1-2, and if Texas loses to Columbus, they're 1-2. So it'd be a fight between the 1-2 teams for that second spot. So it all kind of depends on this match and the match going on between Columbus and Texas to determine who's moving on in this pool.
This is where things get awfully fun in the group play.
But right now, no matter what, it looks like Columbus is going to get one of those spots. It just depends on what happens here.
So they switch ends. And I love the adjustment there from Ben Newell. He had been the target the previous 3 rallies. That time, a nice counter from him. And then they get the advantage with the speed up. 8-11. And a missed dink off the right side of Greg Dow.
Yeah, tough ball for Dow. Got right on him a little too quick. He's got to clear his feet, get that ball off a higher bounce.
Greg Dow using some authority there, and I'm chuckling to myself as I'm reading through my notes on Greg Dow. It says he's a self-proclaimed beer pong and ping pong legend.
Hey.
I'm sure that helps him on the pickleball game.
you and your facts today, Cam. You and your facts. You're all over these facts today. I love them.
Lands. That ball doesn't know which way it's spinning. I think it changed directions about 12 different times.
Wow, Rob Nunnery, great pull on the forehand side as I got to get these guys ball again.
You got multiple jobs, Dominic Catalano. Broadcaster and ball shagger. So do you get paid double time if you're doing 2 different jobs?
I should, right? Ball boy extraordinaire right now. That's 2.
13-9 now.
What I want you guys at home, if you're watching, watch Greg Dow when he gets up at that kitchen line. Watch his relaxed stance. What he does is he puts a hand on his thigh. His offhand will sit on his thigh. And that's his calming sense right there in his position. You see him right now. He's got the hand on his thigh. Nice and easy.
man, that's frustrating. Rob Nunnery fended off a nice speed up. He had a great counter, but couldn't close.
After he hit that ball in the net, he wanted to punt that ball about 75 yards down.
I'm impressed with the self-control.
Yes, very much so.
You also see Ben Newell on the left side of the court right there. So a little interesting changeup from the Atlanta Bouncers as they are now stacking.
Yeah, they're liking something that they see, putting Ben Newell cross court from Rob Nunnery. We'll see if they switch here. Oh my goodness.
What a scorpion. What?
It's a broken scorpion.
Okay,
right?
I was going to say.
He fell down, but you're right. He was trying to get into that position, Cam, and falls down getting to it and still is able to get something on.
So a crouching scorpion? Is there
okay.
such a thing? We just made it up.
There is now.
Ben Newell comes flying in.
That's such a good read from Ben Newell on the poach and the little shake and bake as he comes in and finishes. And we are at 14-13. Brooklyn with a slight edge here.
But let's go back to the switch for Ben Newell and Hunter Johnson because it is intriguing. You've got the lefty on the opposite side, but I think it has more to do with the matchup head-to-head because think of those 3 points Rob Nunnery had in succession from one another where he was successful with the speed up off the bounce right into the body and the direction of Ben Newell. So maybe it's more of a defensive mechanism than offensive mechanism
right,
for them.
And at this level, Cam, too, you're talking about guys who know how to play both sides of the court.
Yeah.
Even though it's both of their backhands in the middle, they really don't care about that. They care about matchups, not about where their forehands and backhands are. And the matchup that Ben Newell and Hunter Johnson like right now is having Ben Newell in front of Rob Nunnery, but now they're going back to forehands in the middle. Off the hip. Nice speed up and good hands from Greg Dow.
Well, and it's funny to me because I also think of A.J. Kohler when you're talking about hand on hip. A.J. Kohler known for the crab walk that he does, and he also places that left hand just on his hip as he moves laterally across the kitchen line. Ball out of bounds.
Yeah, so it was a little long right there. I thought it was going to drop. It didn't. It just kept going. But good communication from Dow to Nunnery telling him to let that ball bounce.
A solid contact from Greg Dow as he blows off his hand. That thing's on fire right now.
It's too good right there as he finds that little lean in every bit of his 6'3", 6'4" frame, using that length to his advantage.
Great hands from Rob Nunnery right there as he sets that point up in the combination himself with a great drop to the backhand side.
Hunter Johnson, great defense, but again, it's the pressure of Nunnery continuing to go at them and then finds the winner off the paddle of Ben Newell.
Make it 19-13 for the Brooklyn Aces, who also picked up game number 1, women's doubles match.
5-0 run after the timeout.
Hi-ya! Whoa! Rob Nunnery, I thought he was going to take that up the line. Instead goes cross court.
Did you just give me a hi-ya?
I mean, it was. Come on.
It was. It was like a backhand slice.
It was
like
perfectly
a ninja.
timed.
Right? Like a ninja coming through the air. Perfect.
Give that man a sword.
Might as well. I mean, slice that ball through the air and gives Brooklyn a game point on their paddle here, looking to go up 2-0 and a commanding lead. But the match we just called between Bay Area and that's so long ago now.
Dallas Pickleball
and
Club.
Dallas, so long ago.
About 20 minutes ago.
Right. Bay Area went up 2-0. They took men's and women's, and then Dallas came back, won both mixed. So it's never down and out, but it is a commanding lead if you can go up 2-0.
Yeah, it takes some of the pressure off your mixed teams. However, that was pretty astonishing. I don't recall oftentimes that you win both women's and men's and then lose both mixed.
No.
It's pretty wild. As it's now game point for the Brooklyn Aces. And cleanly done. Rob Nunnery and Greg Dow get the job done for the Brooklyn Aces as they go up 2-0.
I like it. That's a good start. Again, 2-0 lead now for Brooklyn. All they need is one of the two mixed doubles matches. If they do get this next one in mixed, they will win the match perceivably, but they will play that fourth one as it, according to this pool, is going to matter for tiebreakers, as this pool is very tight for that second spot here in and moving on to the quarterfinals and semifinals.
Well, we will take just a short break as the mixed doubles get warmed up. You can catch all the action here at Major League Pickleball Daytona. All right, here we go into mixed doubles competition. The first one in this match. Christine Trifunovic will play alongside Hunter Johnson. And on the opposing side, partnered up is Greg Dow and Hurricane Tyra Balck.
As Corinne Carr is giving some final words of advice to Greg Dow here, as I don't know if Greg's taking it all too well as Corinne's laughing at him, but again, if Brooklyn wins this, they will perceivably win the match, but we will still play that fourth game as we're underway here.
Brooklyn Aces versus the Atlanta Bouncers.
Well, that ball off the tape and off of Balck. See Hunter Johnson trying to target Tyra Balck right there with a couple of his balls early on. Oh, nice.
So much power off that wrist.
Yeah, great step in from Dow, and that's set up by the cross-court drop from Balck.
And some nice cross-court dinking from Hurricane Tyra Balck.
It's an interesting setup as they have Balck on the left and Dow on the right.
So do you think that's a mechanism of defense in terms of trying to keep Hurricane Tyra Balck away from Hunter Johnson?
No, I think it's more of Tyra Balck is more comfortable on the left side,
okay,
so they're going to keep her there right now.
So more a measure of comfortability for both Greg Dow and Hurricane Tyra Balck, as Greg also plays the right alongside Rob Nunnery.
Absolutely. He's comfortable on that right side. Tyra Hurricane Balck comfortable on that left side, so I think it's good. And so far it is for Brooklyn as they jump out to a 7-1 lead.
Again, the Brooklyn Aces picking up the first two games. And a nice shot again from Hurricane Tyra Balck.
What a 1-2 combo from her right there. She goes backhand speed up to forehand put away. Beautifully done. And we're going to get a timeout here from Atlanta. And after that women's doubles match, I talked with Hurricane Tyra Balck and asked her about her paddle selection as she has gone to and using today the Warrior. When I saw her about 2 weeks ago, she was using a Selkirk Power Air. I asked her, is it, more of a control thing? And she did say yes, a little bit, that it was the air was a little too much power and she couldn't control. And now that she has the Warriors a little softer, she's got a little more control. And her coming from tennis, she doesn't need the power, she can create the power.
That's a good point.
So she's comfortable using that, and right away, seeing her for the first time today in this match, I'm liking her control much better with her paddle choice. So we'll see how that continues and if they can get to 2-1 and hopefully moving on out of pool play.
And Hunter Johnson frustrated with himself as that dink has popped up on his backhand side. Hunter Johnson was a pro tennis player. He played at SMU, but also played on the ATP Tour alongside his twin brother, who's also on a challenger level team. He reached the ATP Top 200.
Well, that's much better there from Hunter Johnson as a double fist pump right there, trying to get going here as they are down by 7.
Adam Stone has also made his way out from the stands and now courtside. He's doing double duty just like you. Cheerleading, coaching, being a husband, doing commentary.
I mean, the calmness of Greg Dow right there. And just the easiness of that forehand, or backhand, excuse me, punch down the middle. And they have an 11-2 lead and are in control here.
Yeah, feeling awfully steady, the Brooklyn Aces right now, again, picking up the first 2 games in both women's and men's doubles. We've been having some fun looking through the standings, and you mentioned it, some of the challenging elements for these teams as they finish out group play and where everyone resides. The top 2 teams will end up with a bye through the quarterfinals and into the semifinals.
And right now it looks like Columbus is in that 4th position, but if they win that next match, they'll put 3-0. They'll move up to that 1 or 2 position. That puts them in that bye into the semifinals. So there's still a lot more to come out of these 2 remaining matches we have going on right now. Columbus taking on the Ranchers, and right here, Brooklyn and Atlanta.
Nice reach in from Hunter Johnson, getting that ball down first.
Well, now it changes the whole game, right? Is because Trifunovic and Johnson are on the side where the wind is completely in their face right now. Seems to be picking up even more now.
Athletic play from Hunter Johnson, and I will say too, in regards to the wind, currently in the face of Trifunovic and Hunter Johnson, that it's not necessarily a true baseline to baseline wind, slightly coming across the corner of the court to the opposing. Right at the feet of Trifunovic. And again, ball popped up.
Yeah, such a great 1-2 combo there from Greg Dow as he just reaches in and just punches that a little bit, gets the pop-up and the put-away.
I like that, the pop-up and the put-away. Little alliteration from Dominic Catalano, 14-4. Oh, man, Hurricane Tyra Black's got some wheels. How did she even get her paddle on that ball?
I think she's more upset with the next ball because she was back for it after she got that. She's looking at Greg Dow going, hey, get out of my way, I got this.
Oh, just missing the volley there. .614 now. Make it 15-6. I was going to say, Black and Dow feel pretty good about their hands. They're pulling the trigger just about every chance they get.
And it was a good speed up right there. Dow just doesn't get on top of that last one.
And splitting the difference is Black.
Black trying to go inside out cross. Gets a little too much of it. But the wind at her back. The ball's going to sail wide.
Hunter Johnson had success on the Ernie just previously. Said finds the net cord there.
And even though he's on that, Dow does a good job of just keeping that ball low and unattackable. Oh, and they're fighting over it in the middle right now, our Balck and Dow. But they do have a little bit of a comfortable lead here, up by 7 at 10-17. But with this rally scoring format, I do not want to let any team get any hope.
And they add just another 18-10. Greg Dow and Hurricane Tyra Balck looking to pick up a match victory here in game 3.
And Dow just short-arming that just a little. He's got to get on top of that to keep that ball in.
Oh man, a couple good counter punches, but an even better shot as Trifunovic finds some open space.
Yeah, she had Dow pinched so far in the middle. All she needed to do is create the angle, punch punch backside.
Oh, put away power. One hand backhand from Hurricane Tyra Balck. I like that. Balck dropping down, crouching to be able to find the ball on her right shoulder.
Well, showing her athleticism, and again, her game is getting better every single minute she is on court, and it's given them a game point.
And match point. And there it is again. Hurricane Tyra Balck with the final shot in the mixed matchup. The Brooklyn Aces pick up the match victory, but we still have one game left to be played here on the grandstand between the Brooklyn Aces and the Atlanta Bouncers.
Looks like Brooklyn will be moving on out of pool play with that victory. It seems like that will put them at 2-1, regardless of what happens with Columbus, I believe. We'll check on that, but
let's take a break for a second while they get warmed up for the second mixed doubles matchup. And to the second mixed match we go between the Atlanta Bouncers and the Brooklyn Aces. Cameron Irwin alongside Dominic Catalano. It's Ben Newell and Brooke Buckner facing off against Rob Nunnery and Corinne Carr. First point goes the direction of the Brooklyn Aces. Now at this point for the Brooklyn Aces, it's all about just finding an extra game.
Yes.
In terms of their seeding, as well as maybe some point differential. Games net.
And again, cohesiveness. You want Corinne Carr, Rob Nunnery to be on the same page here, moving forward. Look, Nunnery looking down at the feet of Corinne Carr. I think he stepped on her left foot coming across.
And there's a nice shot from Ben Newell, a lefty. Plenty of power coming off his paddle.
Almost Newell in a squatted position, watching that ball so closely, almost hoping it would go out.
Ball out of bounds off Ben Newell's paddle. Just like Hunter Johnson and Yates Johnson, Ben Newell also had a brother, twin brother that he played tennis with. Oh, Rob Nunnery nearly just pulled out a miracle. He had to chase that ball into the kitchen, reset his feet outside, but couldn't find the secondary contact. There's a good look for Ben Newell.
Yeah, good contact, good read, because you didn't know if Nunnery was going to flip that back up and over. He speeds it up right at Newell's body. Good control, good hands.
I like the way Ben Newell is finishing some of these strokes. It's almost trophy worthy. He hits a shot and hangs on to it. I like it.
Rob Nunnery trying to get his paddle out of the way out of that last point, but couldn't do it fast enough. Good speed up from Newell.
What a touch from Brooke Buckner. Oh, it was phenomenal.
Now I'm watching the Ben Newell trophy pose that you called it.
Mostly on the ground strokes,
yes.
Not so much at the kitchen line.
Yes, I saw it on the backhand.
I like that. Corinne Carr taking the pace off, but still finding depth, so that ball didn't bounce much. Nice shot from Brooke Buckner.
There were a couple times where I thought Brooklyn was down and out in that point as Newell and Buckner put on a ton of pressure. Carr and Nunnery battle their way out, but Buckner in the end comes out on top.
And again, working that one-hand backhand. Solid finish from Ben Newell.
Good pressure from Corinne Carr, pushing Buckner back, going at that left foot. Puts a ton of pressure on and causes the mistake. Newell got a little upright on that dink as that ball got in on him. He stands kind of straight up and trying to hit that dink. He's got to stay down and through that.
6-9, Brooklyn Aces trailing. Oh, and the wind doing so much damage to that ball as it's floating.
That ball was all over the place, knuckling.
Corinne Carr gets a shot.
Yeah, good pull there from Corinne Carr, leaning in and taking that ball out of the air. She makes hubby Adam Stone very happy with that.
Oh, Rob Nunnery tried his best to get there from the opposite side of the court. A tough bounce off the net cord.
We'll change ends here, I believe, at 11-7 with Atlanta in the lead. Up by 4. I mean, at this point, it's very hard. You're Atlanta right now. It's tough. You know, like this is it. This is your last match. But they're fighting, right? And they're still going at it here. But it is tough knowing after you lose that first mixed doubles match that your weekend is over.
You know, and there's still something to be played for, right? We're setting up the relegation system for 2024,
Yep.
and point differential matters. It has a big effect in terms of where the standings are for these teams as they are fighting to be in the premier level in terms of the team ownership. Now, again, this is just season 1 in 2023. We will have 2 seasons in 2023, each comprised with 3 total events and a season championship following that 3rd event. Nice body shot from Corinne Carr. So the Premier and Challenger level teams and team owners will switch after season number 1. Players will be redrafted. A tough ball for Rob Nunnery. That thing was up in the air about 20 feet.
You see Nunnery almost drop to a knee to take that ball and get on top of it.
Corinne Carr, quick with the feet, closing in.
Coming in fast with a big forehand right there.
That's some mama power right there. And for the second time, the trickler over the direction, Corinne Carr.
Well, that ball sat up on top of the net and just paused for a second. Decides not to go back over.
13-10 for the Bouncers. Rob Nunnery hit every single one of those shots, but Ben Newell ends up getting the best of him.
And as that ball sails past Ben Newell, he didn't even turn around to look at it. Just goes out.
14-10 now. And Rob just getting stuck in the transition zone.
He had the backside on Newell open and tried to get it there, but almost rushed it just a little. Oh,
you know
taking it.
He's earned it. There have been a few that have gone the opposite direction. You'll take it.
Oh, he's taking that all day long is Rob Nunnery.
And as soon as Rob got a shot, he took it.
Yeah, he took it as a little too soon, I think, right there to take that shot as Newell's sitting on it. He'd be able to get that down at the left foot of Corinne Carr. Nice.
A good shot from Corinne Carr, the 50% speed up cross court.
Yeah, she went backside as she had Newell pinched in the middle.
(12-16).
See these returns from Atlanta right now, they're cutting through them and they're just hanging up there and just dying because of the wind.
Right now, they're just having fun. Rob Nunnery going head-to-head with Ben Newell.
Newell's loving it, but he's sitting on it right now. As you watch, when every ball that goes to Nunnery, he's sitting on it, ready for the speed up. He's cocked and ready, sliding his body to the side and able to counter really well. Well, that's Ben Newell being very athletic right there. He read that ball so well. Comes over with the shake and bake off the Buckner drive.
Brooke Buckner gets the bake part of the shake and bake. 20-12, the Atlanta Bouncers. Okay, that's one way to finish it off.
If that's going to be your last point of the tournament, hey, put a cherry on top right there for Ben Newell. He loves it.
Epic shot from Ben Newell, who earns the 21st. So the Atlanta Bouncers pick up the second mixed doubles game. Score still goes the direction of the Brooklyn Aces as they win the match 3-1.
Wow, what a good match. Again, controlled by the Brooklyn Aces. Had nothing to lose going into that last one. But, again, Atlanta showing some life. They finish it up, and they get that victory in the last game. But the match goes to Brooklyn 3-1.
Well, this has just been the first day of Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville here in Daytona Beach. Pictona has been a fantastic host in the early stages. We cannot wait for 3 more days of coverage. Having a blast out here on the grandstand. But thanks for joining us. For myself, Dominic Catalano, and the rest of our Major League Pickleball crew and production staff, we will see you back at the kitchen line.